still in style. The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello, everybody. You guys are with me, Farsha Bunny, as well as Daniel Lee in the house for day number 2 of SPS Challenge Finals. And it has been amazing day number 1. Surprises after surprises, but there are certain teams that was consistent and we already expected. But most of all, right now, this is going to be the last chance of getting that 8 match to be the one crowning as a champion.
We're looking for the champion today, and it's a really exciting time as well because I think a lot of us were expecting, is it just going to be the Thai teams at the top of the leaderboard again? But we had a surprise come out of us from yesterday in particular. Bigatron Delta. This team came out of nowhere from Indonesia and they are waving the Indonesian flag high. But, before we jump into the broadcast for today, there's a pretty interesting prophecy that's kind of happened with Bigatron Delta in previous tournaments. And Farsha, I think you're a little bit more familiar with this, but Bigatron Delta, they do really great on day 1s, but day 2s, apparently that's when this team sort of goes downhill.
Yeah, I think because most of the times we keep on seeing them popping off very well for the early momentum, but then yet at the end of it all, suddenly once they move into the last stage or the last lap of it all, Bigatron started to slow down the tempo, or suddenly probably there's a possibility maybe the fire has gone out, or maybe there's also they are a little bit too comfortable or confident. But that could be a case. But other than that, I hope that won't be the case for today, because that was just the previous season or even the previous tournaments they encountered or had to go through. Maybe this time around for SPS, they learn their mistakes and they will keep it up for day number 2. But before that, let's take a look for day number 1. What has happened for our SPS?
Hey guys, day 1 was definitely an exciting day filled with close calls and insane gameplay. Let's break down what happened. The challenge finals started with an amazing map 1 in Bermuda. Everyone on the battlefield fought well and hard to get as much of a head start as possible. Twisted Minds and Team Vamos ended up having a full-on brawl to claim the first booyah of the finals. Going into map 2, the action and adrenaline did not relent, as chaotic moments during the game brought us to a Thailand showdown in the final moments between Team Falcons, AG Global and Broram United Esports. But the man advantage from Team Falcons proved too much to handle as they swiftly picked up that victory. The Thailand streak continues in map 3 as Twisted Minds secured their first booyah of the tournament by maintaining their man advantage throughout the map. They even had a little bit of unintended help from Crime MKS during their battle with Bigatron Delta. With Todak having a promising lead towards the end of map 4, everyone thought that they would flip the script against the Thailand teams. But with some insane shooting from the side of Dew and Caramel, AG Global managed to claw their way back and earn their first booyah. Map 5 gave us a nail-biting finish as we witnessed a 16-player brawl inside of the final zone. The chaos of glue walls, shotguns, and insane movement caused mayhem under such a cute robot structure. Broram had the most advantageous spot on top of the structure, but the team was thirsty for kills as they rode down to join the chaos, leaving Moshi behind. Even though Bigatron Delta won the brawl below, Moshi managed to out-heal them and secure the first booyah for his team. Our first 4-on-4 battle of the tournament happened in map 6 between Broram United Esports and Bigatron Delta. It was literally an uphill battle for Broram as they were forced to push into Bigatron Delta on a hill. With great positioning and accurate shots, Bigatron Delta finally came out on top and secured their first booyah of the tournament. This is especially good for them, seeing that they've been so close to securing the win multiple times. And this momentum from Bigatron Delta rode into map 7 as they yet again secured a booyah with all teammates left standing. With 2 booyahs on their back, Bigatron Delta was looking to get their 3rd win of the night, but Team Falcons stood in their way. The last moments of day 1 gave us a spectacular 4-on-4 battle between the two, but alas, only one team stood to win it. With all that action, it brings us here to day 2 with these current standings. Bigatron Delta leads with 6 points at 135 points. whereas AG Global, Team Falcons, and Boyram United Esports are at a solid positioning, hovering above 120 points. But it's still anyone's game to win with 8 maps to go, so stay tuned as we're about to witness the journey of our Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Season 5 Challenge Finals champion.
So, Bigatron Delta, are they going to be able to stay at the top of the mountain and keep their reign over the throne? Or is it going to potentially fall to one of our top teams from Thailand, which, let's be real, everyone knows AG Global, Falcons, and Boyram. These are 3 teams you see at the top of the leaderboard for all international tournaments. But we do have a couple of underdogs that I kind of feel, if they pull their finger out, could also potentially take the crown themselves. Now, this is also assuming that our top 4 teams kind of fumble the ball today, right? So, Bigatron, AG, Falcons, and Boyram, top 4, great position to win. But the teams I'm kind of looking at here, okay, Twisted Minds, RRQ Kazu, and Team Vamos, they are still in the running. But for them to be able to claim the title of champion, they're going to probably have to play the best games of Free Fire in their life.
Agree, definitely. And we had a lot of interviews with Team Vamos yesterday, and they talked about how this is a better performance coming from them. They are also already expected it, and hopefully they will be able to maintain that momentum they've already got from day number 1. Because the fact is, here on out, this is where they have to try their best to make a really good statement for the MSP, because a lot of the viewers out there, especially for the Malaysian fans, they have been talking about where is MSP, because we always stand out really good on our ground, on our national level when it comes to Malaysia, all entire teams. But when it goes into international or global scene, that's where MSP fall through and doesn't manage to be at the same standard with the rest of the regions. So hopefully Team Vamos, if they can maintain it, maybe like as the production say, there's a miracle chances coming in from Team Vamos if they can maintain their position or even keep up the momentum they've done on day number 1 and surprise us off to be crowned as a champion. We might see a history to be unfold.
History could potentially just be rewritten, changed, but it's going to have to come from some hard work. And I think most importantly, since we did have that first play day, I question how much research these teams have sort of done to look into each other for day 2, right? Because you've already had that day 1 play day. You have some information on the teams. Of course, you also have those previous information from previous seasons, as well as the tournaments leading up to this as well. And so trying to figure out, okay, if these teams like to drop here, are we going to play ultra safe? Do we want to play on the other side of the map? Do we want to target teams that are towards the bottom of the leaderboard that we feel comfortable hot dropping? I feel like for a team that is kind of struggling, maybe this is the best time to start taking risks, because what do you have to lose now?
Agree, definitely. And looking at this head-to-head stats right now, okay, these are the top 1 and top 2 teams. Bigatron and Delta, most of their average-wise is actually quite similar, because the aggression they put out on the maps itself, whether it's from Alpine or pretty much I see the most intense engagement that we see from Bigatron, how they are very confident to take over, is definitely coming in from Alpine, Nexterra, or even a Kalahari. That's where we see they raise off. AG Global, I feel that their aggression is very consistent to every single map, and this is where Bigatron has a difference between their teams as well as AG Global. Can they keep up with the aggression that AG Global has done, or will Bigatron falter suddenly, like we talked about how the prophecy is? Because I do not stand on the same ground, because I know this is coming from our other roster from the BM cast as well, because they have already seen on another FFWS or even on another tournament side, and going into AG Global, right? This is the most prominent teams from Thailand. They can actually be in the same level with our Buriram United Esport, because so far they actually surprised us off from the group stage itself, from the qualifier. Let me just repeat that, from the qualifiers to the group stage and up to a point at day number 1, they haven't even dropped a beat at all. No matter how it is, they have been performing very well.
They've been performing well. I think the most important word we're looking for here is consistency, right? So AG Global, if there's a team that you want to feel comfortable backing, right? AG Global, very, very solid choice. Bigatron Delta, I think a lot of people were not expecting Bigatron to outperform themselves. But I'm actually really glad that we did this comparison because it just also goes to show the contrasting play styles between these two teams, because we did see from the previous statistics, AG Global, big emphasis on eliminations.
Yep.
If we do go back to the main leaderboard at some point, they're leading in terms of eliminations.
Yes.
It's only the placement points that they're missing out on, and it's mainly because of the difference in booyahs, right? Because Bigatron, they've got 2. AG Global, I think AG is sitting on 1 at the moment. So all it takes for AG to really catch up, or essentially our top 3 teams, they just need a booyah.
Agree, definitely.
And if Bigatron Delta, I fear for this team, all it takes is for them to have one round where it's just in the gutter, something goes wrong, they get eliminated early, and it opens the door wide open for so many teams to take their place on that leaderboard.
Agree, definitely. And we talked about top 1 and top 2. Let's go back to those who are at the bottom as well, just close enough from that 100 match point itself. We got Buriram as well as Team Falcons. Buriram, they didn't even had any booyah for 4 maps itself, yet they maintain at the top before being trampled at the end of the day. That shows how much Buriram United was so aggressive, but they lost some of their touches from that reach out, or probably from the second half of the game itself. So it begs the question, can Buriram United, because we've talked about how they've been denied so many times here for the SPS, if they go for the different tournaments of international, they will be the one who crowns as a champion. But SPS wise, coming into the new roster whereby Wasana coming into Buriram United Esports, he haven't able to taste that crown, the champions of SPS itself. So that it actually comes to show that Buriram United Esports, why is it that when it comes to SPS, they have been a little bit of struggle? Team Falcons, I mean, we saw them before. They have a really good motion. They have had a really good run off from not only from FFWS to EWC, but suddenly coming into the earlier or even previous FFWS from the fall season, this is where Team Falcons have a little bit of inconsistency on their own gameplay, and it goes to show that even with you as the big giants from Thailand, there's a possibility like Bigatron, we talked about it. They are the Thai Slayer, but maybe not enough to slay them, to shut them down, to complete getting the crown itself.
I think there's also going to be this extra threat going into day number 2, because firstly, you've had a fantastic day number 1. Bigatron are going to have a target on their back now. So obviously this is something that they have to be worried about. And I wonder, how are they going to prepare for this? The fact that they could be targeted by the Thai teams.
Yeah.
We are going to find out about this very shortly, but we are still getting ready for game number 1 here, folks. But before that, we're going to go for a quick break. So if you need to, toilet, snacks, do whatever you need to, call your friends, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes as we get ready to jump into game number 1 after this break.
Here we go!
Welcome back, guys. So this is it. This is the schedule. Just like we've talked about, it's gonna be the first set of all of our maps on Free Fire. Started out with Bermuda, the OG maps, going into Purgatory for the second match. Kalahari is the third one, Alpine for the fourth, and Nexterra will be the fifth one. And 3 maps will be randomized again for our day number 2. You're back with me, Fasha Bunny, as well as Danielle in the house.
Ready for game number 1.
Yeah.
This is the most exciting thing for me because we had 8 games yesterday. We're jumping into technically game number 9.
Yeah.
Debuting day number 2. I want to see what changes are going to be made from these teams. Is anyone going to do anything, something surprising, something shocking? Are we going to be seeing a hot drop that no one is anticipating? So what are we predicting at this point?
I mean, it's crazy to figure out whether or not the teams be able to actually repeat what they did yesterday, because this is Battle Royale we're talking about, and sometimes things can surprise us off. But the one that surprises us the most is going to be our top player for day number 1, whereby AG. I mean, we had a lot of clip yesterday whereby 1 shot, 1 kill. He got the shot, just immediately shut in on everyone from the long range. He is a sniper to be not reckoned at all, because he has average 4.67 kills, average accuracy. I mean, along the way, the whole entire day itself, he had 23,000 damage compared to our top teams, which is actually our top player. Cypher was supposed to be the one who had 27 kills, but do you imagine, Cypher only get like 12,000, but do you get 23,000 damage compared to his own teammates?
I think it just goes to show how aggressive AG Global was yesterday. Because if you're the one producing the most damage in a match, then it just goes to show they're the ones making the calls, making the plays, being the ones that are the aggressors, and trying to push the game into a position where it's advantageous for them. Because you could play defensive and you can sort of just react and wait for everything to come to you, which is going to result in lower damage numbers. I think that is the inevitable reality. But for AG Global to want to take their own fates and put it into their own hands, and they decide where these fights happen, when does it happen, and obviously execute it in a way that's going to be that will help them. I actually think this is a really good sign for AG for day number 2 if they can continue with that aggressive momentum to day number 2, because something we have seen in the past with some of our teams at tier 1 tournaments is that day number 1, super hot, getting all of the eliminations, maybe not booyahs all the time, but you're getting consistent kill points every single match. And then for some reason, it's like they've run out of gas, they run out of steam, the hot water's finished, and they play extremely passive.
Agreed,
For
definitely.
day number 2.
I do.
A team that I do want to see pick up, though, is Team Vamos. We did talk a little bit about MSP. And look, Vamos, I feel like this team is so close to being at the same caliber as our Thai teams. They scored so many points yesterday. They are so high up on that leaderboard. They just need a little bit more to take over.
Agree, definitely, because earlier out from the game number 1, imagine who would have expected they will be the one who get the first booyah. They actually put a really good predicament for themselves, a really good standard. And even though the fact that some people already said if you got the first booyah, that's when you put a really huge target at the back of your mind, and you have to really be careful. But Team Vamos really push in from game number 1 to game number 4. The only matches I see that they have a little bit of probably struggle to go in for rotation, it has to be the map Alpine or even Nexterra. That's when Team Vamos was having a lot of wrong rotation. They had to contest a lot of their engagements, or even and at the last moment of our day number 1 itself, that's when Team Vamos has lost a little bit of their beat, but they did try their best for that, at least for the engagement. And we do see that elimination point that is what pushing Team Vamos, and hopefully for our day number 2 is gonna be the same case for all of our teams. This is it, game number 1. Let's go to Bermuda.
Super exciting times here, folks. Let's see what's the flight path going to be for game number 9, because we are at the halfway point of the competition. So because it's day number 2, what differences, what altercations, how are these teams going to adapt, and is somebody going to start taking all those points? Let's see if we're going to be seeing any interesting hot drops, any aggressive plays, because at the moment we're kind of maybe seeing one here. Vamos and PT Esports sort of colliding there in that top section near Shipyard, whereas down towards the bottom of the map we are seeing a little bit of RRQ and P Esports as well, it seems.
Okay, even on the left side of the map, we've got Observatory with Purgatory as well as Falcon and Graveyard, so they know they are close by to each other. But the fact that right now PT Sport will be the one who gets the first 2 elimination in their hands, they already shut down a couple of players. But Team Vamos, not to worry, this is just early scrimmage, and they did manage to bring back June as well as Cat EZ. On the other side of Clock Tower, the fight continues. Toda will be contesting with PE Sport as well as RRQ Kazoo. Unfortunately, only leaving Toda Wings all by himself. He's gonna have to pick himself up, but PE Sport is the one to be shut down by Toda themselves, even though they have a lot of struggle with that third wave fight by RRQ Kazoo.
And it looks like they've brought the entire team back as well. So Todak, they are not completely out of this game, but the issue is that they're now sharing the same territory as RRQ. So we could be seeing a couple more casualties here if Dudes is able to spot them out, because RRQ, they've got 3 eliminations under their belt and they're looking really healthy here as well.
Okay, let's see. Dudes know the fact that there is someone in this compound. He's gonna actually just wait it out. And there's a shot coming in from Taps. That's already an information put for Dudes. The matter is right now whether RRQ Kazoo is going into the compound together to go in for the ambush. Because the fact is, they didn't manage to bring Raja back. They didn't actually manage to go in for the help. But it seems that Winx is overlooking. He spotted one out. He's gonna actually try to shoot, but at the same time, he's having a lot of damage coming in from Abai, who finally ambushed into his side, takes down Traps as well as Winx coming into the picture right now to be shut down, so leaving only Sensei the one to survive it out.
Yeah, and it was a very good play for Sensei as well to fly away from the team. He didn't choose to stay there with the rest of his roster, so he's going to have a pretty difficult game trying to go for those buybacks, but we'll see if he can be successful with this, as we still see Vamos and PTE here. And Vamos, they do have Jun on the ground. Kathisi just trying to find that opening. Legoloth scouting behind these palm trees, trying to see if it can actually catch anyone out, but PT Esports really making great use of their cover at the moment, just being really unsnipeable at this point. Just Vamos struggling to find that opening. They do find Zensi though. The rest of the team is a little bit further away. Kathisi going to rush over to Varna in the back line. Godevan going to try and support Zensi here. If they can get rid of Crime and Co, that would be a fantastic opening for the team. But Crime gets spotted. Vamos down a player.
I mean, at least Varna was taken out with the backstab coming in from KTZ. Now, still have 1 player right in front. There's actually 2 players. Zensi was trying as hard as he could, but Zensi did manage to bring back Varna. Unfortunately, Godwin was shut down by June immediately. 1 more play to go before Zensi was taken out. At least he managed to bring back the last 2 players from the team of PT Esports.
And actually, it looks like they are going to be pursued as well. Don going to the vending machine, going to bring back Godwin. So PT Esports, they're not out of this yet. And maybe, you know, the fact that Todak trying to go for this chase here, they can go for a nice, quick and easy elim here onto Wings, as they do have 2 players, but Varna's just come in, so he's not going to have the correct weapon to try and go for the elim, so it might be up to Wings to try and grab this. Now, unfortunately, you know, oh wait, he gets scouted and taken out. There goes Wings.
I mean, it was just not in the right time and the right place. I mean, the fact that Wings saw 1 player, he didn't actually scouted the area properly to know that there's 2 players of PT Sport. It was just a misfortune for him. But on the other note, as Clock Tower was cleared out by RRQ Kazoo or by the team of Toda, now GOW comes along to continue the fight. Razor going to chase after 2 players, but unfortunately, he both take down each other, Iza as well as Razor, but at the same time, GOW will be picking up Iza back again, so that's going to be 1 elimination in the hands of GOW. Looking for the next one, Dion trying to actually go in for a fight, but no! He was taken out by Mal with a really good shot there with a sniper, but at the same time, right this instant, Mal got to be careful, 2v1 situation. He's being chased after by Demon as well as Ton right at the top. Right, this is a team. RRQ has got to be careful. Mal running away for dear life. He's throwing his back off. He finally put the glue wall, 2 glue wall, but Ton, he's not relentless. He's going to do all he can to try to get him out of there. And 1 more place to go. He goes for the launch, and there you go. Mal struck down by the GOW 2 players.
Now, they did bring back Abe, so he's going to have to try and play catch-up for this team yet again. But GOW off to a fantastic start, eliminating a major team in the competition in RRQ. Now, we do have Twisted Minds here going for a little skirmish themselves. Just going to take out Crime MKS there, sneaking a nice little point for themselves out in that blue zone. Back to Vamos. We still have 2 players here. We've got Legoloth and Kathese just trying to play catch-up because they are down at 2 players. This is kind of painful to watch, you know. We were sort of talking about Vamos. They were one of the teams that could potentially steal the crown if they have a golden day today. But off to a really, really weak start. Not looking so great for them at the moment, unfortunately.
Agreed, definitely. I mean, this is what we talked about. The moment you put out a good booyah at Bermuda map, and we didn't even have any repeat of Bermuda yesterday. So definitely, they are trying to actually target Team Vamos. We are seeing it from one angle to another angle. They keep on meeting with another enemy. So this is something that Team Vamos got to be careful. Abai, on the other note, he's moving very further and further away to the outside zone, trying to survive it out, making sure that he will not be spotted. I know that he's actually trying to sacrifice himself before being spotted out by Toda, but I think Wings already knows it. And this is actually like a deja vu because I already see that RRQ Kazu always running away right at the end of the island, and Toda will be the one to spot him out. But let's see if Wings can be able to do so to clear it out for the team of RRQ Kazu, or will Abai be safe and not being spotted out by the one sniper?
Yeah, it depends on Wings how thoroughly he wants to scout the islands. And it looks like he's just looking at the compounds. He's not predicting one of the edge palm trees, so he's not going to spot him out at all. So Abe gets to survive for another couple minutes, but it's going to be tough going into the circle because we are getting ready to head into our next circle, and Abe is on the edge of the map. We have not seen a vehicle in sight here, so it's going to be a long, long path for him to make it in. And also, he's somehow got to get past the Todak roster because they're going to be in his path as well.
Agree, definitely. I mean, like, if there's a possibility of him, and there's a UAV been used there as well, there's a possibility RRQ Kazu, no, they got to be careful. Abai got to be careful knowing that Wings is around the area, and if he try to go in, even try
They really want Abe. Like, look at the fact that Todak...
They got it. They got an info already.
Yeah. So on the other side here, looks like Wasana has caught out 18 Deer on the hill. It's going to be a 1v1 at the moment. Says Boram. They haven't fully grouped up yet, but they will have backup coming in. So there goes 18 Deer for Star Knights out of the picture. The rest of the team is okay, but for Star Knights, it just fires MKS. He's found a vending machine, buys back the entire team, but one of the most difficult things in the game of Free Fire, even though you can keep buying your teammates back, if you keep buying your teams back and the later the game goes, the tougher it gets because sure, you have your teammates back, but your inventories are barren.
Yeah, and you got to share it. The sharing is carrying right at this instant, and this is something that they have to do. But oh, Saming, the sniper right here from Twisted Mind, taking down Zenzi. Really good move coming in with the Ritz rhythm as well. So we definitely see Twisted Mind on another level as well. I think this is actually a great consistency from them as well from yesterday. They started off really good as well. So Twisted Mind, and we do see that team Vamos. June nicely shot right there, taking down another elimination in his hand. Team Vamos had a really rough start, but as they go in for the reset, they're looking better than ever.
Yeah, those last couple picks, I mean, they're sitting at 7 elims. They're leading in terms of kill points as well. So even though it's been a very rough start for Vamos, they are making that comeback happen. You know, miracles can absolutely happen. It comes down to the execution and whether or not you can make that recovery happen. Speaking of recovery, PT Esports going to be losing one player there as he gets sniped by X-Posey. Twisted Minds looking to bring themselves back into this game as well. Speaking of Twisted Minds, we are going to be seeing a jump here though as they found Don. They take him out right away thanks to Salming's impressive snipes. And they could be going for another player here as well, but it looks like they have secured themselves a vehicle, so maybe not so easy to secure that elim there. But Wings on the side of Todak has been knocked.
Okay, at least PT Esport has bring back all of the players again, so this is a reset for the team of PT Esport. But Don, no!
Oh, he thought he was safe.
He was not safe. He was struck down straight away by Bigatron right inside that peak. And on the other side, GOW is going to continue on fighting off with Team Falcon. A lot of damage been done here, but nobody has been having a little bit of the casualty. But Falcon going in for the dash. Oh, Trogon right in the head. Ton will be the first one to be taken down. Dian is moving away from the fight. There's one player right outside the area of the glue wall. But now Dash comes through from On Fire, shooting down to Ton. Doesn't get the knockdown that he's in, but one more will be the one who takes down Dian. Now 2 more players to go from the side of GOW. Isa also been shot down, and GOW will be eliminated immediately by the Team Falcons.
That's a tough one as well, because this is GOW's one of their strongest maps. So for them to be taken out of the picture here, they're going to have to try and play catch up in their remaining 7 games for today. The Falcons, they've been very quiet up until this point, so they are now starting to get a little bit of blood on their hands. And the question is, can they get any more? Because Falcons, they are one of the top 4 teams, sitting very, very close to their Thai brethren in 2nd and 4th place. You know, Falcons, they also have a very good chance of winning this tournament, but I actually think this team needs to pick it up in eliminations. They cannot play safe.
Agree, definitely. Coming off right now, Toda also had a really rough start as well at the clock tower, but as they make it to progressively moving away from RRQ Kazu, now they're also having at least 3 elimination in their points. I mean, the top teams, or even the teams that was having a lot of struggle from the start, it has to be RRQ Kazu, Team Vamos, but they still really surviving it all out. But Twisted Mind on the note right now, meeting off with the Joanna. Joanna will be taken down. Wasana will be slingshotting himself with the launch pad.
Lucky.
To survive. At least still survive it out. But at the same time, Moshi spotted out. Star Knight fight is all alone, but it's gonna be Moshi. Takes him down immediately for another elimination in the hands of Buriram. While Wasana try to survive it out away from Twisted Mind. Moshi is on his own journey.
Now we do have Todak taking on Falcons. They are down a player, unfortunately, whereas they haven't managed to pick anyone down on the side of Falcons themselves. So for Todak, unless they can eliminate them here, they might be out of the running now. They do get Peter, but Todak, complete team wipe, and they didn't even get to finish picking off Peter, so they won't even grab the point there, unfortunately. This is going to land them in 10th place. Not a great start here for Todak, unfortunately, as we are going to be seeing Star Knights fighting Buriram. Now, Buriram, they are not at a full 4-man roster. They did have 2 players get picked off, unfortunately, so they are playing with limited resources, but they are going to be able to grab some decent loot and 2 elimination points, as they have picked up Coach Heel and 18 Deer.
Oh, nicely done, Wasana. Great CDC there, but at the same time, Lim right here has been spotted out by Twisted Mind. He's got to be careful. He's fighting for his life right now, but he knows for a fact that this is not the safe place to go in. He's going to go in for the long rotation. Hopefully Twisted Mind doesn't go in, but it seems that Twisted Mind has that in their idea. They're already going in for the rush. Lim is not safe. Launcher been put out. He has half of his line, but Nameless is right in front. Going to actually break the glue wall. Going in for 1-2, and there you go. Star Knight's been eliminated straight away on the 9th spot.
And this also kicks Twisted Minds up into our kill leader position. 10 eliminations under their belt. This was another team that needed to have a miracle run today, and this is a great start. They haven't had to buy anyone back. They have their full inventories, and look at their positioning as well. They're in such a good spot. They don't have to deal with anyone coming from the northern side. They just have to worry about Bigatron on their left side and maybe Buriram, but Twisted Minds could be another major team that could maybe grab our first booyah for the day. Now, we did see an elimination there onto RRQ. This team was another one that really struggled. They did buy back as we were heading into that 3rd circle, but they were flying into the center of that circle, and they just flew into too many teams, was just not able to make that recovery happen. Now, speaking of recovery, Vamos is a team that has made a spectacular recovery today, but their next opponent, Team Falcons, it's going to be a big one.
Oh, going in for the run for the compound. One more was taken out, but at the same time right now, Karora ready with a double vector in the hands. June cover himself up with the glue. Right now on fire, trying to break it off. They know for a fact they need to go in, but they go into the 2nd floor first of all, looking for the next one. It seems that Vamos trying to actually survive it out, but there's one player trying to actually hold it out.
It's because of AG!
Oh, AG making themselves injected inside this compound, and Vamos made out alive, but June still surviving it out, making sure that Team Falcon doesn't spot it out. AG was just inserting themselves for a while, and now they're pushing on another team. This is crazy, but at least it gives a little bit of leeway for Team Vamos to breathe there before Team Falcon was taking them down.
It was the perfect 3rd party because they were so... Vamos and such, they were so busy with one another that AG just comes in, throws a couple grenades. The team's disintegrated. So for AG to come in like this, another clear path for this team to potentially win this, as we see Twisted Minds trying to run away from AG themselves. themselves. They still have one player on the side of Falcons here. Bigatron on the map as well, playing on that high ground. They do have vision, but they don't have a lot of cover to work with. And look at this. Some of our matchups. We have AG versus Boyram, Twisted Minds versus Bigatron. It looks like these are going to be our last 4 teams here. Fasha.
Oh, Twisted Mind already eliminated the Team Falcon. I mean, that was a really good move. An opportunity that was already been served in a silver platter because they already spotted out the fight that was already started out by AG as well as Team Falcon towards the side of Team Vamos on the other side right here. AG, high ground definitely goes out to them. Grenade been thrown out. Get high, getting a little bit of damage right here. But Cypher, one-on-one right here. At the same time, we do see that Stock 7 coming in for the push as Cypher takes down Get High. Now looking for the 2 players left. Oh, Half-Line coming in for Wasana as well. Now one more player to go for Buriram United. Unfortunately, they didn't spot it out that one player, Buriram, still surviving now. Using the monster strike to move away. It seems that Bigatron is going to insert themselves to go in for the backstab of AG Global.
They're going to have to, because if they want to grab those elims, it's the best time to do so. This is such an awkward circle because it's on a hillside. You don't have any clear cover as well. It's a battle of glue wall with Bigatron playing in the backside. Twisted Minds running into the fray as well. Bigatron, though, we still have Moshi in play for Boyram, but he's hidden in a whole bunch of blue walls.
He's sandwich, man. He's a sandwich. He's a patty right in the buns of every single enemy right now.
Yeah.
And on this side, to the side, they're able to take down Nems. First of all, it's going to be Salman. On the other note, Bigatron, who move into AG Global, and they managed to clear them out immediately. But this is it. This is going to be a 4v3 situation as this is Mike coming in through. Kyung looking for a way out. Doesn't spot anyone. Koja just holding the position, trying to breathe it out. Moving into the side of Twisted Mind. Did manage to spot out one player. There's only left with only Dix. One survivor left for the team of Bigatron, but Twisted Mind clears out Dix as well, making the first booyah in the hands of Twisted Minds.
You know, well, speaking of miracle plays, miracle teams, and for game number 1, it goes towards Twisted Minds. This is a team that, again, we spoke about this earlier on. Twisted Minds was one of the listed teams alongside Vamos that can break into top 3 and even win the entire tournament if they have some great games. And to start off with 29 points. They had 17 eliminations for this round, plus the 12 points as well. This is going to bump them right up there. Sure, maybe not with our top 4 teams, but it puts them one step closer to breaking into that top 4.
Agree. I mean, like, again, this is what we've been asking from the group stage or even from the qualifier itself, where we've talked about how Twisted Mind, they have been performing so well from the SPS Mobile Masters, but then started out going to EWC, even from the FFWS as well. Their actually Spark has lost a little bit of their shine, but then coming into the SPS, even so, from the group stage, they didn't actually had a lot of the fire boost that we expected, but going into play-ins, that's where we see Twisted Mind suddenly popping off very well and moving into the finals as well. Twisted Mind just blew our mind and surprised us even more further, and coming into day number 2, if they keep this up even more further, we are about to see Twisted Mind making a comeback again.
Look, comebacks, miracles, anything can happen.
Yeah.
It's just what decisions do you make in the heat of the moment, especially with how many teams and how many players we're still surviving in this endgame. I do believe we were sitting on like 16, 15 players with 4 teams here. And so with so many bodies, and look at how open this is. We had monster trucks coming in. We had a barrage of glue walls. Glue wall melters, anything that could break those glue walls were very, very crucial for this. And the fact that Twisted Minds, like, they won the game with almost the entire roster standing. They had one player down on the ground, but like, what could Bigatron do? If you can't land the finishing blows, you're not going to win the game that way.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that I do want to give credit a little bit of BTR though, even despite that they were denied of the Booyah as well, and they were having a little struggle when it comes to fighting with the rest of the Twisted Mind itself, they had a really good rotation. The fact that they pulled through to the side of AG Global, they waited for the right time for the backstab. It was just the matter of fact that you insert yourself too much to a point that you lose your one player to fight a really good fair fight with the team of Twisted Mind. That is a struggle. But 55,000, I think this is pretty much the same average damage that we saw from the first game, whenever it's a first game, that's where we see most of the teams popping off really well. It's like maybe the adrenaline rush on the first game itself that push all the teams try to do their best, at least from the start itself. And going into the stats right now, we got 5 kills by Saming. I mean, we already know for a fact that this is one of the players that need to be watched out. His snipe is not to be messed around.
But I think we also have to give big props to Diamond. He was sitting on 8 eliminations. He hard carried for his team in the front lines, like where they needed him most. He absolutely set things up for the team. Sure, maybe everyone else didn't get the finish offs, but at the end of the day, a kill's a kill, right? And a kill's a point. So do whatever it takes to grab those points. I think for Twisted Mind fans, it's a very exciting moment because they're looking really strong for game number 1 of day 2. The question is, can they keep this up? Now, it's not to say that it's all doom and gloom for everyone else in the competition, because the majority of the teams that survived in the end game of this round were also our top leaderboard teams. I think most importantly, all eyes are on Bigatron Delta. I think the question remains originally is, they're at the top, can they stay at the top? And to be fair, they are still performing consistently. They are getting placement points. They are also getting elimination points. They're not getting these placements and kills by chance. They are putting the effort in to set themselves up for victory. So Bigatron Delta, great news for our Indonesian viewers as well if you are cheering for Bigatron Delta, because they're staying up there. They gotta, if they want to stay up there though, they have to pull their finger out. And I think at some point, maybe they have to try and scare the competition a little bit to say that, okay, guys, yesterday was just a little bit of a fluke. We're going to change things up a little bit. We're going to challenge you. We're not going to let you challenge us. We will challenge you. Because I said this earlier today, I fear for teams that are sitting at the top of the leaderboard, they are so hard pressed in preserving their placements that sometimes you get a little defensive. I do not want this to happen for Bigatron. I don't want this to happen at all, because we get more exciting games because everyone's looking for those elimination points. But sometimes defense is not really the way to win the game in Free Fire. You need to keep up the offense if you want to keep the game in a way that's favorable to you, because defensive playstyles, it suits certain teams, but not everyone is capable of playing defensively.
Agreed. That's definitely true, because going back to defense-wise, it can actually backfire you at the moment, at a crucial moment where you thought that maybe just by surviving it out, it'll be enough for you guys to be able to pull through for that top one to maintain it off. And right now, Twisted Minds has a different kind of approach. They say that let's go for elimination and also going for rotation. But this is something is quite different from what we saw from the group stage itself, because Twisted Mind is one of the teams that always play safe until the end, that they need to pull through for the elimination. But here on out, this is the round 1 standings. We got Twisted Mind with 29 points, Bigatron 20, Team Falcons, I mean, not too shabby as well with 16 points. I mean, they were doing well as well. I think Team Falcons, compared to yesterday for Bermuda, they were a little bit messy because they didn't know where to go, who they want to actually go into approach. They wanted to fight with PE esports previously, but then here on up for day number 2, I think I like how they decided to preserve all their energy, just wait for the right moment to go in for the engagement. AJ Global with 15, tying up with Buram United Esport, and Team Vamos still on the left side of the board. I'm loving them. Even
You're impressed.
Yeah, right?
Look, the consistency is there. And to be fair, Vamos, they did really well in that game, considering that things did look a little bit dire at the beginning. It didn't look the best, but they made the recovery happen. They got the placements, they got the eliminations. I think that was a pretty surprising one as well. So the Vamos, not doing too bad. But I think the question now is that, looking at this leaderboard, I think this is a really good example of what we are also currently seeing on the main leaderboard, because everyone on the left-hand side, they are our top runners. They're our top teams. We're not seeing anyone from the bottom of the leaderboard suddenly coming in with that surprise booyah. So the order of power has been established, but there is absolutely room for teams to change, to move, to shift, and for Twisted Minds, they're looking to try and get up there, but we'll have to see what happens in game number 2. But before we get things ready for game number 2, we're going to go for a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a couple minutes for match number 2. Welcome back, survivors, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. We have wrapped up game number 1 here with Twisted Minds securing a fabulous booyah on Bermuda. And now we're getting ready to heat things up here onto Purgatory. We could be seeing a water circle, we could be seeing a dry land circle, an island circle. We don't know. It's going to be up to the map. But our teams, they're warmed up, they're ready to go, and the power rankings, the hierarchy on the leaderboard has kind of been established, because for that first matchup, all of our top teams were in the top 6. I think that was something that people were wondering, because it's day 2, they've had a day to think, to scrim, to practice, to research, and to sort of change things up here for day number 2, but not much has changed, it looks like, when it comes to what is happening on that leaderboard. Speaking of the overall standings here, Fasha, let's break things down here. What has happened since game number 1?
After game number 1, who would have thought that Twisted Mind from the top 7, they managed to go into top 5 for that the booyah. Now 115 in their hands, taking down Team Vamos at the top 6, still maintaining with 106. Buriram United Esports still maintain at the 4th place. Team Falcons, but on the other side, I think this is where the fine line that we've talked about. I mean, most of the teams that already gotten the booyah for themselves, they maintain on the left side of the scoreboard, right? But on the right side, RRQ, Kazoo, Star Knight Esports, PT Esports, Toda, GOW Esports, P Esports themselves, despite that there are certain teams that are very aggressive when we talk about from coming in from group stage or even from play-ins. Now moving into challenge finals, this is where they struggle the most and they cannot keep up with those who are at the top.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the leaderboard rankings, it's a good example of nothing really changed. We had 3 shifts, Twisted Minds going up 2 places, and Vamos and RRQ going down 1 place each. So going into game number 2, we're going to have to see if anything changes here, if we're going to be seeing any more shifts, any more bomb outs, are we going to be seeing any crazy plays? Because I want to see some desperation. I want to see some risky plays, because I think we saw normal stuff for Bermuda. We wouldn't really say that there has been a lot going on, but I want to see a big hot drop. I want to see something big happen. I want to see something crazy. Vamos, this is a team that we were really hoping would be able to maybe have a couple of miracle runs today, and unfortunately their dreams are kind of cut short originally.
I mean, okay, not to say that they didn't do as much as they're supposed to do, which they should, but the fact is, there was a firepower, there is, but it's just still not enough to say that they can be able to be at that top right now for that overall standing. So far right now, they are doing as much as they could, but they need to do at least probably even double or triple more that they want if they have to, because the fact is right now, most of the struggle coming in from the early games was just amazing. They had a really good reset, but then this is where I even talked about it with you previously on the recess just now, whereby Team Vamos, the moment they move into the safe compound or even into the circle, right, they try to actually be very defensive. And you talked about how when you go in for defensive mode, this is where it might backfire you. You can't be so passive to a point that the enemies will try to actually scare you away. So Team Vamos, they got to do something when it comes to finding the balance of the passive and aggressiveness.
Yeah. So let's see if anything happens or anything changes here for Vamos, because I think game number 1, I hope they're warmed up. You know, sometimes you kind of need to be slapped in game number 1 and just like, okay, no, we're awake, we're ready, we're ready to grab these points. We are also going for the map change as well. So I think for some teams this might be a bit beneficial, but to be fair, everyone knows how to play Bermuda, so we can't really say it's too much of an advantage for these teams. But Purgatory is a bit of a different monster, because there is some RNG involved, especially with predicting the circle here, because we've seen some water circles which have been game-changing for certain teams, where if you're on the wrong side, sorry, no, you guessed wrong.
And the fact that day number 1, we do see that Bigatron having a better upper hand when it comes to Purgatory. They love to play on the high ground, and this is something could also be into the interjection of all the teams if they do their research. If they try to actually pull away this team fight here for the Purgatory, Bigatron, they have something up there, at least something that they have to be careful moving into this match number 2 or match number 10 for our day number 2 challenge finals.
It's going to be a nice diagonal circle as well. So let's see what's going to be the choice of drop points for our teams. At the moment, we're not seeing anything too drastic, but it might change sometime soon, as we're seeing a lot of teams really spread out actually, Fasha. Lots of teams really just trying to get that opening securing of loot. However, RRQ and Star Knights, they're right next to each other.
Oh no, and Twisted Mind decided to pop off at the Mode House, which we did know for a fact that Toadot loves to actually step up at the area of the Mode House on the northern side of Purgatory. So this is inevitable fight indeed though, so they gotta contest it off. Two players already traded off each other. Now Truck coming in for Expo Z. Takes down Expo Z. One more play to a diamond, half of line, coming in for a fight. Oh, but unfortunately Traps loses the fight, now leaving only Raja as well as Wings. Did manage to bring back Sensei though, but at this moment right now, it's still a win for the side of Twisted Mind, as just because they were knocked down, they managed to bring back the teammates. So there was not even a casualty to give the team of Toda for the elimination points.
This is insane too, because Twisted Minds were the ones to grab the booyah in the previous round. They're in 5th place. They are in prime position to break into top 4. All it takes is a good game, and to have this kind of start, this is the kind of head start that they want, to secure those first initial eliminations, because that also helps with boosting your team's morale. Now, speaking of, we do have a bit of an Indonesian skirmish here, as you do see Liam hitting the ground, unfortunately. Arbe going to be shooting from the sidelines. Mal also securing an elimination onto 18 Deer himself, so RRQ looking to redeem themselves after a bit of a weak game 1.
Agree, definitely. I think RRQ Kazu has been having a rough night from yesterday. And now, look at that, with a long range Razor taking down Faiz immediately. RRQ Kazu looking good so far. I mean, again, we talked about day number 1. They have been struggling. RRQ Kazu is one of the teams that we know for a fact they love to play at the edges of the circle. They always move around, try to rotate, try to survive, and always try to avoid engagement unless it's needed, and they still manage to reset themselves, but that's only for survival wise. Engagement wise, if they had to pull through for a fight, they end up sometimes losing from one end to another end. But RRQ Kazu looking good so far with the fight of Star Knights. Hopefully it will be maintained. Going into Team Vamos with the Buram United right now, as they spotted out one player. Unfortunately Catty Z will be tagged off by Wasana with the Trogan, but at the same time Wasana is going to be shot from the sideline by Legolas right here for the backup. At the same time, there is a backup from Get High from the distance, but Wasana was taken out already with June with a sniper. Now looking for the next one. We do have 2 more players to go from Buram, who's already moving away. Wow, Twisted Mind inserting themselves as well to fight out with Team Vamos. This is a 3-way fight, and Buram says, I'm out of here.
Very surprising. Buram going to be chased out of that zone, unfortunately, and Vamos going to be able to survive for another day there. So Buram going to go have to lick their wounds for the moment. And obviously, as long as this team is left untouched and they're allowed to recover, we are going to be seeing them back to their regular old selves. Now, speaking of, let's go back to Twisted Minds, the team that, that was not a successful launch there, unfortunately, for Twisted Minds. But a bit of some tree action there. But Exposy does successfully land onto the Moat House Island, so they're going to try and cause a little bit of chaos here onto the Todak players. And this is some bad news for Todak, because you do not want to be fighting Twisted Minds this early on in the competition.
I mean, this is what we see from yesterday as well. This is where Twisted Mind was already been targeted, and the fact that Toda as well as Team Vamos, Twisted Mind was scattered around, only left with Diamond, one last man standing, and then they managed to shut down Twisted Mind. As a revenge redemption here for Twisted Mind to hold on to say like, Toda, we're back to come back to get our win. And here on out, coming in, Exposy will be the one to take down Raja with the Trogan. A really good electropy as well to the side of Team Twisted Mind, sticking together, making sure that they will pick one after another from that Team Toda itself.
Yeah, and I don't know about the play that happened just now from Sensei. He threw a couple of pot shots which revealed his position. He will buy Wings back into this game, but he's basically put a target on his head because he did reveal his position. So we'll see if he's able to outrun that chase. In the meantime, though, we're going to be seeing Crime, MKS, and Legoloth just trying to leave the vicinity as they run into P Esports. They found a vehicle here for Kathesi, who's actually second-guessing on using it. I'm surprised they're going to try and throw a couple pot shots back. It does connect onto Koi, but nothing too lethal, just a little bit of chip damage for the time being. I mean, Vamos, you know, the fact that they're trying to make these little plays happen, unfortunately, it's not successful yet, but they've got to try and find these little openings. So whatever they got to do, even if it's just cutting someone's health bar in half, it's something.
True, that is true. At least to get some info or input, or at least try to limit out the resources in the hands of Team PE Sport itself, because they know this is something also to be playing around and mess around as well for the mind games.
Oh,
itself. And
traps.
here on out, traps a little bit too
traps.
open. Saming opening it up with a glue wall there, breakers
Ooh,
straight
the
away,
dash.
and traps dash away, trying to move from the shots, but one more shot to go.
Ooh.
Saming, one more, can he make it? Yep, he did make it. And traps, you can do all the zigzag, but Saming will be able to get you down anyway.
Needed a little bit more nature there, a tree, a rock, anything to break that line of sight. But I mean, Traps wasted a little bit of time. I really like the way that he used the cover of the tree just to sort of stop the shots initially from connecting. Now, GOW, they're going to be up for a pretty tough skirmish here as they run into Team Falcons. And they're sharing this area as well. Now, for GOW, they're going to be playing around with the compound with Falcons circling the building. And I think the question is whether or not they can find a safe way in.
Okay, this is not
Oh,
good.
they actually exited.
Yeah, they're going in. They're going to break the glue wall first of all. Peter trying to find a way to go in on fire. Try to get closer to GOW, but doesn't want to overextend. But oh, there's someone right in the open. He spotted out Dion. He's going in for the dash. One shot, two shot, and he takes him down immediately. Dion will be the first one to be the victor. On the other hand, he's looking for the rest one. Oh, but come through with a backup, and he was shut down. But Demon clears out one as a teammate, and Falcons a little bit too slow for the backup, but it's okay. They pretty much just bring back one more for the fight straight away. They don't need to worry much, but at the same time, they did manage to get the kill points. Now, Falcons got to do a reset a little bit. Peter tried to do a long-range shot, but ended up he having a little bit of damage, so he had to pull back before being shut down by Team GOW.
This is such an awkward fight for GOW because you're not really in a great position to just leave. They're stuck here, unfortunately, and to lose Isa, you're one player down as well. So for GOW, I mean, I hope they can come up with something creative. Either they somehow eliminate Falcons, or they manage to slip somebody away, but it's going to be so difficult, especially with the amount of vision available here for Falcons. No one's been caught so far, but a lot of time is being used, and that circle is slowly moving in, so time is ticking for these guys to start moving at some point.
Okay, let's see. It seems that GOW just running around through every single compound, trying to find a way to just mess around with every single location so that Team Falcon would not know. But Isa, I think that he's finally going in for a fight with Kororo. Will he actually try to do a surprise attack? One more spotted out done though. And Peter coming in for a 1v1 straight away. Shuts down town. There's going to be an opening. And the rest of GOW who tried to do a long rotation. Unfortunately, Isa was taken out as well. One more play to do is going to be Demon right on the second floor. Breaks up the glue wall. He goes down. Shots coming through. And one more will be the one who takes him down. And that's the end for GOW.
Oh, so unfortunate for GOW. Just wasn't able to find a way to slip away from Falcons. And now Falcons sitting on 8 points just from all of the eliminations they've been able to secure up until this point. So Falcons also trying to chase for that first place as well, it seems. Everyone competing in the competition, they are not out of the running as of yet. They are fully motivated. We're seeing a lot of teams really kill hungry now, and this is what I want to see on day 2. Elimination points really matter.
I mean, you imagine, this is already moving into 9 minutes, right? But we only have one team to be eliminated. Twisted Mind got 9 kills already. Falcons got 8. RRQ Kazu with 3. I mean, the gap between Falcons and RRQ Kazu, just imagine 5 elimination to put that stop, or even a high length coming in from both of our top teams with that elimination. On the other side right now, we do see finally the pacing of them moving into the circle has pushed them to go in for that early scrimmage. But at the same time, we do see PE Sport just holding off. They have the center of the zone. They don't need to worry much. But AG, on the other note, they just come into the circle and they're about to meet RRQ. Abai having a little bit of damage here coming in from Dew. This is one of the players that we've talked about. When it comes to accuracy, you don't want to mess around.
Don't want to mess around with Dew at all. And RRQ are going to try and launch themselves away, and it looks like they will successfully send the entire team through. Dut's getting half health chopped away, but RRQ successfully evading AG for now. But keep in mind, they have launched themselves into the Lion's Den. There are so many teams around them. There's PE Esports, there's Vamos, there's Bigatron as well, PT Esports not too far away, and we are not going to get a water circle, it seems. It is going to be on dry land. So for Falcons and Buriram, they're going to have to try and make their way across through the bridge or to launch themselves, whatever it is. But it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to find a way in this circle because it is so occupied right now.
Oh my lord, look at that. Oh, AG going in to slingshot themselves closer enough to PT spot. Twisted Mind already spotted out those who are inside the circle and they want to find an opening so that they can be in the circle safely. Toda, on the other note right here, are preoccupied to fight off with Arakukazu. A lot of shots have been spotted out, but at the same time, it's not getting in. It's not connected enough for them to go in. So far right now, every teams have their own compound. They're just playing it a little bit safe.
It's not just that. Every team has every player on their roster alive.
Oh
we have
my God.
44 players in such a tiny vicinity. So clearly, teams are going to be losing their lives now because there's just not enough real estate. Someone's going to get evicted. Someone's going to have to get kicked out. Someone's going to have to squat someone else's building. But times are getting rough now just because of how little space there is left to move. And I kind of feel like just looking at this circle in Brasilia, the fact that there's going to be so many teams occupying these compounds, I feel like this is probably one of the games where glue walls are going to be so important because you need that extra line of cover.
This is where the fine line, not just the fact that you have to be very, very cautious with your resources, also playing around with all the landscape that is provided you inside the Brasilia so that you'll be able to go in. But here on out, it seems that RRQ spotted out Toda. A little bit too close to be taken down, but that's just going to be a little bit of damage to put out to Toda itself. Falcon just waiting it out, and it seems that they spotted out Twisted Mind finally entering into the circle. Grenade will be thrown out. It's not close enough to Twisted Mind, but it will give an information or even a message saying that we're ready for you if you want to join into the circle.
I think that matchup in particular, Falcons and Twisted Minds, this might be the biggest matchup for these two teams because if any of these teams get rid of each other, that's your main contender out of the running because we had Twisted Minds secure so many points. Same thing with Falcons. Falcons are sitting on a whole bunch of kill points as well this time, so whoever eliminates the other first is going to put them at such a big advantage to not only win the round, but also secure eliminations themselves. So Twisted Minds, can they find a way into Falcon's compound?
Oh, Diamond coming in, Peter right behind. There is one fire though. He will be able to back things up, but Diamond on the other note, moving away, trying to actually spot it out from a distance, and they know for a fact that they need to finish off with Team Falcons before other teams spot them out with this fight. Now Kororo goes out from the compound, shots coming through, and they're having a lot of damage coming from the outside as well. But now they're going in for a fight right now at the moment. Shots coming through, but it's not going to be enough now. On Fire goes in for a fight. He has some damage, but Swing will be the one to be taken out. 3 more players though, and Diamond also been shut down. Nameless being knocked down. 1 more player to go. Exposing only left. He goes in for the jump shot. Can he make it through? No, unfortunately no. Team Falcon shuts down Twisted Mind, denying of the victory. So this is going to be a game to see whether or not Team Falcons will be able to pull themselves.
That was such a dangerous fight as well because that was a blue zone battle for those two Titans. So Falcons leading with 11 eliminations. If they can find a safe way into the circle, they are in a really great spot to potentially win this. But now keep in mind, they are potentially in the same zone as Buriram United. They are on the ground floor.
No.
And this is Moshi scouting them out. And they managed to grab a couple of them too. On Fire and Peter going to go down.
And not only that, we got a lot of grenade coming through from Star Knight as well. Falcon, they are in a tight spot. They don't know what to do. On Fire also being stolen away the kill by Lim. On Fire being shot down. No, Star Knight, you guys are naughty now. Falcons left all alone. It's going to be Kororo trying to survive it out. But he goes into the compound of Buriram. He doesn't been spotted out. But now, he clues loss has been break. Wasana will be the first one to be taken out. He's trying to clutch it out. Moshi still at the top. He knows the information. Kororo trying to survive it out. It's going to be one more who managed to be picked up by Kororo. So Falcons still in the lead with 2 players.
This next circle is going to be a very ugly one as well because it's on the road side. So everyone in these compounds, they're going to have to start evacuating or you have to get your elims right now. And that's what's happening here with RRQ as well as Bigatron. A big battle of the Indonesian brethrens here, but who comes out on top? It might be RRQ still sitting 3 men strong at the moment. Razor on the ground, Ma'al incredibly low. Just trying to scout out the final player. It's Koja. He's the last man to fall, and that's going to be it for Bigatron.
Living off with Toda right now. Sensei trying to survive it out from the outside zone, but I think that's not gonna be the case for Toda though. That's gonna be tough as PE Sport have already shut down a lot of their players, and that's the end for Sensei. Toda also already eliminated. Now leaving off with 6 more teams to go. Star Knights, they had a really good moment. The fact that they tried to use that opportunity where Buriram was taking down Team Falcons, but now pushing in, they might actually stumble with the rest of Buriram, and PT Esport is also in the scene. Now Buriram is right at the back, and PE Sport coming in!
Fasha! Wasana's the last one left here for Buriram. PE Sports coming in for that push. If Wasana can pull off a miracle, this would be massive for Buriram, but he's playing in a wall of blue walls. He doesn't have a choice, but Star Knight's going to lose 18 dear, ending their run in 5th place for the round. Buriram still sitting on their final player. PE Sports, though, looking incredibly strong. Same thing with RRQ. Wasana, he's trying to... Look, he is surviving. He is not gone. As long as he continues to juke and jive, he's wasting so many resources.
He ran away from the fight. PE Sport is already preoccupied with PT Sport. Takes down Don Zensi and Governor. That's the end. That's the end. Wasana came out alive from that fight. How amazing. No, he's not even being seen. Now RRQ Kazu will be fighting off with the team of PE Sport. 4v4, but no, that's the end for Buriram, as that's the shutdown for Wasana. 4v4 situation, but it's gonna be 3v4 situation as it seems. Right, this instant Deuce has already been shut down. RRQ Kazu will have the better upper hand, but unfortunately PE Sport narrow all alone. He will not be able to clutch it out. He already have his half-life and shooting down right here. He's gonna be out by trying to do as much damage as possible, but he did manage to get a blue wall for himself. He's covering himself, but jump shot coming through, and the groove wall has already been broken, and that's the end of PE Sport, giving the booyah to Team RRQ Kazu.
Oh, what a chaotic endgame.
Wow.
And especially with that last circle, the placement was gut-wrenching because it was towards the roadside. Everyone that's playing towards those southern compounds, they all, basically, I think 90% of the teams were down there. Almost everyone was there. Except for RRQ. They were towards the northern side of the circle, and when they came in, not only were they uncontested, but they were the only team that actually had a compound. So they stayed there and they waited for the teams to basically eat each other up, to cut themselves down and wait for that blue zone to eventually move in, because they had, when basically everyone else, when they came in, they had to run in naked. It was down to glue walls, grenades. They didn't have any natural cover to play with. And so for RRQ, it just felt like for them, I really think for RRQ, that circle placement, super advantageous for them.
Agreed, definitely. I think this is the one best performance we see from RRQ Kazu. I mean, compared to day number 1, they had been struggling to even survive it out, or even for engagement, or even for their placement point. But now we finally see RRQ Kazu pulling through. GOW, this was just a misfortune for them. I mean, who would have thought that they had to meet up with the big giants, and the fact that they couldn't even go pass through Falcons, the fact that even Iza tried to take a little bit of sneak peek to Keroro, try to do a little bit of maybe divergence or maybe a disturbance so that they can be confused. But Team Falcons, they scouted the area so amazingly to a point that GOW was not able to break through into the circle.
Oh man, that Twisted Minds and Falcon battle, and then after Falcons winning that,
and then
just trying to go in again, and they just got deleted.
Yeah.
You know, that's so heartbreaking with how well they were playing up until that point. I think they were sitting on like 11 eliminations before they got eliminated. They worked hard that game. It was just so unfortunate that they had to run into that battle with Twisted Minds, because I think if they got into the zone sooner, they wouldn't have been gate kept like that, because that's one of the main risks you run into. If you're late going into the next circle, everyone else has found their spot, they're safe, you're at the risk of just being picked off by a team that's got the advantage in terms of having natural cover or just being in a positional advantage.
Agree, definitely. A little bit lesser total damage here, 45,594, definitely. And even with the glue destroyed, pretty much most of the teams are definitely on defense mode here for game number 2. High skill coming in from On Fire with 6 kills. We got Lao as the highest assist, but RRQ Kazoo, they have their name to be spotlight here for the Booyah. 5 kills by Abai, talking about how he managed to actually go in from one end to another. And I mean, he waited for the right time to go in for the rush. That's what needed from RRQ Kazu, because they know there was a lot of engagement. They don't need to insert themselves so much. They just have to wait for the right time to actually just shoot themselves just a little bit by a little bit, giving a lot of expression for those teams that was already in the fight.
Yeah, I think there's absolutely room for improvement for that last game for RRQ. I think ideally, if they had their dream game, they would have loved to have picked some more eliminations, because in the late game, like, they chose to play defensively. And let's be real, I don't think anyone's going to blame them for that, because they have had a bit of a flat day yesterday, and they didn't really have the best start in the first match today either. So for them to also see that they were in such a great position to take this game, they decided to play a little bit safer rather than trying to go in for those extra eliminations. Now, I think there is a bit of an unfortunate reality that even though RRQ got the Booyah for this round, I think they took home 13 points plus the 12 for their Booyah, so that is 25 points. Unfortunately, 25 points, I think, is not going to get them even into top 6. I think they're still stuck in 7th, unfortunately, because everyone else, I guess there's one team that did not grab a lot of points, which was Bigatron, but they're at the top of the leaderboard, so maybe you don't really worry about them. RRQ still has a lot of work to go. So this is a good sign for RRQ, but they're not out of the deep end yet, because they really... again, we said this earlier today, they were one of the 3 teams, Vamos, RRQ, and Twisted Minds. These guys need miracles today if they want to win or even come second.
Agree, definitely, because those are the teams that still haven't managed to actually pull to the 100 marks. At least Team Vamos as well as Team Twisted Mind has already done it, but RRQ Kazu still haven't managed to actually go in for that overall standings. And going into the damage-wise, I mean, you talked about it, 13 kills and then going into Booyah, still not enough to break through for the overalls. And Buriram United, are you actually expected them to be this way after 2 matches? I mean, for me, in my opinion, Buriram United is one of the teams that we also talked about how we already put a lot of spotlight. They are the champions of every single international competition, but yet when it comes to XPS, it seems like all their hopes and dreams are being denied, but the rest of the competition wise, they always popped off.
Yeah, I think, okay, so in this game, I wouldn't say they were targeted. I think they had a regular Buriram game. It was just the unfortunate circle. They just did not get the ideal circle. If we swap places and we had Buriram in RRQ's compound and RRQ were the ones battling with everyone else towards that southern section, I think Buriram would have not only won the entire thing, but they would have actually gone on the attack. Because knowing them, they're looking for those extra kill points. They're looking for those extra placement points. But let's have a look at the point standings for now, because we are going to be seeing the overall leaderboard later on. RRQ Kazu, 25 points. That's what they needed. They need a lot more if they're going to try and break into that top 4, top 5. PE Esports, okay, this is probably their best performance, I believe, for the entirety of the finals, 20 points. Unfortunately, this is not really going to shift this team either, because I do believe they were like 30, 40 points below the next team above them. So PE Sports, you know, great effort. If they can keep this up, you know, they can make that climb happen. But again, there are so many teams that are so desperate and thirsty and hungry for these kills today that I don't think there's really a lot of room for PE Sports to get some freebies here.
Agree, definitely. I mean, at least for game number 2, we are quite happy, because at least those from the bottom list right now of the overall standing, they are looking better right now for game number 2. I mean, look at this, Star Knights Esport getting 11 points, PT Esport, not enough, but you do seem very, very promising, at least to a point that we are seeing finally, you guys. That's the reason why you are here for the challenge finals. So far from day number 1, it's like, what is going on to these teams? It's like there's like not even a balance between all of the teams, because we keep on seeing only 6 teams that really shining through and doing a lot of damages, while the 6 other teams are just struggling. But hopefully this is not going to be the case, because we still have 6 more matches to go for our day number 2. We'll be right back after this. Go get your toilet breaks, but be here for match number 3.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but feels so right, it can't be wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my I've been losing my
Welcome back to the SPS Challenge Finals Day number 2. We're done with 2 maps. Twisted Mind taking over Bermuda first of all, and then RRQ Kazoo suddenly surprises off at the Purgatory map. Can they actually make it even more interesting moving into match number 3? Because again, this is actually the first ever map they finally able to dominate from day number 1. But here go out, we're gonna go into Kalahari, and yesterday it was a little bit rough spot for RRQ Kazoo because a lot of rotation in Kalahari, no matter where they try to go, they will always be tagged off by the other team. So this is something to see whether or not Team RRQ Kazoo can maintain that momentum they've already put out with that first booyah.
I kind of question if they might be targeted by teams in Kalahari, because historically RRQ is one of the better teams to perform on Kalahari. So,
No wonder.
so maybe it could be some targeting. Maybe it could be some issues within the teams themselves. Maybe RRQ are trying to make some different kind of movements happen and they don't anticipate like, oh, we've run into the wrong team or another team's run into us. But speaking of teams, let's have a look at the overall standings, because we need to know where everyone currently is and how close the gap is for our top runners. And it looks like this gap is closing, folks. We have a number of teams being bumped up on the leaderboard and a couple of teams being pushed on down. So Bigatron Delta, worst round so far, 4 points, but they're hanging on strong to first place just because they had a fantastic day number 1. So the saving grace is there for Bigatron Delta, but they got to keep on working if they want to maintain first place. Falcons bumped themselves up to second place with 152 points, but they're only 1 point over Buriram, who is literally right under them.
I mean, okay, at least we're seeing the top teams that were supposed to perform very well. They are finally also doing a good job from match number 2. But here on out, coming in, we do see the fact that Team Vamos have already moved to the right side of our scoreboard. And this is the team that we were saying that if MSP wants at least one of their representative right here at the SPS, it has to be Team Vamos because they were the one who has been performing at least very good consistently.
day one.
But that's only day 1, and now coming into day number 2, now we are starting to see that Vamos is losing some of their sparks.
Yeah, and I think the unfortunate reality now that we sort of had to look at is that they are now 50 points away, essentially, from making top 1 and 2, which is the goal for everyone, right?
Yeah.
You are aiming for top 2 because it's not just the prize money that's on the line, you're also getting invites. So top 2, if Vamos is looking for that, it might be impossible now, unfortunately. So, you know, who knows? Maybe they get booyahs for the next 4 games. Again, we don't know.
Wow.
Kalahari is next, so we'll see what's going to happen as we jump into match number 3. But yeah, for Vamos fans, they've got a lot of work to put in. But for the remaining teams at the top of the leaderboard, they're also going to be putting a lot of work in because the gaps between these teams are really starting to close. Our top 4s are still there, but our underdogs, right? RRQ and Twisted Minds, they are really close to breaking into that top 4 placing. We just need another miracle round. And surprisingly, Twisted Minds and RRQ, these are the underdogs, they got the first 2 booyahs today.
Agree, definitely. And it's funny when you say about underdogs because I never put Twisted Maya as the underdog because they've always been, in my eyes, one of the big giants here on the Free Fire community. But the only fact that they became the underdog is because maybe more to say the right title for them is the Wounded Soldiers because they haven't performed very well in the past few months. But now we do see them getting a little bit better. But AJ Global, on the other note, at the Foundation is about to meet with the team of RRQ Kazu. Abai going in for 1v1, takes down Dew first of all. He shut it down very quickly and a really good composition coming in from Team RRQ. They know for a fact they go in for the early aggression. And the fact that Abai was all alone, they're scattering around from the Foundation, moving into Refinery. This is where RRQ is stepping a little bit away from their casualty or comfort zone. BRU on it, meeting off with Toda. It's going to be trapped to able to take down one of the players of BRU. But with Joanna right there on the sideline of Wasana, they will be able to pick him up again.
Yeah, so very interesting decision for our teams for Kalahari. We're not seeing any hard hot drops, but we are seeing a couple of skirmishes because we see a lot of teams playing very spread out, just trying to pick up loot and scout for their teams. I think that's something that has been a very common trend that's picked up on Kalahari because the map is so big. You spread your teammates out because firstly, you can always buy them back, but the fact that if they do get eliminated somewhere, you now have information that there's somebody occupying that piece of land.
Agree. That's a great, at least you know where you want to go in for the next rotation and then how you're actually going to move into the circles as well. Team Vamos here doesn't spot out Pilau, but oh, there you go. No, Legalov. Close. He was a little bit too slow, but Laho did manage to actually get the vending machine for Nero to be surviving out as the last remainder of PE spot. I mean, if Legalov was a little bit quicker,
yeah.
He might actually just shut down PE Sport straight away at that 12 spot.
Okay, so we might be seeing our first team fight here with GOW and Todak about to run into each other. Now keep in mind, they are still a little spread, but Ton, he has seen traps and he now sees wings. So GOW, they are in complete vision. They know where Todak is coming from, but the question is, does Todak know where GOW is?
Okay, Vamos June is on the high ground. Spotted out PT spot. I think he did manage to actually shut down Varna, but it's not going to be easy for him to confirm it off because Zensi is right there as a backup. He's going to pick up again, so that's just a knockdown. No elimination whatsoever for Vamos, but June does get the information. He's going to actually slingshot himself away from the fight instead. And Team Vamos on the other scene, it seems that Crime is preoccupied with RRQ. Throws the nade straight to Razor, and now he's going in for the opening, but he's got to be careful. There's Deuce as well to back things up. Crime! A little bit too open from the back. He did manage to take down one player, but Deuce is still there to back things up.
I don't think he actually knew that there were multiple players of RRQ there, so very risky play. sometimes you just have to make those little risky plays happen. And looks like GOW already going to be eliminated on Kalahari. So very early drop for this team, unfortunately.
Wow, that was really quick. I mean, who would have thought they move away from Toda? They ended up meeting off with Buriram instead. Now, Team Vamos still in the fight. Recently, they were fighting off with RRQ Kazoo, but now they're meeting off with PT Esport. Godwin, close by to June. Gonna break the glue off. First of all, going in for a fight. Can he actually make it through? No! It's gonna be June who managed to take him down, but Varna from the long distance managed to back up away, and there is gonna be a pickup for Godwin. No worries. Unfortunately, June, he did manage to win the fight, but again, with you being all by yourself, this is a problem coming in for Team Vamos.
Yeah, the rest of the team is still grouped together, so it's not too bad for Vamos. As Liam on the side of Star Knight's going to be picked up, and his teammate as well. 18 Deer being taken out by Peter. Falcons looking to continue on here with Star Knights, looking for Coach Heel and Fires MKS. They just want anybody. And unfortunately for Coach Heel, he is all alone. So he's going to be another point given away to Falcons, who are now sitting at 4 eliminations at the almost 5-minute mark here for Kalahari.
I mean, at least they did still bring back 18 Deer as well as Lim, so there's still a chance for Star Knights. But on the other side here, Toda, they have been struggling from one end to another, and they spotted out Team RRQ Kazoo. They also met up with the rest of GOW, and now once they move into another compound, they ended up still meeting off not just with RRQ Kazoo. They had a really tough fight with Twisted Minds. Now this is scary for Raja. Definitely heart is palpitating right now, wondering whether or not he'll be safe to move into the vending machine. But here's the thing, a UAV has been used, and it seems to me that Twisted Mind knows there's one player hidden around this area, and Diamond will be the one to sniff him out.
Yeah, and I think Diamond's the last person you want to run into as well. So Raja still hiding around the corner, gets spotted. He does pop the glue wall up just in time, but the 1v1 will be in favor of Diamond. So Twisted Minds now up to 4 eliminations already. And they're going to continue on their killing spree if they can find anybody. But unfortunately for Twisted Minds, as you guys, our viewers, cannot see, there is actually nobody on Twisted Mind's side of the map. The western side is barren. The majority of the teams are playing towards the top side of the map, surprisingly enough. And we've got a number of teams in the center as well.
I mean, the fact that I love the rotation that was done by Twisted Mind. You imagine going in from the southern side to the northern side of the maze.
Wait,
and the fact
Legolas?
that they were doing well. And why is Team Vamos... Wait, Legolas, why are you slingshotting yourself to Mammoth right at the area of Twisted Mind?
And Salming's here as well. So this could be another elimination going into Salming's way, because let's be real, it's Salming.
Okay, this is so weird. This is so bizarre for Legolas, actually.
Is it a scout?
And not only that,
He's alone.
he's alone, and the rest of Team Vamos is actually already inside the circle. So a question to be asked to Legolas if we ever get an
He's about to
interview
run
with him.
into Exposy. He's like, I'm free, guys. But Exposy's already for
Oh no, this is weird out. He's scouting from one end to another end, but it's actually as if he's just giving himself very freely to the rest of the teams is around the area. But Team Falcon on the other note meeting off with the Bigatron Delta.
This is big.
Nems managed to be taken down, as well as Kyong being shut down. Now moving on with the rest, clears out all the teams. Bigatron will be able to have at least one more play to go to survive it all.
Oh,
But
that's
no!
big!
He's done!
No way.
It's done!
That's huge, because not only the fact that Bigatron is out of the game, they were barely hanging on to first place. So Bigatron will be falling from their throne in this matchup. The question is, who's going to be the one to take that top spot?
Yeah, I mean, Team Falcon as well as Buriram is not far behind as well. So definitely these two teams
18
will be
dear.
able to catch up. But here on out, Star Knight leaving all alone. He did manage to take down Maldo. He's left all alone. Abai still surviving. He throws the nade first of all. At the same time, Abai, will he go in? No!
The backstab.
Dudes! Nasty! From the backside, shuts down the last man standing. So that is the end for Star Knights Esports.
Oh, so unfortunate for Star Knights, but good news for RRQ. They pick their teammates up. They don't have to buy them back. but they are very wounded and outside that circle, so they're going to have to make their way through. Twisted Minds continuing their killing spree now, taking over the sub and actually pushing away Vamos. So they're going to have a lot of high ground to work with. Now, again, we did mention this. There are actually very few teams within their vicinity. It was just PT Esports. There was no one else. So they're going to have a pretty clear way into that circle, and they're still looking for those elims, whereas Godvin, he's going to have to try and find a way to buy his team back. He's looking for a vending machine. He's looking for anything just so he can bring the team back. But PT Esports, because they've lost 3 players here, it's going to set them pretty far back.
Agree, definitely. So PT Sport, okay, you got the reset you need, but then again, it's not going to be easy going into the circle itself. And going into the circle itself, we do see that the teams are already putting up their own setup. I mean, Team Falcons definitely already had a really good run off on themselves, so they're very already safe already at the council hall as well. Team Vamos, I still see a lot of scout coming in from Legaloth all by himself, and it seems to me that PT, okay, they didn't break the 2 players. Now the question is, we have Legaloth still scouting around. Godvin is also scouting at the same area. Are they going to meet each other at the same spot?
Well, is this some
Is
kind
this a rendezvous or something?
Yeah, is this some GTA nonsense? The fact that they're chasing each other with the vehicles? Okay, interesting. 1v1 here. It'll be really cool to see who wins this. PT Esports actually can't afford to lose anybody, and actually it's Legaloth to abandon the fight.
What?
Okay.
Not only he just left the vehicle, he said like, okay, I'm just going to buy food right now.
And he has to run all the way into the circle, which, look how far away they are.
Oh my
They're going to have to burn
Lord.
through so many resources to make their way in. And even if they do, look at the map, they're about to run into AG Global, just based on the trajectory of their walking path.
I mean, again, I'm still on the question of what is Vamos is doing, why Legaloth is all alone. I know for a fact that at least we have 1 player scouting the area all by yourself. Whatever happens in those who are in the center, you still have 1 player. But here on out, Buriram meeting off with PE Spot, throwing a lot of launches and nade right into the 2nd floor. Now they're going in for the rush, 2v2. But PE Spot,
man.
before we even speak it out, that launcher just shot down 3 of the players. Joanna, that is crazy kills, and PE Spot on the 8th place.
All thanks to Jonah. Grabs everything. And this man is sitting on 5 eliminations this round as well. So he is in the hot seat. Now, speaking of hot seats, we also have RRQ. Very, very close to Buriram as well. They may have been spotted because they are rather close to each other. But at the same time, we have Vamos out in the open looking for a compound themselves. And unfortunately, they're about to run into a compound occupied by Buriram. This is going to be a pretty cool one here. Vamos playing in the watchtower here. We'll see what happens, but I think these teams are going to play a little bit more passively to figure out where that next circle is going to be before they make a move.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's one of the reason why they're holding off just for a moment right now. And we do see that Twisted Mind is getting closer and closer to the same compound as well. So not just we're worried about RRQ Kazu, Buriram, Team Vamos, Twisted Mind might also inject themselves here for the fight scene. But moving along right now, 7 more teams that still surviving it out. The rest that is actually at the northern side, they're actually quite safe. They don't have any much of engagement. So the probability of the fight to occur here is very high. And not only
This
that,
circle is going to be
Wait, wait, wait.
disgusting, folks.
Okay.
I'm just going to mention that. This next circle is going to have people screaming.
It's closing in. It's closing in. And
Oh.
there you go.
Oh, my
Rum, as
My
well
eyes.
as RRQ Kazu and Vamos already having the God energy in their hands. Now the rest of the teams, they got to actually answer it off. We do see Twisted Mind finally slingshot themselves, but AG is already preoccupied with PTE spot. Dawn, as well as Zensi, trying to actually go in safely. Cypher will be on the rooftop, looking for someone. Varna! What a really good shot there. Just with 2 shots, taken down immediately, Varna. Now leaving off with 1 more play to is what he Dawn. The last man standing, the Dawn.
This man is praying. He's hoping no one checks his compound, but AG right on his tail. This is the last team you want to have scouting your building. But we'll have to see. As Cypher actually going to be hit with a bit of damage there, potentially clipped by a bullet. So having to look for somewhere to hide in the meantime. There is still quite a lot of room to work with as we now have a top-down view. Twisted Minds, okay? This is a team that we said before, and RRQ, our underdogs, in a pretty good spot this game, but the only issue was Twisted Minds. They don't really have a lot of things to hide behind, and they have to somehow get past RRQ and potentially even Buriram snipes, because we all know Moshi, if he sees someone out in the open, he's going to try and pop your head.
And not only that, looking at Team Vamo's location, right behind them, there's Team Falcon. Portal has already been put out. Anytime, any moment, Falcons will be crossing the river, and that is not a place for
They're going.
Oh, they're going. They're literally using the launch pad instead. That portal was just a show, and Team Vamos,
my gosh.
they lost leg a lot because of that, and now they have to actually pull through. Can they actually try to fight it off with Team Falcon, try to keep? A lot of damage been done. Grenade been thrown out. Oh, they also thrown out nade, but it doesn't hit anyone from Team Falcon. One more finally joined the party. Put it out. 2 glue wall right on. Oh, that is a beautiful glue wall been put out. I know that's a really good strategy, but that's the thing. Team Vomit, they cannot expect or even depend on that glue wall, because with the melters coming in, that glue wall will not hold them any longer.
All it takes is one good grenade, and look at the connections there under Falcon. So much health is lost. Another one gets thrown as well, but we don't get the connection. Vamos are playing on a very scary line here, because John gets caught by Get High.
No, you've been sandwiched. Not only Falcon throwing a lot of nades to you, even Buriram already spot your guard. And this is where Team Vamos, you are awkwardly in a position where you do not want to be. Yeah, the Watchtower of Death, definitely. Just trying to survive, doing a lot of their resources. But here, Team Falcon, they're not going to give up. They're not going to let you go just like that. And there you go. Finally pushing in, slowly getting in right now to the position they needed. June trying to do some shot, but KTZ is ready at that stairs. Are they going to go in? Going in for the jump shot. One shot, two shot, doesn't enough. But we do see Falcons fall through. They are falling one after another. One more play to go. It's going to be Guerrero, who's still surviving out. Doesn't spot it out. It seems like Crime is looking for him, but no, he's been spotted out by Guerrero. And it seems that RRQ also inserting themselves in the fight. KTZ left all alone for Team Bomber. Spotted out Guerrero trying to do a rotation. He is going to chase after it, but Team Falcon will be shut down with a clutch of KTZ. But damage has already been done, and he needs to go in, but no, the zone denies it immediately.
We're down to our top 4 teams here. Fasha, Twisted Minds, RRQ, AG Global, and Buriram. Now Buriram down to 2 players. It's going to be a really tough game for them, but they can squeeze things through. We've seen them pull off some miracles themselves. But AG Global playing on the rooftop. This is such a great place for them to be, because they have such perfect vision over Buriram. They still have Moshi, but Moshi already cut down to half health. They do run into that compound, so they're out of AG Global's point of view. But everyone else, they're all on the ground floor.
Oh no, this is not good. Oh, okay, stop 7. Probably they might actually just jump from that monster truck. Nope. Okay, they're just waiting it out for a while. We do see that Twisted Minds, they're just waiting for the team of Buriram to come in. This is it. The fact that every single floor is already surrounded by all of the teams
on every floor.
The question is, did you pay your rent this month? Did you pay it? If you didn't pay it, I'm so sorry. You will be evicted straight away. And with the zone not even there in their favor, they're going to be pushed out from that house.
And the thing is, Twisted Minds, they're on the outside, and we're seeing Cypher throw down a couple of grenades as well. So they're already wasting a lot of their resources for Twisted Minds. But look at this, AG going to be moving away from that rooftop, and they're going to try and play with the glue walls as well as the tree line too.
Sammy.
Twisted Minds, they've lost Nameless.
Sammy trying to do a shot to Dew, but he missed it out. And it seems that Cypher was just overlooking.
He's trying to get Dew.
He's trying to get Dew first. Dew, he's already at the top. He has the high ground. He has the advantage. But Twisted Mind is also preoccupied with the Buriram as well. Glue wall after glue wall. Moshi takes down Sammy. Now Diamond's trying to survive it out. He goes in. He dashed away from the fight, healing himself first of all. AG still covering themselves, very preoccupied with the 4 players still surviving out. Buriram only left with 1 more play to go. Cypher getting closer to Twisted Mind. RRQ Kazoo already putting their target for the AG instead.
And we have the monster truck play, because there's so many glue walls. And the monster truck hitting
Aba is out from the zone, and this is it. With the monster truck being held down by
monster truck party.
They are using the services of the monster truck to just take care of every single one. Hitting and running. Oh no, timing has already been done. Dew almost close enough to be surviving out, but no. Wasana still survive. Wasana still survive. Wasana been taken out. Diamond from Twisted and Wine as well to survive. Wasana shutting out everyone and giving the booyah to Boo. Buriram United Esports!
The monster truck plays! The open circle, the massive number of glue walls was the perfect time to have a monster truck party. So many players boarded the monster truck to not only avoid getting hit by it, but also to be protected themselves in the passenger seat. Oh my gosh. These crazy final plays. I love it. This was why
I like the chaos. Bring down the chaos more and more, man. Seriously, this is amazing. Definitely what we want from Challenge Finals Day number 2. And the fact that they had transportation services. Not only that, they also have rental services inside the last show. Crazy fight indeed. But Wasana, who expected? He definitely right on time get out from the monster truck just when it's needed because it's about to explode, and that was needed because AG, they a little bit too slow to go out. The explosion shut them down, and the only one player that Wasana needs to worry about is Diamond.
And Diamond went the other way.
Yeah.
So I feel like that end game would have been so different if Wasana and Diamond, when they hopped out of the passenger, that hopped out of the vehicle, if they both ran the same way and they had their 1v1, maybe Diamond would have been the one to come out on top. But Wasana, he had more health in the meantime.
Yeah.
Diamond was, I think, basically one shot away, one bullet away from being eliminated. So for the fact that not only Wasana was the one in control of that late game, mostly because of the monster truck, but just that decision to jump out of the vehicle at the last moment and to basically go the right way. That ending was just the best.
Yep, definitely. I love it so much. Oh, but here, I feel like this is one of the part where Team Vamos, I love how they did manage to actually shut down one of the players one after another, the Team Falcon. I mean, again, this also, they have to give credit to those who are inside the safe zone. There was a lot of helping hands from Buriram, from RQ,
but look how many players are boarding the vehicle. AG got twisted on there, sharing the grab. Like
the transportation services. Would you like the transportation services? Yes, we are here giving you all the services that you need. Whatever you desire, Free Fire will give you.
And I think this is where I think a lot more teams are not going to be able to rely on glue walls, because I think historically in the game of Free Fire, right, when you have these open circles, the team that generally wins is either the team that lands the perfect grenade or the team that has the most glue walls, because you get to decide where you get to block. Maybe you can block someone out of the circle, but the moment we had the monster truck come in, that's when it's like, oh, you got glue walls? That's okay. We got a monster truck. And they just push you at like there's nothing you can do aside from juking the monster truck.
True, definitely that hit and run. Joanna, however, we saw how it was started out, how he got that 5 elimination even from the start is by the launch itself. It was so nasty, shutting down every one of the players from PE Sports. That was crazy. And then coming into the end of it all, he is the highest kill here with 7 in the hands of Joanna. Moshi with 1, Get High with 2, and Wasana with 3. I mean, compared to how we see from Buriram itself, I know that day number 1, they had much more elimination, much more aggression, but I love the fact for day number 2, they found so much balance. I mean, at least a little bit slow from game number 1, but game number 3, this is where we see Buriram getting more and more better.
They're back.
They're back.
They're back, guys.
Guess who's back? Okay, they're back again.
And I think most importantly, everyone is now wondering, where is Buriram going to be on the rankings?
Yeah.
Because not only did they get most of the I think they got the best points for the round overall, but how many more points did they get over everybody else? Was it a significant gap? Was it just 1 point? Is it enough to push Buriram into first place?
That's the question. I mean, even Bigatron was having a little bit of struggle for this match as well. And Team Falcons, I like the fact that they also did amazing. I mean, a lot of elimination points before they were denied of going into the safe circle. Again, it was just not in the favor when it comes to the circles. Team Vamos as well as Team Falcon, that the rotation was just a really bit struggle for both of the teams to go in. But top 3 teams, AT Global.
Look at the kills.
Oh, wow. 14 kills coming in from AG Global and 10,000 damage. RRQ Kazu with 7,000, whereas Buriram with 13 kills.
So Buriram is sitting on 25 points for the round, and then AG coming in second would have got 9 points plus the 14, 23 points.
Yes.
So just 2 points under, but AG were in second place.
Yeah.
And Buriram was behind them by, do you remember how many points?
By
They were
2
behind
points.
them by only 2 points. Are they going to tie?
Maybe.
And if they tie, does that mean AG are on top or on bottom? Because I think both of these teams were quite similar in terms of kill points
They
overall.
do. Yeah, they do.
Oh, I need to see these rankings. I need to see these rankings, baby.
And I mean, the fact that RRQ Kazu, we didn't had like much of the expectation from them, despite that, yes, match number 2, that was amazing from them. We do agree on that. But it was a miracle. It was a miracle that we expected. Are they going to continue that miracle on? Turns out they still continue for this match number 3. And 14 kills is not too shabby from RRQ Kazu. And even with that great placement point for them, I think that RRQ Kazu is getting better and better. The question is, we still have 5 more games to go. And this is something to see whether or not RRQ can maintain that. So
Yeah.
far right now from the past experience we see, and not to bring down anyone, I know Indonesian fans, they need to actually have to face the fact that you guys are really amazing on the start. Your momentums are really amazing. But as you grew into the end of the match, that's where the momentum and the strength started to lessen out or even loses the strength. And Indonesia needs to have that balance when it comes to the last game. Now going into the round standings.
We got to start. We got to start from the bottom first.
Oh, okay. Start from the bottom. All right.
Bigatron Delta 3 points.
Oh no.
Like they bombed out last round. They got 4 points in one of their rounds today, and then they get 3 points.
No.
And
thinking this is just go already. Oh, that would be sad because we've already seen such amazing fight from day number 1 and day number 2. If you're not doing well, maybe this could be the end. But it's not the end just yet. We still have 5 more matches to go for our SPS. I'm gonna say goodbye for now because we're gonna bring Husky into the scene with Denali for match number 4.
Welcome back, survivors. We are just about ready to jump into Alpine here, but what a crazy Kalahari game we had for match number 3 here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Husky, welcome to the desk. I know you were watching the games behind the scenes, but that third game, okay, that could not have been a third game. That was supposed to be like a game, like that was a last game kind of game.
Yeah, it was interesting to say the least in how we got to that final circle. I was closely watching the final circle, the whole sequence, right? And in my mind, I was thinking that maybe AG has gotten this. We saw the utilization of the monster truck, but there was also a couple of funny moments where whoever on AG's side decided to park the monster truck in the middle of the circle, probably screwed up the chances a little bit. So yeah, a bit of a regret there, but seeing BRU win that round now puts them back in the running for first.
It puts them back in the, well, maybe they're already in first place, you know, that's the question, because we're all wondering what the overall standings look like now, because we had so many points. Very, very top heavy game. I think we were looking at like 13, 14 on average for our top 3 teams, and everyone else is really left picking up those scraps. And here's the overall standings and the update.
Wow.
Buriram pushing themselves up to first place with 176 points. AG Global second place with 172, followed by Team Falcons with 165, and Bigatron Delta unfortunately falling from first place to 4th in one round.
Can't say I didn't see this happening, because BTR has so far not been able to prove that they can be consistent when matters the most. It was same during the fall season, where they had great point rush performances, but grand finals was kind of an unfortunate slump. We're seeing it here again, but at least my predictions are almost correct, right? I had BRU followed by Falcons and the BTR. I still think that there's a chance for them to for BTR, for the rest of the teams to catch up to BRU, simply because we have 8 rounds instead of 6. So plenty of openings.
Plenty of openings, lots of rounds to go. We are reaching the halfway point for today, right? Because we're jumping into map number 4. So the question is, what other changes are we potentially going to be seeing after this round? Is Buriram going to be able to solidify their place in first place? Or could they still be overtaken by AG and Falcon? Because they're not too far away. It's really just a few points.
I think right now it's still very possible.
Very,
it's like
very possible.
Single-digit differences. But I think what might happen is if Buriram wins this round, or at least get like a 20 bomb, and then they get a big lead after this round, they probably will start playing safe like they've always done, right?
Yeah.
Whenever they're in the lead and they want to win the trophy, they will start playing it safe. What teams can do is what they've been doing so far, because to be very honest, most of the engages that we saw Buriram be involved in were closer than it should have been, right?
Yeah.
Teams were actually dealing damage to BRU. So if that continues, it might force BRU to take the initiative.
Exactly. So as we fly on in, it's going to be a bottom to top flight path here, right down the center. We'll see if there's going to be any cheeky plays here, any cheeky hot drops, any crazy plays. So far, it is not looking too shaky. Falcon's going to fly right by Vamos, so going to play more closer towards Ocean View, but might not be some good news of Vamos later on, because they will have to deal with them at some point. Up top, are we going to be seeing any hot drops? That's what we want to know, and it looks like it might end up being one with PTE and Star Knights.
Look at this, we got Todak and BRU. So yesterday when Todak did this as Snowfall, they actually beat BRU.
Wow.
3-1. So they sent BRU packing very early, and they are going to repeat the same drop again and get off to a start once more, dropping first blood, but at least in this case, for the second time they meet, it is going to be BRU that finds retaliation. They take out 3 members of Todak, but Sensei still has a chance to keep it alive. Gotta somehow get high. 33 health around the corner with the electrotherapy. Too much for Todak to deal with. BRU made adjustments, and they come out with 4 points.
You never try, you never know. I think that's a really great policy to live by. And I think for Todak, sometimes you're just going to have to make those crazy plays happen. We've seen it in the past before, right? Buriram getting hot dropped and by a team that's just completely unexpected. And they have been eliminated in the past. But I think Buriram just too motivated after sitting in first place, knowing that, okay, we're probably going to have a target on our back, so we need to be prepared for it. Now, speaking of targets, we do have some targeting here with PT and Star Knights. So far, both teams are looking pretty healthy here, but all it takes is for one player to be downed. Although we do have a Diamond lurking nearby as well.
He's already going to work. We see that knockdown. I think Diamond stole that point away.
Wow.
Yeah,
Got
they get
Zensi.
it. That's his first point. So Diamond takes out Zensi. Gets revived anyways. Twisted Minds are too far away to call for the entire squad. So fortunate for both PTE and Star Knights. I think they also took out Diamond in the process as he was hanging around for quite a while. There's PE Sports around the corner, so it's something that I think Twisted Minds might need to pay some attention to.
I love this craziness actually coming out from Twisted Minds, the fact that they're going for these very cheeky little pickoffs and really disturbing these fights to begin with. Now for Star Knights, thankfully, they do manage to pick up Coach Shield. Lima's still on the ground out in the open, and Coach Shield going to be down yet again, as well as 18 Deer. So PT Esports looking pretty good so far, but Diamond is actually the one to secure Coach Shield's point.
He might actually be the difference maker in this 2v2. So he takes the second point for his team, and it ends up messing up Star Knight's formation. The Star Knights end up losing 3 people. Thank goodness that revive came through right before the takeout. So Dawn finds the point for PTE, but Star Knight's still around. Diamond wins the 1v1 against Zensi. Now has to deal with Dawn himself, but doesn't have the resources to continue the fight. So finally, PTE shuts him down.
Too many warm bodies there for Diamond. If the fight was a little bit more even, I think Diamond could have maybe come in for a complete sweep, but you know, sometimes you got to make those cheeky plays happen. But the fact that he was able to do all of that and get 2 points for his team, high risk but really high reward play.
And the fact that Twisted Minds weren't really contested, they lost Exposy to PE, but even Exposy himself got a point, right? So 3 points for the Twisted Minds at the cost of 2 revives, but you look at the bigger picture, it's actually a win for them because now they get to just chill at Railroad and not worry about other squads. Can't say the same about GOW, who are on their last legs.
Yeah, all onto Isa. Now for Buriram, they've actually just jumped in here. Now it's going to be round 2 for PT Esports. Now the issue is that this is not just your everyday team. It's our leaders of the tournament. And Don gets sniped down by Moshi of all people. PT Esports, they've got to try and run into some kind of emergency formation. They need to get someone out there because if their team does not leave now, this is going to be it.
I think it might already be too late because Moshi snipe got through the blue wall. It's only Varna left. Yeah, I think it's going to be lights out. PT did get a revive onto Dawn, thankfully. But the main squad will be wiped out. BRU showing up 8 points so far. 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes into the game. So this is one hell of a start.
Complete reset for PT Esports, especially with how things were going and with how the tournament has been going for PT. It's not been too great for them. Speaking of PT, we're going to switch on over to PE Sports as they've actually run into a bit of a fight themselves with Star Knights again. And this is also with a team that's actually brought their entire roster back as well. So 18 Deer trying his best to really buy some time, but you can see PE Sports really trying to grab those points and get out of last place.
If only PE Sports were kind of playing in this manner since the start, it would have been, their chances would have been so much better, right? Because yesterday was kind of a letdown. Thankfully, they made some recovery. This is a pretty fresh roster. They made some adjustments with Nero and LBT being the remaining player from last time. But we got Vamos finding another free pickoff. Star Knights are suffering this game.
They are suffering. They've lost Leem. They do still have Coach Hill and Feist, but like these guys are poor. They have just really struggled to make a comeback happen, especially after their preliminary skirmish. So Coach Hill going to be caught there by John straight away onto the ground. And now it's the last player there for Star Knights. It's all up to Fire's MKS. He's got some coins on him, so he can try and bring one player back, but I just don't see Star Knights surviving for much longer unless they can somehow stabilize.
It's a high elim counts game so far because so many teams are left with 2 members, 1 member, but I think only Todak has been fully wiped out. So chances for recovery still there for most of the squads. But I'm curious to see how BTR is going to readjust themselves for this round, right? Because they had a great start. Game 2 and 3 was kind of in the middle of the pack, but if BTR wants a chance to get first place by the end of this, they have to return to that strong form.
This is another team that struggled earlier on. They were down to one man standing, and then they had to go for the buyback. So they lose Ton. So back to square one for Ton, unfortunately. But AG themselves also trying to pick up points because they are also in the running to take that first place away from Buriram. And look at that circle, Husky. It's going to be towards Rivermouth. So our team's playing towards the top side of the circle. They do have a pretty long path ahead of them. But aside from that, there's not really much in their way. It's a pretty clear entry point for both Buriram, Twisted Minds, and RRQ. Everyone else, though, they're more towards the western side of the map.
This is actually good news for AG Global because they are at a spot where they don't have to worry about any team coming in from behind. And
it's just in front of them.
Yeah, and they can just start looking at Rivermouth, looking at the teams rotating in from the northern side of the map. And this could give AG a very good opportunity to essentially play with the circle and get extra points. PTE just got their 5th, well, at the cost of Star Knights losing members again.
Just constantly losing players back to back to back, unfortunately. But Star Knight still hanging on for now, but barely. But I want to see what's going to happen next, as it looks like P Esports, they've just caught wind there of Vamos, and we're going to be seeing a bit of a skirmish. Lots of compounds to work with, though, but P Esports looking to rush into Vamos. Very brave play, but it doesn't seem like Vamos want to fight into this at all. They're actually just going to launch themselves right away over the river. They say, no, thank you. And thankfully, they didn't run into anybody.
I like this move from Vamos. You disengage and you let PE Sports now be the main problem for BTR to deal with. And not only that, they might not know that AG Global is behind them. So Vamos just saved themselves a whole lot of trouble. They can't say the same for PTE because they're about to fight off against Falcons. They get the revive quickly. Good secure from Varna, but they got to do a lot more because Korora has just shown up. Zenzi goes down, so 2 members for PTE removed from the equation as Falcons swoop in to find some extra points.
2 versus 2. It could be a really close one as they do manage to get the elim down to Kororo. Whoa, but Falcons, they win it. They bring the team back, but Don, last legs here for PT Esports. This team barely surviving. So lucky to get that final buyback.
Tough spot to be in. So them, Star Knights, these 2 teams in GOW, these 3 teams have had a very rough start to the game, but we're about to approach the 10-minute mark. So late game is inevitable. If they don't get the revives now, any revives from this point onwards might just be cannon fodder.
It's definitely the fact that we have so many teams alive, 11 teams remaining, 41 players. Even if you fly in, where do you have to go? I don't see anywhere on this map that is safe for you to drop in.
Not anymore. Unless you get Forest Red, right? That is the best possible spot right now for those. I mean, we just can't see the radar, but yeah, Forest Red is the safest spot until the next circle. We have to see where that goes, though. There's a chance we get a bridge war at Rivermouth.
Oh boy!
With how the circle is moving. So that is something I think these teams need to start prepping for. And GOW and PE Sports are prepping very well for it.
And where is Diamond going to go? Flying right over Buriram, and Diamond is down! That is massive. Twisted Minds not having Diamond available. That's going to be quite a lot of their firepower not available to them anymore. Nameless still flies in, but Husky, I'm not a fan of this play.
No, that's insanity from Twisted Minds. If they don't know it, we're there, now they do. But the fact is they are forced to fight, so losing 2 members right before we enter that crucial stage of the game, Twisted Minds have just shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah.
They can still get the revive back. This is a revival point, but how much resource do you still have left for the rest of the round?
Yeah, because they're going to be coming back in naked, so it's going to be a tough game for Twisted Minds. But anything can happen as we now see where this next circle is going to be, Husky. It is right down straight center through the river. It can go left, it can go right, it can continue in towards the river point, but teams that are not already within the circle now, they're going to struggle to find a clean entry point just because it's so congested.
And we are seeing some winners already. So AG Global once more in a good spot. Falcons and Star Knight is between these 2. RQ Kazu is the wild card though, because they're coming in from the outer ring. So if RQ Kazu can somehow find a way in, they are going to be in a comfortable position.
Yeah, Diamond and Nameless, they were brought back, but I just saw 2 bodies hit the ground. They weren't even given a chance. Oh my gosh.
A lot of weight on Vamos' shoulders also, because now they need to control where they are. That is a very good point for the circle. but I don't see them hanging on for any longer. Not with these teams coming in, right? Big powerhouses wanting a piece of the pie. Star Knights gets another mass revive, and they just don't have much resource to work with. It's all about survival.
It's all about survival. It's at this point, you are praying that teams left, right, center, anywhere near you get eliminated by someone else. Katheezy being shot out on the side of Vamos. He's not down and out as of yet, but he's very low, but he does eventually get sniped down. There goes Katheezy, secured by Koja on the side of Bigatron. Falcons were there to provide some supplementary fire, but looks like AG running into RRQ. They're actually being gate kept.
See if RQ can make it through this. This is the X factor, the wild card that we kind of talked about. And RQ, they're going to start bombarding AG first.
Ooh.
And chipping
The
away
belters.
the health bar of Caramel. Razor does end up going down. Dio finds the snipe. So reliable, but Bigatron Delta also wants to be a part of this, so it's a three-way fight.
They're coming in from the back as well, so RRQ are the ones being pincered in. Ma'al going to be in a compound himself, but Dut out in the open, going to be taken out. Abe next one to fall to Kyong. So we have one player hiding inside the building. Ma'al, he's got a lot on his shoulders, but if he can maybe hide somehow, he might be able to pull through for RRQ as Bigatron advance onto AG. We do see a couple of melters just trying to chase Bigatron away. But this is such an awkward position now for AG because they're out in the open.
It's revenge for Bigatron also, right? RQ ruined their chances in round 2, and now
There goes
Bigatron, they're going to strike back and find 4 points for themselves as BRU eliminates GOW off screen to clear a path for themselves to kind of enter the fight when they need to. So we're looking at crucial points on the circle. The perimeter is basically guarded by one team each. Falcons clearing out the remnants of whoever was there, so Falcons are in a comfortable spot.
Falcons in a comfortable spot. PE not looking too happy themselves. They're also in a bit of a skirmish against Vamos, but things are not looking good here for Vamos. PE still 4-man strong, whereas Vamos, they have all lost almost everybody. Jun, the next one to fall, thanks to Tikoi. And Cribed MKS on the ground. He's hiding, but he's out in the open. He's going to try and dash on through and find another point of cover, but Vamos, this is just not where you want to be. He's been spotted yet again. He's being shot at. He is praying, and he's gone to heaven.
It's too open. There's no spots to hide. BRU actually...
The next circle is... Oh my gosh, this next circle. No.
The BRU is flying towards PE because that's the spot they want to take over. And also, 16, 17 eliminations. They're about to break a record. The circle moves towards the eastern side of the map, so that's where Falcons, AG Global, and BTR are looking, vying for. But if BRU can clear out PE, they set themselves up for success.
Look, I'm looking at Bigatron right now. They are the closest team towards the circle. Everyone else towards the southern side. They are battling it out to try and clear their way through, because if they don't get rid of them now, they're going to be shot in their backside. Buriram finally clear out their opponents in the top corner of the map, and they're going to cross the river and maybe run into Bigatron. But they are in such a good spot to make their entry point in as well. The question is, where do they want to position themselves after they cross this river, because it's out in the open? I hope they have glue walls, because that's really all they have to work with.
Down to top 4, we see Falcons. They're going to relocate.
Oh,
they're going to go
gosh.
to where BRU was. So make sure that they split themselves away from the crowd. BTR now will take over the task of dealing with BRU. They see the rotation. So AG Global now gets to dictate whether BTR lives or dies, and Falcons, they are helping out BTR by shooting at AG Global, a 4-way fight where every single team wants blood and none of them are helping the other.
And I think this is where maybe Buriram are hitting themselves, because they had that corner of the map. They could have been the ones to try and go for the snipes, but they wanted to make that risky play happen to cross the river. But after realizing how open it was, they just didn't have enough cover to work with. Kororo raining down hell onto AG Global, catching out Stop, who's now on the ground too as well. AG out of the running. Top 3 teams, 10 players remaining, and Bigatron and Falcons, both full-man rosters, with Buriram still running with 2 players.
Yeah, the Buriram making that rotation really just ruined their chances. The Falcons saw all of that and was able to get the first shot, so it's down to them and Falcons. Of course, Falcons have 14 eliminations under their belt, so BTR needs to win the round to have a chance to run for first spot.
Oh, we got the monster truck.
Bar. Here comes the monster truck. Let's see who's going to get into the driver's seat. Deeks takes the front line, goes down first as the rest of his team will try to back him up, but Kojak couldn't drive the truck to run them down, as one more with his support from long range is just more than overwhelming. Falcons with 18 eliminations and a booyah to close out round 4.
And this is what Falcons needed, because this might just be enough to push them into first place. They were just a few points away. And to grab that booyah and to they made the correct prediction. And I think Buriram are probably hitting themselves just because they chose to cross the river rather than just play with the distance that they had. Like, okay, theory crafting time. What do you think Buriram wanted to accomplish by crossing the river? Do you think that they were going to maybe have a free time up there, and maybe they thought everyone else was so busy with each other that no one would notice?
I think that rotation would have worked if Falcons didn't make their rotation afterwards, right? If Falcons didn't take that spot that Buriram left behind, I think BRU would have a very good chance just fighting from north to south, right? You started clearing out teams one by one, you rack up the Elim points, but the fact that Falcons decided to move to the western side of that, to the plot of that land, gave them a very good chance of pinstring BRU, and that's kind of unfortunate. I get where BRU is trying to do, but I still agree with you that they should have stayed there, right?
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, Falcon flies there, we have a 4v4 fight, but I think Falcons made that move because they saw BRU.
Yeah, they saw them abandon that point. I think there's also just another disadvantage of the launch pad that isn't really talked about. It's the fact that when a team sees you flying in on the launch pad, you're in the air. You don't get to dictate where you've decided originally where you want to land, but you're giving teams time to not only see where you're going to land, but basically aim their line of sight at where you're going to drop. They know where you're going to be coming in, so that gives them time to decide, I'm going to throw a glue wall melter, because where you land, even if you put a glue wall, I'm going to be able to get rid of that right away. I think another thing that was sort of sad, and let's push this over to Bigatron this time, I love the fact that they wanted to bring the monster truck into play. Unfortunately, the placement for it was not ideal. They just could not turn this vehicle in time, because it was basically on fire before it could even do anything.
They couldn't utilize it in any way. I felt like they would probably have had a bigger chance if they just fought Falcons man to man. Either way, I think if you are BRU, you're not too disappointed with this loss, because they ended the game with like 20 eliminations minimum, so they still had plenty of points to work with. Bigatron Delta would be in a trickier spot, right? Because they didn't have the most elims, and they didn't even get the booyah, where Falcons basically clocked in at least 30 points. So that's probably something that I think BTR needs to keep in mind for the rest of the rounds. And Falcons, they are now looking at first place, or potentially first place.
Potentially first place. I think at this point it's easy to say top two, Buriram and Falcons, right? I don't think anyone can really contest that. Now, I think the question now for Bigatron, because we saw this team drop 5 placements really in that previous round, are they going to even move? Did they score enough points in this round to bump them back up? Because remember, Husky, like, yeah, everyone's trying to place as high as possible for the prize money, but top 2 is what you're aiming for.
Well, I mean, Twisted Minds got knocked out pretty early, so I think BTR had enough points to overtake Twisted Minds for now, which still puts them in contention, I think, for first place. But the gap is widening a bit, right?
It's a lot.
Because the top 2 teams got so much points in this game. I bet the players missed the portal goal. If only it wasn't 2.5k coins and like 1-2 seconds buffer time, it would have been the perfect tool for them to make these rotations. But yes, launch pads.
That's what it is now.
It's a replacement, but you know that it comes with some risk. Triple Tatsuya and a Skyler for Falcons, and I mean the aggression at the very end is very hard for teams to deal with.
Yeah, and I think the fact that you have just the placement of the fight itself, having 3 Tatsuya, that extra mobility, especially knowing that there's going to be a glue wall war. We saw so many glue walls being thrown down. It helped them close the gap. It helped them get out of those very sticky situations. And in some cases, you can even use the Tatsuya Dash to avoid a monster truck potentially coming at you, if that is something to look out for. So mobility was really king in that end game. But look how top heavy the kill count is for this particular matchup. 18 and 20 points to our top 2 teams, and even AG Global getting 13 points themselves.
So many early pickups, especially for BRU, right? A majority of their points, well, 4 of them was thanks to Todak trying to hot drop them at Snowfall, for the second time in a row. Yesterday Todak won, but today BRU made adjustments. Then they got another 4 points by taking out GOW. the rest is just history. BRU made all the right decisions. They kept getting pickoffs after pickoffs, and by the time we go into the final phase of the round, they had so much resources to expand. And again, if not for that cheeky move from Falcons, I think BRU would have been in a very good spot to potentially break the record for most points in a single game.
It could have gone either way, truly. It's just this battle between Falcons and Buriram. Not to say that AG Global isn't really a contender. They are definitely up there, but I think a lot of people, when you ask them, like, who are the top 2 teams that are constantly just going head to head? At the moment, it's Falcons and Buriram just constantly chasing each other on this leaderboard. And in a lot of these fights, it just comes down to who ultimately made the correct move. And this time, it was Falcons.
I do want to give special credit to AG Global. I'm happy that they are performing well in this challenge finals because, as we all know, they are not qualified for the global stage. They're not qualified for Rio de Janeiro, which is pretty unfortunate, right, for such a decorated roster. So it's good to see that they are recovering in the off-season per se, and I hope at least AG Global finishes, top 5, if not top 3. This is a lot more convincing, I think, for a lot of the fans out there, because I know AG Global have a lot of fans, especially Dew. So they don't get to see him in Brazil, at least they get to see him pop off here.
Get to see them pop off here. I mean, we still have 4 more games to go, Husky. We're only halfway through day 2. We've got 4 more games to go. We've got 1 more map that's locked in, which is going to be Nexterra. And then after that, this is where RNG is going to play in. We've got our 3 random maps. We don't know what maps are going to pop up and we don't know what order. So our teams have got to be ready for this as well, especially for teams that are in desperate need of those points. So the question remains, who's going to grab that next booyah? And I'm so keen to see what that leaderboard is going to look like, which we'll have a look at after this break. We'll see you after this. Oh, no. Okay, there's the game standings first. Excuse me, folks. A quick update for points. Falcons, 30 points. Buriram, 28 points. What was the gap between Buriram and Falcons? I think it was 4.
It was a single digit, right? I think BRU probably still in first, but
I think it was a 4-point difference between first and second.
So it's like, I mean, Falcons, they're 2 points away.
2 points behind.
But also, I think for viewers, for those who are not used to watching SPS Free Fire, from round 6 onwards, we will stop showing overall standings.
Dang
so that's where if you are good with numbers, then feel free to do a calculation. So
I gotta get my calculator.
I prefer to not count at all because I want to see the big review at the end. But yes, so this is probably the last few times we get to enjoy knowing what the teams got in their round, and especially the overall standings.
Okay, I think technically we still get to see it next round because we're not at 6 yet.
Yeah, so we got 1 more round coming up.
Yeah, so we have the overall standings here, so we can actually see what this gap is. And okay, it was actually AG Global that was in second place. So Falcons were the ones that were in third place. So it's still, surprisingly, still a significant gap between Buriram and Falcons. So it's 9 points.
This is starting to get tough for BTR because they are falling very far behind. And the craziest thing is, BTR they're not even doing too poorly, right? But this round in particular, they were not able to get too much elims. And the 3 teams in front of them got double digits. So 13 for AG Global, 18 for Falcons, 20 for BRU. So BTR are essentially losing out in the fragging department.
I will probably have to mention this as well for Bigatron. We saw them have 2 dead rounds, which is what I'm going to call it. I think one round they scored 3 points, another round they scored 4 points, which were missed opportunities, especially for a team that just did so well yesterday. But this was already mentioned earlier on in the broadcast. Unfortunately for Bigatron, they are day 1 wonders, and then day 2, that's when things start to get questionable, and we're starting to see that now, unfortunately, for Bigatron. And to all of our Indonesian viewers as well, things are just really starting to get tricky for the Indonesian teams because we're reaching that point of no return now, where the point gaps are getting too wide and we're running out of games. And so knowing that we only have 4 games remaining, and on average, teams are going to score somewhere between 10 to 20 points. And the top teams on average score at least 10 to 15 themselves. You have to score a crazy amount of points to offset what our top teams are already getting if you want to make it there.
I have a strategy for BTR. It's
very
very simple, right? Like, I mean, they do homework on the team. So next round,
they don't have time to do homework.
You drop into the hotspot of BRU, you take BRU out. then you look for AG, then you look for Falcons, you take out the top 3 Thai teams, and bam, you're in first place.
Yes.
They do have the moniker of being so they started as the Falcon Slayers, and then they transitioned to the Thai Team Slayers. That was back in 4 seasons, which was like, what, less than a month ago.
I'm afraid.
But right now, they are not really living up to it, or at least not as consistent as they were.
So the tech is to jump BRU.
Yes, yes, you jump them. You jump them when they least expect it.
This is why we have Caster Husky and not Coach Husky, because I don't know if a plan like that is feasible for a lot of teams. I mean, it's possible for Bigatron. We've seen them really be that bully for a couple of
But to be fair,
teams.
they're not that kind of team, right? Like
No,
they're a
no,
team
no.
that prefers to play safe, more conservative.
Well, technically, not really, because remember, they did have a moment in time where they just bullied Falcons.
Yeah,
remember? So, I mean, if they want to try and execute the Bro Ram tech, they could, but yeah, I think they also have to weigh the pros and cons. Like, how often can they guarantee beating BRU in that initial skirmish? Because the other reality is that they just die. The whole entire team just falls.
I mean, you miss every shot you don't take, right? So
Sure.
I mean, I'll leave it.
Sure.
We'll leave it up to them. They have time to deliberate. We're gonna go on a short break, but when we come back, it's Nexterra for the teams.
Here we go!
ready to go. Get lost with me. Come and get lost with me. We'll journey off to another world. Come and get lost with me. Don't wanna leave here without you, girl. Come and get lost. Yeah, we'll never be found. Oh, but bringing me down. Come and get lost with me. Get lost with me. Lost with me. Come and get lost with me. We'll journey off to another world. Come and get lost with me. Don't wanna leave here without you, girl. Come and get lost. Yeah, we'll never be found. Oh, but bringing me down. Come and get lost with me. Get lost with me. Lost with me.
We're right back at it for Nexterra. Coming up next, the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Season 5 Challenge Final. So this is the final lap, the final quarter of this grand finals for all of the teams, and the only fixed map before we go into uncharted territory. I mean, so far BRU and Falcons are looking fantastic. You got AG Global coming up pretty hot on their heels, and then that's where the divide starts to happen, right? BTR in 4th place, a bigger gap between them and AG Global.
I just wonder, is this gap going to get bigger? Now, just sort of match the idea that things are starting to heat up here. I had to sort of, you know, keep up with the theme with a little bit of red lipstick. But I think this matchup is going to be a very big decider on whether the gap lengthens with our top runners or if things start to equalize again. Because I feel like, because we've hit that halfway mark, match number 5, I think there is still a lot of room for teams to wiggle in, for teams to fall out. I think the question is, will Falcons and Buriram at any point during these 4 games bomb out? Because we haven't seen this happen with these teams yet.
We've seen it.
Bigatron's bombed out twice.
Yep. I mean, it happens more with AG Global than it does with Falcons and BRU. But thankfully today, that has not happened just yet. Even BRU has been able to recover, even in some of their more underwhelming rounds. And to be honest, the fact that while they're in 1st place and the gap between them and Falcons isn't too big is a blessing, right? It's not often you see that.
Yeah.
But for now, I want to look at some numbers. Head-to-head between Team Falcons and AG Global, because these two teams are as close as it gets, with AG Global basically winning out in the average damage department.
The average knockouts are technically a tie because they are both sitting at 11.42, but really even across the board. AG Global just missing out on those average kills. But coming into this tournament, actually, or at least coming in from day number 1, AG, we saw statistically they dominated in terms of kills. They had the most kill points out of all the teams in the tournament, but unfortunately they've sort of fallen down in that department. And I'm just after witnessing all the games that we have seen so far from today, what's happened to AG? Like, did they just lose their spark after those first couple games?
I think for AG, it really comes down to how Dew is performing in the game. I think
Dew and Caramel. I feel
Dew
like
and
you
Caramel.
need these two together.
But Dew is kind of like the the pack leader, right? Like he has a good game, the rest of the team will have a really good game. And that's why in rounds where you see AG Global pop off, Duel is always going to be on that kill feed. And even has the moniker of MVP title stealer, right? Like he's been getting so much MVP titles across these official tournaments that it's not even funny anymore. Like he would lose the grand finals and still be MVP of the season. So I think if he has a good game, AG Global has a good game.
But that's basically counting on one player to just always be there. And unfortunately, in a game of Free Fire, sometimes you just lose your star player. So what do you do next?
I think they need to really... I feel the problem with AG Global is less on them not being mechanically sound and more of them making very rash decisions sometimes, right? Like they commit to a fight and then they're not able to close it out. A lot of times they win because, again, Duo was able to provide support from long range. But when you put Stop Caramel and Cypher kind of in that front line, sometimes they can overheat, and that's something I think AG Global needs to adjust a little bit.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we're ready to fly into game number 5 here, folks. Nexterra, our last map locked in for the day before we jump into our 3 random maps. This could be the decider to decide whether it's going to be a race between Buriram and Falcons at the top, or an opportunity for AG Global to come in and crash that party. And unfortunately, between 3 teams, only 2, our top 2, is going to be getting those sacred invites. And so this is going to be the flight path. It's a bit of an awkward one for teams that do like to land towards that bottom right-hand corner of the map. So we'll have to see how they'll make do for teams that aren't too favorable with this flight path.
BTR has never felt happier. They like Intellect Center, so it puts them right where they want. The circle is also pretty forgiving, and you look at the potential rotation path, BTR can go straight down south through the bridge and be in a solid position. But we got Vamos and PE Sports basically right on top of each other.
And
so that's a
too.
big hot drop. They did this yesterday also with these 3 teams, and if I remember correctly, Vamos kind of came out on top, but looking different this time. Both teams trading 1.
Trading 1, and we also have one of the players for PE Sports looking around to see if they can maybe try and go for a sneaky pick themselves. As John going to be caught by Diam there, going to be taken out. Demon also getting dropped there. But Legaloth will be brought back into the game. But GOW still standing with 2 players remaining. Now here's the issue, Husky. I think PE Sports is going to cause them quite a few issues. But Kathisi coming in, getting rid of Isa.
Yeah, coming in clutch with the swing, the pre-fire. Kathisi saving the state of that early fight for now. They did lose Crime MKS, and Kathisi ends up getting chased down by Ivarna, which was the 3rd team in that area. So it all comes down to Legaloth to keep this run going for Vamos.
Yeah, PE Sports still sticking around as Koi actually drops Ivarna as well. What is happening? This man is on fire. Grabs 2 all by himself. And
then Zenzi shows up.
And he just dropped 2 by Kuchil. What is this madness?
Star Knight might be the biggest winner. Let's be very honest. Don got the re-up on Godvan, but if Star Knight shows up right now, I think, which they would be considering in doing, Star Knight could pick up the scraps and get themselves some easy free points. I mean, Don somehow found Dian, so this long-range fight is not in favor of Dian, but as Don tries to chase for the Ilims, Raja shows up, takes out Dian, and now Toda have a chance to get a couple of points for themselves.
And this is the problem when you try and go for those hot drops. A hot drop that takes far too long is going to invite some unwanted attention. And that has been basically the story of our original hot drop. Now, speaking of, we do have RRQ being harassed by Bigatron, and they do manage to get the down there onto Ma'al, catching Razor as well. So Bigatron catching 2 major players on the side of RRQ. And look at this, RRQ, they've got another player on the run who's being chased by Kyung.
If BTR can make it out of this, it would be fantastic because
it's just Abe left.
They found Dudes. That's it.
Yep.
Second point for BTR. You have Falcons nearby though, so this is the team that BTR needs to beat, but wow, one more has just found Deeks. So that's going to be 1 member of BTR down. Neps also in the red. Kojin needs to heal up. If Falcons get this wipeout, chances for BTR goes right down the gutter. And Koja just lost his life.
And because of this as well, Falcons essentially saving RRQ in this matchup because Abe is hiding nearby. He's basically just laying prone in a building, whereas the rest of Bigatron, they're trying to get on out of there. They do manage to fly 1 player over, but the thing is, can Kyong survive the snipes from Peter? It looks like he will just be okay, but Falcons, they want to pursue this.
Falcons, they don't want to let this go. They saw BTR go to the Intellect Center, so there's only so much room to work with. But Peter getting caught out in the open by Deeks. So that's good for BTR, turning it around and slowing down Falcons' momentum. If they can find on fire, that not only gives them space, but also gives BTR their 4th point in this round. And good tracking from Deeks, getting good revenge on fire drops. 4 points for BTR, and Falcons will have to pump their brakes.
Yeah, so Bigatron, great recovery, and Falcons maybe just being a little too overzealous trying to grab those eliminations. So up to 4 elims for Bigatron. The comeback is a very real possibility here. Switching on over to Twisted Minds here to harass Todak. And at the moment, Twisted Minds looking pretty happy. They are getting multiple drops. They've caught wings there. They're trying to go for more. Unable to quite catch on to Raja there as they are hiding inside the compound. But you can see this Bigatron poised and ready to storm the building. But here's the thing, PT Esports is also nearby. We have a 1v1 though, Crime fighting up against Coachio, and both players dropping each other.
And Sensei able to keep his team. Good coverage, but Saming from an unexpected angle now will be pressured, blocks out the Toedown member, and they take control of Boxing Gym. Good footwork from Twisted Minds to assert control over this area that used to be Todak's fortress, but now Todak forced out into the open and into the unknown. PTE nearby. Todak's chances are now hanging in the balance. Caramel finds wings, and Trap is just running for dear life, but with Twisted Minds behind him, this could be the end of Todak. Once more, an early grave dug by Twisted Minds.
11th place for Todak, and that's going to be 5 eliminations total there for Twisted Minds. Now, it looks like we have a couple of Vamos players looking to drop into this vicinity, and in for a rude awakening if they do try to drop in any place near these Twisted Minds players. PT Esports going to be the next ones to occupy that boxing ring. As just from our top-down view here, we have 18 Deer hiding amongst AG at Global, and very lucky indeed to not be caught out. So he's going to be okay, but I don't think I can say the same for his heart rate.
Even PT had to go to a full reset. Looking at their loadout, they don't really have much resources. 4 med kits on Dawn, no glue walls. Falcons, on the other hand, having a pretty nice time. I mean, even PE Sports are having a good game. Peter is getting caught out by Nero. Then Mac 10. A very fast fire rate. Keroro finds revenge. That's kind of what you need. So Falcons cleaning it up, but Lao Ho actually finds a snipe onto On Fire. PE Sports wants to fight this. This could be bad news for Falcons as ZelBT shows up, brings his teammate back up to speed. Falcons will have to go for the revive and once more pump on the brakes.
Yeah, so the safer play there for Falcons. I think they could have tried to run in with one more, but just deciding to go for the buybacks instead. I think the much safer play, especially with how early this game is. You definitely want to have as many players up and running just because you... For all you know, numbers are always going to give you a big advantage in these fights. As one more drives on out, but I can't really say the same for Peter as he's been caught out by Razor on the side of RRQ. And 18 Deer, unfortunately, going to be spotted by Do.
I wonder where the next circle is going to go, because this circle actually going right down to the southern side. Deca Square, Boxing Gym, good spots for teams to be at. I mean, Mud side isn't too bad as well. You got good entry. Vamos was taking control of Plazaria, so good entry point for them. Might have to worry about BRU depending on where BRU wants to go. I assume they're probably going to start cutting through Plazaria in just a bit. Twisted Minds against Star Knights. Twisted Minds coming out on top.
It's not really Star Knights that they're going to have to be worried about. It's going to end up being that big battle, Twisted Minds versus AG Global. Now for Star Knights, they do go for a bit of a skirmish, but Coachio going to be the one to hit the deck there thanks to Stop. We have Liam on the side of Star Knights flying over Deca Square, heading over to the Boxing Gym. It looks like it's pretty clear actually. So Star Knights, I think they will get that buyback in. The PT Esports, Buram is here. We've got one of the players for Vamos hiding. I mean, I don't see Buram being taken out at all. If anything, they're in a really good spot here. Really great place to go for any kind of gatekeep. And depending on where that next circle is going to be, they're not going to have too far of a pathing to actually make it in.
PT has just lost 2 of their boys. Godwin desperately wants to get a pickup. Actually finds the first one. So Ivana snaps back up. He wants to get Zenzi up as well. Buying enough time for his team to clean up some of the members of BRU. So Get High ends up going down, and BRU cannot continue this fight for now. PTE actually able to hold back BRU. And that's going to be a dash. Tsuya Ivana loses that fight. But good coverage as Godwin once more comes in with the exchange. Saves his teammate, and BRU forced to stop. Jonah left
And he's
The
only got
person
200
alive.
coins.
They're going to chase after him. The grenade launcher takes out Ivarna first. Good glue wall, good Skylar, Riptide Rhythm. Jonah turns around with the rifle, takes out Zenzi with the long range weapon. The headshot is good, but he needs to do a bit more. Find the isolated fight, a swing from the corner. Koja ends the streak for BRU.
BRU! They're going to lose their top spot if Twisted Minds or AG Global don't get eliminated, and even Falcons. If neither of these teams get eliminated now, BRU is going to lose that top spot. Now, speaking of these teams, Vamos going to be fighting 4-man strong, going to pick up another elimination, bumping it up to 7, now to 8 as they eliminate PT Esports. But look at this, Bigatron coming in, looking to finish off Vamos themselves.
This could be the round that BTR needs, right? With BRU out of the picture, BTR are in a solid
Oh my
spot
gosh,
to
look at the
recoup the
points.
lost points. They have just found all the members of Vamos as Kathizi is just running for his life. But Deeks is on the tail. They know where he is, completely trapped behind his own glue wall. They will just knock it down bit by bit. Kathizi still trying to play footsies with the members of BTR, but there's just not much space to work with. How much longer can you run? There's just no response. He only has a parang in his hand, so 10 points for BTR. The run is looking possible.
But this is crazy though, because BTR 10 eliminations, they're still not elimination leaders. Someone else is still pocketing all of the kills in this game, as Ma'al has been caught up by LBT from the side of PE Sports, and now they've lost Razor as well.
It could be LBT, because last time we checked in on them, they had 8 eliminations, so I assume they probably had hit the double digits mark. Falcons also are catching up, 8 for themselves. Peter needs a bit of help, will receive it. So Falcons still in the running as AG Global finds against stragglers from Star Knights. AG Global have 14 eliminations.
14, they're also the kill leaders for the round. So AG looking to make that climb happen, especially with the fact that they have fallen a little bit on that leaderboard. Wanting to get at least back into that top 2. If they can actually win this and grab a bunch of more points, there's a really good chance they could even can even sit in first place after this round. But again, the question remains here for AG. Can they keep the consistency? Because we have sometimes seen AG get a little bit too overzealous looking for these kills.
So far, so good.
Dude, they can't afford to lose Dude. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, they can't lose him, so he's keeping himself safe. 15 points for AG Global.
Oh, they're so lucky too because they have such a clear entry point.
No overheating thus far for AG Global. I'm liking this look. This is kind of the more expected performance from AG Global.
Yeah.
And Twisted Minds, they are in pieces.
They're in pieces. They've only got Salming over there who's about to be intercepted by AG. Diamond is on the verge of death on the other side of the map. Twisted Minds is the least of AG's concerns.
17 points for AG Global.
Jeez.
The climb is real. They just gotta take care of Falcons and BTR. If AG Global wins the Booyah this round, they are well on their way to first place.
And look at that next circle. Oh my gosh, Husky. That's an ugly circle.
Right out in the open, right? Decker Square.
So ugly.
Just a portion of that one tiny building. You can see, like, there are going to be multiple teams looking for that building because northern side is so packed. Like AG Global, like you said, Danny, they are in a comfortable spot, but you cannot say the same for BTR, for Falcons, and PE Sports.
Yeah, Falcons, they're going to try and fight their way through as they do see PE Sports coming in. But BTR, they're playing passively. They're going to come in later on once things have settled, Husky.
Potential points there, quite a lot as well. So AG Global will just let this play out. They are in, this game is theirs to lose. We still got some X factors, right? Remnants of Star Knight still lurking around the corner. But Peter actually getting knocked down by T-Quay. Members of Falcons not looking too healthy as they run into the meat grinder of PE Sports. Down but not out. PE Sports losing 2 of their own. But it's actually AG Global causing the damage. So Falcons might have just received unintended help from their own Thai brethren. But PE Sports are still hanging on strong.
Well, the thing is, now you have to worry about Bigatron because it looks like Bigatron are just about ready to storm this building. LBT hanging around. Falcons are out, Husky. So they are a team that you don't have to worry about at all. PE Sports, this is a team that technically doesn't need these points. They're not in the running for top 3, but they are denying these points from teams that so desperately need it. Bigatron, 13 points themselves. Another team that is actually looking to try and grab as many points as possible in a really good spot to potentially win this game as well.
Man, I think Deeks or Koja just used like 7-8 glue walls just to try to outlast the Riptide Rhythm, but they were able to get their teammates back up, and that's what BTR needs, right? A full squad to go into the final sequence. And again, they have 13 eliminations. This could be a massive round. Liam is next on the list. He's going to duck behind the container. So if he goes down, it's going to be 14 for BTR. The Star Knights will surrender to fate.
And actually, if you look behind them, PE Esports, they're still sticking around. So Bigatron, they're not out of the woods as of yet. PE Esports is a team that's going to be fighting back as well. Twisted Minds, they've lost Diamond, sniped by Stop. So we're now down to our top 3 teams. PE Esports, they're the only team that's lost a member, but everyone else is still looking strong. And AEG, this is a team, they want to win this. They want these points. They're going to join the fray. They're not going to leave these teams to grab points for themselves.
This looks unlosable for AEG. They have such a good position. Look at where Dew is on the map. He's not even on the screen right now because he's so far away.
He doesn't need to be.
At Deca Square. He's in the bleachers and just watching this whole event go
Bigatron
down. Dew, here comes the red tide. That's going to actually just blow past the members of BTR. Very unfortunate that no defenses were laid down. So that is going to go on to Ku now as Koja gets the nade on Tikui. They got to get rid of PE Esports first. But Caramel lands a double nade, and that might have just sealed the round for AG Global as BTR wants to crawl back. But Dew shows up at the end, and the snipes are just accurate. Surgical precision from AG Global, and Booyah is claimed.
That was a perfect game for AG. I think picture perfect. Everything that they could have asked for, not handed on a silver platter. They definitely earned it, but just the way that they came into the circle, their placement, and I think the decision to just jump into the fray early. They could have sat back and they could have waited, but they knew this was too good of an opportunity to pass up, especially trying to grab those extra elimination points. And I don't know, did you take count of how many points AG Global had before the round ended? Was it like 20?
Definitely more than 20.
It was 20 something.
Yeah. Like certain rounds you can kind of foresee the potential ending just by where the teams are at in the third or fourth circle, right? And AG Global had one of the best spots. They were at Deca Square. There were no other teams that were contesting them.
Yeah.
So they took up majority of the save zone before the final circle even started. And they had all the time in the world to plan for that win.
Yeah, I think that at the same time, we can also consider them lucky that Twisted Minds was not sitting on a full roster because we saw them fragmented. We saw 2 players, one that got intercepted by AG. We had Diamond sitting in the corner that was practically almost dead as well. So if Twisted Minds was a team that was in AG's way, I don't think they would have come out 4-man strong, and maybe they would have had casualties, and that endgame could have been a little bit more difficult. But that endgame, I think, definitely was dictated by Bigatron. If they were able to get rid of PE sooner, I think that fight would have been much more even against AG. But it was just the fact that they were playing on a 2-floor compound, that no one had a clear shot of one another, because it took them so long to finish that battle, that AG, they were never targeted because everyone else is busy dealing with each other.
Even for BTR, they were caught in a very tricky spot, right?
Yeah.
Like that building was not fully cleared because they were remnants of PE Esports. So BTR had no choice but to deal with PE before turning their attention to AG Global. But again, those long-range supports, right? You deal with the snipes, and then you have nades from Caramel. The moment BTR started losing members before they faced up against AG, that round was pretty much secured. Last I checked, AG Global I think got 24 elims, so that's 36 points in one round. I think AG Global have done more than enough to be in first.
More than enough to be in first. And also, do you think, how many points do you think they are ahead of the competition? Because
probably single digits, I think, compared to BRU. I mean, let's be fair, BRU
maybe like 7? Is 7, 5 or 7 kind of realistic here?
Yeah, I think 7, 8 feels like a good amount, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at this.
Oh, look
we
at
said
that.
we need Dew to have a good game. He got 10 eliminations.
10 elims.
8,449
so
damage.
much damage. Man, that just goes to show how much of a free game Dew had, I think, this matchup. The fact that he's able to do so much damage and to grab so many elims for the team, uncontested by the way. Man, this was the match that AG needed. And now, knowing that they're going to be sitting in first place, I think at this point this is confirmed. As bad at math that we two, both of us are, it's confirmed that they're in top spot. But
the last time we will see the overall standings, right?
Now the thing is, can they keep it now? Because consistency is this team's biggest enemy.
It is. It definitely is. And they're not even running a Skylar, so they're relying on getting the active skill cards to get the Riptide Rhythm. And without that, is all about aggression, right? You disable the enemy abilities with the A124, and the rest is just, I'm gonna run in your face with the Tatsuya. And even Dio himself has one just so he could reposition early.
Man, AG Global, they're coming in with a surprise. I think everyone was expecting them to be at least top 3, but to have such a strong performance and to potentially take the tournament away, I think a lot of fans are going to be super excited about this. Everyone's sick of Buriram winning everything. Everyone's sick of seeing Team Falcons as well. AG Global, if they win this, they're going to get the invite and we're going to be seeing them again.
Yeah, well, even for me, I'm kind of sick of seeing BRU win. And no offense to BRU, I've done this for 3 years. They've been winning for majority of my Free Fire casting career. It'd be nice to see a new team. I know Falcons won EWC, that was great. You know, Magic Squad won last year's FFWS.
Husky wants a balanced diet.
Yeah, I want a balanced diet. I went for a health screening and I need to adjust my diet a little bit. So it's the same for Free Fire, right? We gotta have different flavors. You can't have Thai food every single season.
I mean, it's delicious and it's not unhealthy, so it's not too bad.
I like spicy food, so I want Indonesia to win, but they always fall short at the very end. That is the main problem I have.
My boys. I'm in the same boat with the Indonesian teams. I feel like this is a region, I always say this every tournament, they are so close to breaking into like that top 3 rankings, global rankings. But they always fall short at the time we need them to perform.
You know, the last time that they won a tournament, at least the ones that we have worked on, was Snapdragon Challenge Season.
Yes.
Season 3, last year in Jakarta.
Yeah.
So they won that one. It was by SDS Alphank. And then afterwards, they didn't win it anymore. It was a Thai team. The closest they got to an international trophy was the Esports World Cup.
Yep.
They were one round away from winning it. And then we got the closest grand finals we've ever gotten, with Falcons coming out on top.
And I remember watching that matchup and just thinking to myself, firstly, it was the ideal map for Indonesia to win because we saw at EWC. It was the map the Indonesian teams were dominating on. But for some reason, they decided to play passive and let Team Falcons run away with the game. Because we remember back then, Falcons ran in, guns blazing, kill after kill after kill, getting the elimination. So it doesn't matter if Indonesia got the placement points, Falcons were going to win based off of kills alone.
Yeah, even for this one, right? Even though Falcons didn't get much points, but AG Global, like we said, 36 points. PE Sports gets 24. And also, well, props to Bigatron Delta, right? They got 24 points. Keeps them in the race. At least the gap doesn't widen as much as we feared. So Bigatron Delta still have plenty of chances to catch up. But of course, the team that actually almost put Indonesia on the map was not even in the grand finals, right? Evo's Divide didn't even make it because they lost the tiebreaker in the play-ins to Toda, and it came down to mere elimination. So that's how crazy the dynamic is when it comes to the Indonesian teams. But I really hope that Bigatron Delta can at least remain in top 3 when the tournament ends if they don't win it, because this is the new rising dark horse of the region.
And I kind of wonder now, because we've finished our locked-in maps and we are getting ready to jump into our random ones. You know, this, I guess you could say this round was a big loss for Buriram because they only got 3 points at the end of it. Now they're going to be in desperation mode if they want to make that top 2. I think based off of that round alone, did this push Buriram to 3rd place? Because I think it did.
There's a chance. There's a chance.
I don't think it's a chance. I think it's confirmed.
For what I know is that Thai teams, if they're put behind, they would get more aggressive to get elim points because that's what they're good at, to make up for lost points. Indonesian teams, they play safe, right? And that has always been the biggest distinction.
Oh,
but let's see, first map.
I'm so scared.
You know what? I want I want like Bermuda, Alpine, Kalahari.
Of course it's Kalahari.
I wish Kalahari was kept for round 8 because that would be perfect. I mean, but still, I get my favorite map. We get our favorite map, so
I knew it.
No complaints.
I swear, it's always in these high-stake tournaments, Kalahari always appears.
I mean, it was the map that gave Falcons EWC, you know, if you think about it. They destroyed Kalahari, so...
Yeah, but at this point, I think Falcons are kind of sad that it's like this match. They would have liked it to be the last game.
What that performance on Kalahari did in the grand finals wasn't... You can't really compare it to what we saw on the world stage, right?
It's different.
It's
totally
very different. So I think for Falcons, they're not too bothered. AG Global, I think, now.
I think AG Global's bothered. I actually don't think AG Global is going to be very favorable on this map at all.
Not their best map,
No.
for sure. they're good in urban warfare, right? Which is why Nexterra looks good. Bermuda not the worst, but Kalahari is a nightmare for AG Global. We'll see if they keep it though, because 36 points is massive. It's break time for the teams, but when we come back, it's time to head back to Kalahari. So get your dusters because we are about to head into the final leg of the finals.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Ahora ese momento, mami, síguelo. Cuando lo encuentres, mami, dámelo. Ahora o nunca, solo tú y yo. Si tú también lo quieres, mami, dámelo. Ahora ese momento, mami, síguelo. Cuando lo encuentres, mami, dámelo. Ahora o nunca, solo tú y yo. Si tú también lo quieres, mami, dámelo.
Welcome back, folks. We are about to head into Kalahari for match number 6, as this is our first random map of the Grand Finals for today.
Yes!
And it's about to get heated because AG Global just scored a massive round on Nexterra, bagging 36 points. Now it's time to see if they can keep that lead.
Gotta keep that lead. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see how much of a lead they have because we are going to have a blind leaderboard, meaning that we're not going to be able to see how many points our teams earn from now on. If we don't see it now, then we're not going to be seeing it until the very end of the competition. But what we do know for a fact is that AG, they're leading. Falcons guaranteed second and Buriram third place after a devastating loss in the previous round, only scoring 3 points, which is a bit of a shock, but I think at some point this team had it coming.
Yeah, RRQ Kazu, I think by now most fans are used to them having, when they don't have a game, they really don't have a game at all, right? But RQ, when you see them at their best, what they're good at is actually finding the circle, finding the read on the circle early on, and then maintaining that position. The problem is, right now, the game has evolved in a way where you can't just read the circle and hunker down forever. That's something that RQ used to be really good at. We saw BTR replicate it and find success at the start of the fall season, but that's just not the case anymore, right? Thanks to the Portal Ghost not being in meta, you're using the launchpad a lot more. So RQ has been struggling to adapt to it.
To find their new style.
Yeah, and they're also not winning a lot of these gunfights, which is, again, a bit of a disadvantage for them.
Yeah, and I think we have to sort of question like what happened, because we didn't really see a roster change at all. We're more or less seeing the exact same core roster.
Since EWC at least, right?
So nothing has changed aside from the patch. So do we maybe think it is the patch update that's really shut them down in terms of their preferable playstyle?
I think it could be. I think like I feel like the fact that gold portals are not in season at all has affected some of these teams. Like for example, right, Thai teams, even though they're still looking solid, but when we still were utilizing the portals, oh my goodness, CQCs are an absolute nightmare.
They were juking each other with the portal goes. It was kind of gross to watch. I think we were all questioning, when is the portal go getting nerfed?
It is so strong, right? And it benefits teams that are just generally good at fighting. So in this case, you have a lot more breathing room, but the concept remains the same, and I think if RQ wants to find a way back, you might have to start with taking initiatives, getting aggressive moves, and taking early points.
Okay, so just looking at the flight path here, RRQ hot on Vamos's tail. Looks like it's going to be a team versus team situation here, but aside from that, it looks like it's clear everywhere else. And the first person to go down is going to be Raja on the side of Todak. Actually caught out by Buriram, it looks like, and Todak not going to be a good place at all, as Ma'al's actually going to be taken out by Jun on the side of Vamos on the other side of the map. So two teams having a skirmish here, but Buriram coming out on top of this little battle here with Todak.
Well, I mean, Todak's going to be the reason Buriram kind of catches back up to first place. RQ just lost 2 members. This is a disaster for RQ. And the thing is, in Kalahari, you don't really get the luxury of disengaging whenever you like because of the terrain. So RQ, they're forced to fight this, but they are putting up a heck of a fight. Taking out Cathy first. Razor is finding Crime MKS on the side, but with Juice going down, it is a 3v1. Crime MKS loses the fight against Razor, but Razor still cannot find a way in. He has 300 coins, and that is not enough to get a revive. So Legalov is about to hunt down his ex-teammate with the help of June. But if Razor pulls this off, it is going to be the play of the day.
I think the question we have to sort of ask is, does Legalov and Jun have a way to reach Razor? Because Razor has the glue walls and gets the drop onto Legalov. This is so scary. And now Jun having to play up against Razor. This is probably one of the most awkward early games for Jun. If he doesn't land the money shot, that's going to be it for Vamos.
Come on, you cannot do that if you are Vamos. You have 2 members, but you take 1v1s against Razor of all people. You gotta double up on him. Vamos has just thrown away.
Bigatron's just floated. Oh my god.
What was that, Vamos?
That was insane.
At best a poor play, and at worst a troll, because they just threw away the biggest advantage. RRQ now recovers. And sure, Bigatron picks out Razor, but damage has been dealt. 4 points for RRQ, and Vamos gets wiped out
by PE.
I cannot believe what I just witnessed.
I can't.
That was.
Did you see Razor's loadout? Oh my gosh, Razor.
That was pure carelessness for Vamos. It
actually was.
Yeah, right. The easiest way is you double up. You don't give your enemies isolated fights, but no, Legalov peeked and didn't communicate properly, and now RQ recovers. Full team is back.
Then, okay, they're not going to be fully back because we see AG, they're about to converse on one of the players. So, unfortunately, they're going to be losing, and they're probably going to lose Abe here. He was the last one to actually go for the complete buyback, so they'll bring it back. But actually, hang on. Whoa. Calm down, Abe. Calm down. 1 man into a full roster. They do finish him off, so yeah. RRQ, that early game should not have happened that way at all. I am shocked.
I guess consolation prizes, that was the worst play Vamos did in the grand finals.
We're not going to highlight that. Moving on. PT Esports being chased themselves, and they're being chased by Diamond. Husky, I'm not sure about you, but I love this just random roaming diamond from Twisted Mind. He's done it game after game after game, and he's been a nuisance.
Yeah, he's been able to really punish these teams that are... Because you catch people off guard, right? Like, usually you don't expect these scouts to get active, but Diamond is willing to take that risk, and it pays off. Because Exposé now gets to pick out Sensi. I think that's point number 5 for Twisted Minds without having to invest too much.
Ooh, Bigatron fighting up against a God of Wolf here as they almost lost Deeks there, but thankfully the heals are there. And they're not able to get the pick up onto Demon, but Deeks going to be the next one to drop down as well as Falcons come into play. And they cut down Bigatron in this battle and secure themselves a couple of E-limbs. Bigatron, they're going to be able to escape. They still have Nems, Kyung, and Koja, but you know, that was supposed to be a big victory for Bigatron. They do find Raja with Koja, goes for a couple pot shots, no connections thanks to the glue walls, but one more is still in close proximity, and Koja, I think, is regretting his decision now.
He's so dead. There's no getting out of that. Question is, who gets the point? So Traps secures it for Todak. So BTR forced to reset. Nems is his council hall, but Kyung has just ran into Star Knight, so BTR is going to have a rough game for the rest of Kalahari.
Yeah, Sensei got sniped as well, so he's going to be on the ground. He will have Raja try to pick him up, but this is a very risky play. If that glue wall does go down, they could potentially lose another player trying to go for the revive. They throw the ice grenades as well. Sensei's back on the ground right after being picked up. Traps on the ground as well. Raja next one to fall. I think this might just be it for Todak. They've got one player remaining. Hiding, they actually managed to get a buyback there. So they are back up to 2 players, Wings and Traps. Traps is the one to be brought back, but Wings, I think at this point he's praying he actually had Wings.
His grapple was a bit short, so ends up face planting into the cliff. He's gonna do it again, but gets tracked down by Kororo. He is gone. 7 points for Falcons.
7 points for Falcons, and this is a team that is hot on that first place heels, wanting to chase down AG Global. And if they have a great round, I mean, this is the perfect map for Falcons to have that perfect round. They just got to make sure they don't fumble the ball elsewhere. Don't lose too many of their players, especially going into those last 2 circles. Now, PE running into Twisted Minds. This is not going to be an easy matchup for them at all as Nameless drops onto the low ground, wanting to go for the finish off as PE tried to go for the pickup, and they will successfully grab both players. Going to try and find another one as they're trying to run around the corner, but that's going to be it. LVT, last one to fall, and PE Esports out in 11th place.
Twisted Minds finds 9 points so far. As BTR continues to get punished. Deeks goes down, so Kyung is now sent on the run. Turns around, surprises Iza. Tun doesn't really have the most health to work with. There's an opportunity for a punishment to come in from Kyung. Can he get the secure though with the blue zone coming in? You gotta really pick your fight as Tun swings the corner.
Oh, beautiful.
As Kyung was reloading, so catching the timing right, BTR not able to capitalize.
Perfect timing. I'm very glad as well that they didn't get baited into trying to picking up their teammate. They could have tried to go for the play, but they just deciding to play it safe. Get rid of the threat first before considering the pickup. So they grab a point there, and it looks like now we have 18 deer outside of the blue zone. Not looking too happy with AG Global actually surrounding Star Knights. They're all pretty spread apart, so there is a really cool opening here for Star Knights. If they can down anybody on AG, they're quite far apart to try and go for any pickup plays.
I see. So
Dew on the high ground.
Start with Dew first. It's a pretty good spot to be in for AG though, but they gotta start moving out from the blue zone. It's still second phase, not the worst, but considering the traveling that they need to do, you gotta start taking out the Star Knights.
Yeah, it's out in the open as well. I think that's the major concern, especially in Kalahari. It doesn't really matter as much sometimes, but it depends on the location. And if you're running across a road or just the barren desert and you're forced to use glue walls, you're expending a lot of utility that you would rather save if a fight potentially breaks out. But I think the question they're kind of asking themselves as well is that, who's this team that they're running into? Because for all they know, they could be Buriram.
Very well could be, right? Gotta prepare for every single possible fight if you are in any of these positions. Speaking of BRU, they have been very quiet because they took command post and hasn't been threatened yet.
I think after that last round, they're playing a little bit safer. They want to say, okay, let's try and get at least like top 6, and then we start looking for those kills. Because I think today, surprisingly, Husky, the trend today has been like 10 to 11 teams at like the 5th circle.
Yeah, it has been the trend for quite a while. I think the teams have really, the revival system really changes a lot on how you approach this game. But if Star Knights takes out AG Global, that is going to be a big shift in the leaderboard. So Kochu up against Cypher, good glue wall to actually block Cypher off. So that's going to separate the individual members of both teams, with AG Global essentially having the potential to sandwich Star Knights. But with 5 MKS on the roof, he can continue to provide support for the rest of his players. 18 wants to chase down Stop as well.
And these players, they're all playing outside the circle too. This is going to be the last time I think we see these guys play on the outside, because ideally you want to start sitting on the inside, because this is the 2nd circle. 3rd circle is when things start to get a little bit spicy. 18 are going to defend himself, catching out Cypher. So AG going to lose another member on their team and a water point to Star Knights.
This could be the reset, right? If
AG, oh, this is terrible for them. This is supposed to be the round where they just maintain that consistency, but you can't have consistency with only 1 player remaining.
This is the round where they can pull. They have the chance to pull ahead, but not. Unfortunately, no. So Raja just brought the entirety of Star Knights to Oldhampton, and this might actually cost BTR the round, because Nems is just trying not to breathe. Got spotted out. I think this is it. Lights out. Nems goes down. Is there another BTR member on the map? There could be. I think Kyung is still alive.
Yeah, yes. Kyung somewhere. He's dropping in. He was the one that got revived. So I think at this point, he's just praying he even hits the ground.
Dang you, Raja.
He drops in at Foundation, it looks like. So he's there, but it's outside the circle.
But there's no money. That's the worst part. No coins. No coins for revives.
Oh, boy. Now, switching back to AG Global, they did manage to get the buyback onto Do, so back to 2 players, but still not ideal here for AG. Ideally, they either get 3 people going, and if they could, 4 would be great too. But they also need to consider their inventories, because this late into the game and to be this crippled, they're not going to have the ideal weapon loadouts as well as their defensive utilities. So they have to play very opportunistic moving forward, because they can't just run and gun anymore.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, refinery is still part of the circle. That's why you see teams hovering around that area. I see Falcons making their way, ascending the cliff.
But is it going to stay at Refinery? That's the question. And it looks like it's going to be more towards that bottom right side of Refinery. So the top left-hand corner is not going to be safe anymore.
Here comes Falcons trading blows with RQ Kazu.
Juice is on the ground.
So far, a ton. And one more actually starts taking out members of RQ Kazu, who were already in a very inconvenient spot. Good 180 from Peter. That's the explosion from the grenade launcher. So RQ Kazu basically taking a beating and losing members left, right, and center. With Abe, he's going to start to move down from that high ground. That is not the spot you want to be in.
Oh boy, RRQ. Poor Ma'al and Abe gonna have to play along that cliffside. Basically pray that no one spots him out. You can see the way that Abe's sort of looking around here. He's trying to make sure that there's no one on the low ground that's possibly gonna spot him out. And thankfully for him, there's really no one coming on the angle, so he's going to be okay. Ma'al, though, playing on the high ground, going to try and snipe down. Todak managing to get one for the team. That's going to be another kill added to RRQ's kill score. I think at this point for RRQ, they've got to get as many kills now, because I just don't see this team surviving this endgame.
So tough. No revive potential. The circle going them to open ground. The Horizon Light brings Feist MKS back up. Samin couldn't get the finisher. But Feist NK is still in the red, so maybe it wouldn't matter as much, but definitely a bit of a headache. Wins out against Exposy. A disaster for Twisted Minds. Saming better clean up the mess, and he finally does. But so much time has been wasted. Exposy luckily doesn't bleed out, but Twisted Minds now have had a major setback.
Major setback. I just don't see them being able to grab the points in this round. I think they're barely going to survive. At this point, you pray that you are going to be in an advantageous spot in this late game. And PTE, this is a team that's been pretty quiet. They picked up 3 elims earlier on in the round. They are still 4-man strong. They're looking pretty good. They're playing on top of the refineries. They have a lot of high ground vision to work with. And they're now making their way down towards refinery as well, trying to see who else can they snipe with this high ground vision. But so far, haven't spotted anyone out. Now looking at the other teams, you have God of Wolf on the low ground, Cypher hiding behind a rock. Abe going to try and hide on the top of this cliff face as well. Very lucky no one is there. Dew actually going to be coming into the game and actually successfully dropping in. So he's going to be there, trying to go for the snipes of the team wherever possible.
Wow.
Oh,
such a good spot.
Kororo.
This spot's so nice for Falcons to really start doing some damage. So much info gathered. Caramel getting knocked out. AG Global not long for this round.
I think Get High is just hoping someone sticks their head out now. Diamond gets picked off. That's going to be it for Twisted Minds, Husky. And RRQ too.
So Twisted Minds bottom up with 14 eliminations. Falcons have 11. Let's see if they can survive. The GOW sees them on the high ground. One more getting shot through the gaps in between the glue wall, but somehow still able to stay afloat. But BRU finally now joins in the conversation.
There's a low ground circle as well, so everyone that's on the refinery has to make their way down at some point. And look at this GOW already on the low ground. They're ready to snipe anybody that tries to jump onto that low ground. As you see, a couple of players from AG on that low ground. Wasana going to try and get a head start there onto AG, but none of his shots connect, so he's going to have to reload and reposition now.
Isa did get shut down. PT is still somehow in this game. So GOW, as much as they have controlled the circle, let's see if they can make use of this. BRU able to reconvene with one another on the southern side.
Du's on the corner. He's hoping someone sticks his head out. Du is ready.
Could be his biggest moments, right? Those glue walls are making it pretty hard for him. And still Falcons in the equation.
GOW, I think they're running towards AG Global's
like
side of that refinery. They're going to try and rush things.
GOW, they just need to keep their distance because no one is contesting them. They are basically vouchering onto everyone. So Falcons get the takedown onto Zen C as Dio gets taken out by GOW. PTE basically bleeding out in the blue. AG Global eliminated as Jonah lands a nade. So on the low ground, it's between BRU and GOW.
Falcons have to go down, but look at that, the fall animation. They're being shot at. We see one of the players going down. Peter taken out. But they don't get the rest though. Buram on that low ground sitting on 9 eliminations. This is their redemption round after a horrible previous round. But they have to get through God of Wolf 2.
If they can get this booyah, it would be a full recovery. As GOW still in the running for it. Falcons with one more actually takes the Yan. This could ruin the chance of a GOW.
Demon!
As Demon takes the initiative with the grappling. Goes right and gets shot from multiple angles as Tan struggles to reach him. And Isa, you gotta start supporting your teammates right now, but he couldn't find the angle. Jonah gets shot down by one more, but Demon goes down to Wasana. Maybe one more is the difference maker as he's lone on that northern side, uncontested. One more hit, a shot onto Moshi. And maybe Falcons is the one that's none the wiser that could have won this round.
One more is actually working with God of Wolf to shut down Buram. This is the ideal opportunity for one more to actually be the one to win things here for Falcon. Things have slowed down now because teams are recovering behind their glue walls. One more trying to use all of his utility to flush these players out. GOW, they are gone. It's basically Buram versus Falcons. And for one more, just grab the kills. It doesn't matter, Brett.
Did his best, but BRU ends up surviving. Recovers from the previous round, finds a booyah, keeps themselves in the conversation for first place. And it comes at a time where AG Global didn't get to show up on Kalahari, just like what we kind of predicted.
I hate that prediction, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't true. But I'm not sure if that previous round was enough to get Buram to overtake Falcons. I think that was something that we now sort of have to take into the equation. Has Buram made it into second place? Maybe. Falcons might be in first place, but we don't know the positioning of AG Global, even though we now know their score for this round because we don't get to see the leaderboard.
Yeah, AG Global kind of hangs the balance because of this round, right? It could be another scenario of so close yet so far because they could not hack it on Kalahari. We did say it's one of their weaker maps. It really showed because the entire game they were just getting ran down.
I dare say if one more did not survive for as long as he did, I actually think Falcons may have dropped into third place.
Yeah, high chance, I think.
I actually think. But because of one more smart play and the fact that he was able to get away from the initial skirmish and to work with GOW, it's smart plays like that that wins you games. Even though they didn't win the game ultimately, they got the points. Yep. It doesn't matter if you win game after game after game. If you're not getting the points, you're not going to win.
I mean, you get some extra points if you are able to sneak away certain eliminations, right? So
yeah,
I do like it from one more. I know he did take down Jonah, or is it Jonah or Moshi? Either one of them. So again, some consolation prize towards the very end. I think Falcons are still in the running for sure. We don't get to see the overall standings. I think we get to see the round standings at max. And maybe that can give us a good inkling of where the teams are, but everything else kind of hangs in the balance.
Yeah, and the fact that now Kalahari is going to be eliminated from the map pool. So just a quick explanation or a refresher for anyone that doesn't remember how we do our random maps. Once we have randomed a map, that map will be removed from the map pool and we will roll with the remaining maps that have not been rolled in the random pool. So we'll have everything except Kalahari available as our next map. And I think for Falcons, I kind of wonder if they were hoping that this was going to be a better round for them, because this is supposed to be a map that they are generally good on.
Yeah, I think it's not the worst. They didn't get the booyah like we saw, but it's still a pretty good performance at the end, right? So this for Falcons, very expected. Buriram, I've always felt like they are a wild card on Kalahari. Sometimes they get really good games, but in recent performance, they have been able to really adapt to the map. So it's no longer an Indonesian team favorite map. You know, the Thai teams are catching up. And BRU,
they've caught up. They've definitely caught up.
I mean, look at the two rushes, and Wasana and Get High. 12 eliminations between them, just between them.
Yeah, actually, it's quite surprising to see that, you know, Moshi and Jonah not really able to do a lot in this particular matchup. And I think it was mainly just because we didn't really see a lot of sniping action in this particular map. It was a lot of teams, a lot of teams really were focusing on rushing in and just trying to go for the CQC.
Yeah, it's also a round where they like to take command posts on Kalahari. No teams challenged them. The circle was sort of helping them out as well, going to the southern side of the map. So BRU didn't have to really get involved until the late game. And when they did, they were fighting under Refinery. So yeah, you don't really need long-range weapons.
If only it was on Refinery, then I think that's where, you know, Moshi and Jonah would have been able to really shine.
That too,
with the long range. But yeah, it didn't happen. But at the end of the day, for Buriram, they got the booyah, they got the elimination points. I think the goal for them now is just to remain consistent for these last two maps, because we've got 2 more random maps to go before we crown our champion.
You know who would be happy if it was on Refinery? Falcons, because they didn't have to jump down.
Yes, that was terrible.
That was an ankle breaker, right? They didn't have a choice, so you gotta take that leap of faith eventually. But still, right? Top 3 teams, we got BRU, we got Falcons, and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds also, they got knocked out slightly earlier, but they had, I think, 14, 15 eliminations right before they got knocked out.
Yeah, so they had 14 eliminations for this round. So they got the points. I kind of wonder where Twisted Minds are sort of winding up on the leaderboard too, because they're fighting with RRQ for that placement.
They are.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a race between those two teams, whereas you have that big chase happening towards the top. But the fact that Falcons and Buriram tied in kills, I think this makes it a bit quite clear to me. I think Buriram is now sitting behind Falcons, because Falcons had a pretty significant lead, I believe, over them coming into this matchup. So now this next game, this next map is important for both of these two teams, because whoever does well now will break away and start to accumulate that final lead before we have map number 8. Oh boy.
Interesting. I mean, keep the race as tight as it is, as it can get.
But I also think now, I think AG Global, do you think they're breathing a sigh of relief, because like one of their weakest maps is now out of the pool?
I think they, because I stopped counting after I stopped counting, right? So my theory is, I think AG Global probably still in first place.
I think
but they lost the cushion, right, of, you know, having a bad round.
True.
So the rest really comes down to them maintaining an average performance at minimum to keep their lead.
Okay, I don't think they're leading, because look at, they got 11 points for this round, and we know Falcons were behind them, right? And I think they were behind by like not even 10 points. I think it was less than that. I think I could be wrong.
I mean, so AG Global mostly in second place.
I think they're second place.
Okay, still okay. I mean,
I think Falcons are on top right now. AG is second, and Buriram is right on AG's tail. I think that's what's happening on the leaderboard, just based on guesses.
Yeah, I can live with Twisted Minds being 4th. I think I've kind of eliminated Bigatron Delta in being 4 at this point, because they, again, kind of bombed out this round.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that assessment makes sense. I think Twisted Minds would probably be the biggest wild card if we just talk about the top 4 teams, right?
Okay, I think because we have only 2 more games left, and their performance for the most recent maps, I don't think they're anywhere near making top 2. I don't think they're close at all, because I think before we had the leaderboard switch over, I think they were like 20 points behind. So if you want them to win, where
like a two monsters round.
Yeah, you would have to get like a 30-pointer and then like a godly 40-pointer round,
40.
which we haven't had a 40-pointer
Since EWC.
Yeah.
And that was by Falcons. Imagine if Falcons wins this.
Oh
It
my
would be pretty
gosh.
crazy because I know BRU won the last SPS Challenge Finals.
Yeah.
But then they didn't win the Mobile Masters, right? That's why they didn't get the direct invite to EWC. But here we go.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
Nexterra.
I think it's Bermuda.
Uh,
Oh! Oh! I'm the random king! I did not. Okay,
I got tricked. That thing scared me, right? It stopped. It almost.
Oh my
this is
God.
why I don't play roulette or like slot machines, because you know.
I don't know. I looked at the way that the thing was moving, and I was like, that's looking like a Bermuda.
That's a very suspicious stop, right?
Yeah, it was so. I was like, okay, it's definitely not going to stop anytime soon. Definitely Bermuda.
It's fine.
Okay,
You know?
but I think this opens the door for everybody because everyone can perform on Bermuda. I don't think there are a couple teams that I think definitely prefer it, GOW, but GOW getting points doesn't matter. It would eliminate those points from our top teams. But for everyone else, though, just based off of what we know of the top 3 teams, who do we think is the better team on Bermuda?
Oh, top 3 teams? I was thinking Vamos because they got
You
bullied
think
on
Vamos?
Bermuda.
But
It doesn't
Vamos
really
is out of
matter
the
in the bigger
question.
scheme of things, but I just want to see them kind of come back to life.
I can't believe it. I mean,
I
folks,
can't believe what they did in Kalahari.
look, we're all shocked. We're going to have to go for a break because we need to reset ourselves and our teams are getting ready as well. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be jumping into Bermuda in just a second for game number 7.
Here we go!
Oh, I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found ya, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
the penultimate round of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals for Season 5 of Free Fire. We're heading to Bermuda for match number 7. And the race for first place is still undefined. We don't know who is in the lead. We have no idea what the overall leaderboard is looking like. But what we do know, Fasha, is that it's pretty close.
I am back at the caster desk after 3 amazing matches. I mean, like, that's crazy. There was a lot of, like, 1v1, the intense moment of Twisted Mind as well as Bigatron Delta. It could have been either one side, but Diamond managed to clutch it all and made it even more worse for BTR, because we've talked about how day number 1, it was all for them. But now, going into day number 2, as we are approaching the end of it all, BTR is slowly going down at that overall setting. Who knows? Maybe there's a possibility, because right now they are losing a lot of their chances to even make it to the top for the placement point or even for the elimination. But the one that's been popping off very well, Buriram United, getting the 3rd booyah for themselves here. Now the question is it going to be enough to pull through into that crowning of championship?
They definitely secured the advantage if we ever go to a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
But in terms of points, I still think Falcons and AG Global are putting out a pretty good fight, especially Team Falcons, who has been sublime, right, in the second leg of the grand finals. And even prior to this spot, sure, they didn't really get much booyahs, but they have really demonstrated that they can keep themselves in the race. Even when you look at the last round, where it really felt like they should have been out, circumstantial-wise, they're not in the spot to win, they still finished second with off of the performance of one more. But we go back to where it all started. It's Bermuda, and right down the center will be the flight path. We see there's an even split between the teams. We'll see if AG Global can recover, because they got past their worst performing map. Now, this is the chance for them to bring it back.
I mean, a lot of teams perform very well here on Bermuda map, and we did know for a fact that this is one of the top maps that AG Global has stands out so much, and they always go for the early contention. And we are seeing at the moment right now, they will be at the clock tower with Toda, and there's a lot of competition as well. We got GOW also inserting themselves. Now, shots coming through from the side of Wings does give a lot of damage, but Sensei will be the first one to be taken down. At the same time, PE Sport unfortunately only left with Nero. Nero tried to survive it out. He did manage to shut down Raja first of all, but at the same time, can he make it through alive without the disturbance of coming from AG Global? But no, unfortunately, Toda will be the first one to be eliminated by GOW. Now, PO Nero still surviving. He's all alone. He's cornered out. He has AG Global, 2 players right now trying to insert himself. Launcher in the hands, throws, and now coming in for the front side is going to be stop 7. Before it was taken down, he did manage to shut down the last man standing, PE Sports.
So GOW now shows out to try and clean out kind of the mess that AG Global started. Demon just rushes in with the Trogon, takes out Dew. So AG Global loses 2 of their members. GOW have a very good chance of cleaning up the remnants of AG Global. I mean, they still have 1 more AG member kind of isolated. It's Cypher against Demon, 1v1. Blue Wall's all expended. Around the corner, Demon wins it. So that's 4 points for GOW as we see a mass revive come out from AG Global.
Okay, looking good. I mean, like, 2 of the top teams managed to clear out the rest from the clock tower. 2 is out of the game. Team Falcons on the note meeting off with the BTR. On Fire meeting off with Kyung as they having a little bit of long range sight as well from Koja. Koja did manage to take down 1 player, but at the same time, right here on Fire will be the one to shut down Kyung. 2 more players to go for Team Falcon. Kuroro was bring back, now looking for the next one, as here on up, BT Esport Varna comes along to join in the party, but at the same time, he managed to shut down one of the players. Now, Varna will be able to be picked up, and Team Falcon is trying to find a way to break through before PT Esport shuts down. Now, On Fire just overlooking from a distance and decided to just say, hey, back off. I just done my job with fighting off with BTR. Don't mess around with the rest of the teams for the Team Falcons.
Yeah, kind of a change in the dynamic also. Koja was trying to find a way to get to Crime MKS, and he traps himself, trying to cut Crime MKS down with the sight, but it's a bit short in terms of reach. And now with the glue wall getting shot down, Koja will just be shot in the back. Crime MKS finding a free point for himself. BTR somehow struggling in this game.
Agree, definitely. I mean, like, talking about meeting off with Team Falcons and as well as PT Esport inserting themselves, this is a little bit of hard reset that is needed for the team of BTR. Twisted Mind on the other note, right now we do see 2 at the high ground, 1 is at the top. Exposy, one-on-one with the help of the backup coming in from the high ground. It's going to be Deuce who's meeting off with him. 1v1 shots coming through, not going to be enough. There's 1 more shot that is needed to shut him down. Blue wall on the side. Exposy just needs to jump for it. He He goes in for the dash, one more shot, and there you go. Dutz is out from the team of RRQ Kazoo.
Twisted Minds finds the first point of this round, clears out Riverside, but has a chance to continue going southwards. That's why the rest of RRQ are kind of hunkered down. We see the revive already. And Abai is trying to find information on where the Twisted Minds members are. We see Saming away from his team, which is kind of the usual approach that Twisted Minds likes to play, right? Give Saming a good position to fire his shots, and that's the support that you're going to get. But RRQ Kazu are hiding on that high ground. It's going to start forcing Twisted Minds to go upwards.
Okay, let's see. Are they going to actually go in straight and shut down RRQ Kazoo immediately? The zone is definitely in their favor. They don't need to worry much. Just gatekeep, and that's it for the team of RRQ Kazoo. RRQ Kazoo knows for a fact that Twisted Mind is ready to go in for the war. As Mal as well as Deuce is just hiding out from one end to another end. They might be able to do a surprise attack, but Diamond has already been spotted out from another distance, which is by Abai. And it seems that Twisted Mind, despite they wanted to go in for the fight, they are being set up by the team of RRQ Kazoo. Mal, unfortunately, will be taken out by Saming first of all. RRQ Kazoo, with a little bit of backup coming in from the high ground, is still not enough, as Mal was just a little bit too far off to be helped.
Not a good angle for RRQ Kazu, at least, right? Because they don't get vision, they don't get line of sight of where Twisted Minds are at. So this is a good time for Twisted Minds to reset. You just let RRQ Kazu make the first move. Twisted Minds have a very good area to work with. And even for Dutz, he only has one glue wall left, so he needs to be very careful in how he plays around this area. His teammates don't want to come down from their high ground because it puts them in a disadvantaged position. PTE, on the other end, are just getting massacred by Falcons. Point number 5 going to be secured by Kororo. Zenzi goes down.
Okay, the never-ending fight right here by PT Sport as well as Team Falcon. 3 more players to go. Spotted out one player, Kororo going in for the rush. Takes down Varna immediately for the kill point as well. So 1 more player to go. It's going to be PT who did manage to bring back 1 more player to go. They're still surviving with 3 players. On the high ground, Peter already spotted out Don. Don moves away. Cautiously be careful with the surrounding, knowing for a fact the Falcon is all over scattering around. But at the same time, on fire, knows the information. Kororo goes down to the 2nd floor, chasing after one another, and it's going to be 1 more shot to go. He goes in for the dash. He pushes in, and 1 more shot. Kororo takes down Don, and that's more. 2 more players to go to be surviving, but not to worry. Zenzi did manage to bring back the 2 other teams.
Good stuff on Falcons. This is how champions are made, right? You see the difference between how Falcons and BRE are approaching this round, since we're setting them up to be the top 2 contenders for for the title. BRU, they're going to play safe at the start, but when the end game scenario rolls around, they are going to start bulldozing through teams, get the eliminations. But for Falcons, they are very confident when they get the ball rolling, and that's how they kind of set the world record for 40 points in a single game during EWC. Let's look at this. Twisted Minds wiping the floor with RRQ. That is their 5th point. RRQ Kazu out of the equation. And this is going to really set the stage for the rest of the game, because we've lost 3 teams in a pretty early fashion compared to what we're used to, right? Only 7 minutes in, only 9 teams remained.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. And remembering how the first game itself, Twisted Mind was the one who managed to dominate this Bermuda, it shows how they are very confident and they want to actually repeat that victory again. Now, coming along after favoring or already clearing out the team of RRQ Kazoo. Once they push into the circle, they might actually meet off with PT Sport. That is something they have to be aware of. But Buriram, on the other note, right here at the factory, meeting up with Star Knights, did manage to take down Kochil. Now looking for the next few players, it's going to be Star Knight, who did manage to move away from the factory, leaving only 18 there surviving as the revival. He decided to go into the clock tower. Not to worry much, he will be able to actually secure the clock tower all by himself with no cautious whatsoever, because he's safe for now. Bigatron, on the other note, as they finally managed to move away from the grabs of Falcon, now they had to meet the death again, as if they cannot avoid the death of Team Falcons, because previously they managed to move away, but Team Falcons say, nope, your doom was already written by Team Falcons.
Yeah, 11 points already. Still 30 members left alive. Of course, you minus the Falcons members, it will be 26. Second closest, we have what? We have Vamos with Twisted Minds. BRU getting 4 for themselves. Vamos now in the crosshairs of AG Global, who also wants to catch up. Legoloff loses his footing first, as June actually responds by taking down Dew. So this is a good chance for Vamos to potentially mount a comeback. Crime MKS is going to be facing off against the front lines of AG Global, which is going to be stopped as his back line gets slaughtered. So Crime MKS finds himself isolated, tries to take the launch pad to go away. They're shooting at him, but Crime MKS seemingly makes it out with his life.
Whoa, that was too close coming in from Team Vamos. I mean, there was so much of intention to a point that if he didn't actually able to slingshot himself with the launch pad, he could have been taken down. But okay, again, you did manage to actually step away from your death, but AG still in the lead. They're still going to actually chase after you going into the circle. So Crimes, he's got to do what he's got to take to survive it out and find as much resources as possible, because with 0 coins in his pocket, there's no revival that can be done here for the rest of his teammates. This is going to be tough for Team Vamos. On the other note, Star Knights, we do see they did manage to revive back the rest of their teams. So Star Knight is back for the reset a little bit. But at the same time, Fire's got to be cautious. GOW in the same area compound with Iza and Dion. Fire is overlooking. He doesn't want to overextend, but he does have the snipe in the hands. Does he want to shoot? Nope, he doesn't. Trigger discipline, nicely done. Yep. He knows this is not good, because with the capacity, full squad coming in from GOW, they know they are outnumbered.
Yeah, they don't have to do anything. Vamos just got wiped out. So 7 teams remain as we head into kind of late game phase of this match. 10 minutes coming up. Falcons still 11, but they have a very good spot to work with outside of the circle at this point of time. Right? You can see that on the radar, on the minimap on the top left. They do have PTE nearby, and I think Falcons are aware of this. But they're not in any rush. I think Falcons are in a very good spot. They can just slowly work their way towards the circle. For GOW, it's about speeding up the pace, as Star Knight just took out Iza, so GOW at a disadvantage.
Oh, 2 players going in rush for the second floor. Blue has been broken, but the Star Knight still running away for his dear life. Coach Hill trying to hide it out. He's going to shoot to the side of Demon. Doesn't manage to do what he's needed with the double factor, but at the same time, he needs a backup for his teammates. Star Knights did manage to get a reset with a full squad, but at the same time, they're actually quite scattered, so they need the full power, at least for the backup, because team, at least for the side of GOW, they're sticking together, and this is not going to be so good if you go in for 2v1 or even 3v1. And here, Demon doing a little bit of damage with the grenade to the side of Coach Hill. Coach Hill had a little bit of chip for his health, but he's still surviving it.
Able to outheal the explosion, so you kind of weather the first wave of attack. The throw in the hands of 18 Deer. Just some bit of a scratches on the ton, but Diana on the first floor without any support gets doubled up by Star Knights. Bit of a questionable approach from the side of GOW, but losing control of the ground floor now allows Star Knights to go onto the second floor and clean up the rest of GOW. And Star Knight finds themselves a full wipeout, 5 points under the belt.
Wow, great respawn, great teaming up at the right call for the whole entire moment, because as they actually approach into the compound, GOW was just cornered out. And now moving on to the next circle, it seems that Team PT Esports still holding off their high ground. Twisted Mind is just quite close by now. Team Falcon hear the commotion of the fight coming in from Star Knights. They want to insert themselves. They also want to join in. Throws the nade into the house. Doesn't spot anyone. He does spot out Coach Hill though, and then Lim decided to go into the second floor with the rest of their teammates. Now, Team Falcon knows the positioning of Star Knights. The question is how they want to actually approach this, how they want to actually go in for the ambush, or will they actually just wait it out until the zone just pushes Star Knights to go out from the house?
I see, even in this case, seeing Falcons are going to start taking the time again. They're in a very good spot. And if only Star Knights in their way, if they can get rid of Star Knights, Falcons will set themselves up for another potential booyah. Maybe solidify their spot in that first place. Star Knights, they know how important this compound is. They're going to seal off the windows where the utilities are coming in. But by sealing off the windows, you essentially lose line of sight of Falcons. And that's why Falcons are going to take initiative, take over the first floor, and now will plan for the attack.
Agree, and he needs to do it fast because AG Global is getting closer as well. This is something to be aware of as well. As you're moving in for a fight, AG might actually come in to insert themselves, and they don't want to have that kind of messy gunfights to come through. Now, Team Falcons, it seems that they tried to actually set themselves on the first floor, but they ended up pushing themselves out of the way, and now they're out in the open. Questionable decision making right now, because with AG Globals already putting their life or even their eyes right to the Buriram, could be another case of four-way fights between these 4 teams.
Yeah, I agree. very huge potential, I think, for AG Global to intercept this. But it also comes down to what Buriram does, right? If Buriram are putting pressure on AG Global, then Falcons gets to breathe a sigh of relief. Wildcards could be PTE and Twisted Minds, as C5 MKS actually taking out one more. So Falcons not out of the woods just yet with that positioning. AG Global now have to fend off against BRU. This could get messy real quick.
Okay, coming in for the fight is going to be PT Spot versus Twisted Mind for the CQC. Shots coming to one player is already down. Now moving into Godwin. He goes jump straight away to the side. Even though Varna has already been picked up, a lot of damage has already been done. Now coming in, glue wall been put out. They're trying to go in for the defense. Still a little bit more left for the side of Zancy, who's still trying to reheal himself. Twisted Mind breaking all the glue wall. First of all, trying to break into the side of defense from PT Spot. PT Spot loses Varna as well as Godwin, and Summing at the process was taken down as well for the trade-off. Now, at the same time, Falcon comes along and shooting themselves from a distance.
Let's see if Falcons can make it to the circle, because the circle is definitely not favoring them, right? But Falcons gotta still do his Star Knights. We got AG Global and BRU on the other side. Twisted Minds cleaning up PTE to take control of the safe zone, set themselves up for success. Utility is forcing Dawn down to the ground floor. Here comes the full rush. You triple out onto Dawn. PTE out in 6th spot as AG Global will feel the wrath of BRU. Cypher repositions, but again, the compound nearby is taken over by Star Knight. So even for AG Global, you want to back off, you can't go too far back. BRU takes the launch pad, launches themselves straight towards Star Knight. This could be what bails Falcons out, but actually no, they redirect themselves into the circle.
Oh, finally, Falcons gonna go in for a fight with Star Knight. Fire's already been taken out by Karo, but at the same time, they lost his Tripules. Only Kuchil still surviving out. He's gonna clear out for the kills. He managed to shut down, but at the same time, Peter takes down Kuchil. Star Knight's at the 5th place.
And they didn't know where AG Global were at, but Moshi takes out Stop to keep Falcons alive. But damage has been done. Falcons down to the last lane. Keroro barely breathing. Can Moshi get to the wall? The AWM shot might make the difference, but maybe don't need it. The glue wall melter is enough to stop Falcons in their tracks, and BRU once more, through patience, finds themselves in the final circle. And the big opportunity to find themselves a lead. Them and Twisted Minds going up against each other is a 1-3v3, but Diamond goes down. Buriram encircling Twisted Minds, and there is just no fighting chance. BRU with another booyah.
Wow, consistently getting booyah. This is the 4th booyah in the hands of Buriram. I mean, talking about how balanced out the gameplay of Buriram United, always try to make sure that they get the most placement point. Now, engagement-wise, we do see most of the engagement started out with Team Falcon. They already got the double digit in their hands, started out into the mid games, right? Buriram United finally pushing into the late game. That's when we do see the spark, the moment they started to be a little bit more aggressive, taking down at least AG Globals, and then they push into Star Knight as well, making themselves inserting between the Falcons as well as Star Knight. But most of the time, I think, if it wasn't for Kororo been taken out because of his lifeline, he could have managed to go into the safe zone, but with only one player to be surviving, Team Falcons, oh, that's really already a tough position for him.
Very tough position. But again, Team Falcons, the advantage that they have was the fact that they have a lot of elimination points, right? And sure, you miss out on the booyah, which is very unfortunate, but at the end of the day, you have points to make up for it. So sure, BRU got the booyah, decent points, but if Falcons still gets more points than booyah than Buriram overall in this game, I think it's still on between these two. Talk about being the two most consistent teams in the grand final so far, and once more in true Free Fire tradition, we will have to come down to one last round.
Agree, definitely. I mean, the decision making started out with Team Falcon. They already set themselves out on that first floor, which I was expecting them to just go all out first with the team of Star Knights, but it was taking them a little bit too long, and that's when a lot of teams, as they push into the circle, decision making or even the timeline for the side of Team Falcon to push through to Star Knights was a little bit too late, but at the same time they did manage to get the elimination they need. And then Buriram, on the other note, just taking their sweet time to push in, even with the disturbance or even the struggle coming in from AG Global, they did manage to pull through with the full squad.
Absolutely. And this is a very, very active game, right? 29 revivals, 83 knockdowns, but you know, kind of the total damage on the lower side, 45,000. Most of the fights ended up in full wipeouts. That's why we kind of lost 3 teams at the 7th minute mark. So this is the expected, kind of the expected stat. But again, big props to Team Falcons. We've got Kororo with the highest eliminations, Peter with highest assists, BRU clocking in the booyah means that if we ever come down to a tiebreaker, BRU will always win, because there's just not enough Booyahs for other teams to catch up.
Agree, definitely. This will be very interesting. Going into the stats right now, we got the highest kill coming in from Joanna. Previously, we saw how Buriram, Moshi, as well as Joanna didn't get enough damage, and it was a surprise because it's Kalahari to be, when you guys were talking about it, how Kalahari a map whereby you can definitely utilize the long range shot, but it was Wasana who popped up really well with the 7 kills. But now we're seeing a little bit of very average damage score coming in from all of them, whereby 3 kills by Moshi, 2 kills by Gethai, as well as Wasana. That proves to show that now Buriram, they have so much balance. The problem is it going to be enough to pull through into that overall standings?
So they want me to find out. Let's wait for the last round to end.
Oh my god.
That's the suspense
yeah.
I mean, this is one of my favorite parts. But of course, I think for BRU, you can never count that out, right? That has always been kind of like something that everyone agrees on. BRU can have the worst start to the day and still come out as the champions, and they've kind of proven it by winning one of the World Championship in that fashion, right? So I think Falcons probably are still in the lead, but that final round, whoever gets knocked out first will lose their chance.
True, that's
so I want to see the final circle in the final map between those two teams. Maybe that's going to be the decider, right? You know, do it fair and square, 4v4, final circle. Whoever gets Booyah wins the tournament.
Agree, definitely. Even previously, the whole entire map of Alpine, that was the messiest map ever, and that will be very interesting to see if that happens again for the second time. And then moving on to the top 3 is going to be Buriram United, Team Falcons, as well as Twisted Minds right here. Team Falcons getting 8,912 damage with 18 kills. Even though they were denied of the Booyah, that's already a lot of points for that overall standings.
I think they got more points than BRU overall just because of that, right? They have so much eliminations, and they finished 3rd in that game. Even when we look at top weapons, of course, the Trogon, the M14 are the go-to ones, so nothing surprising here. So from all of the teams, it's kind of the flavor of the current meta for the longest of times. No matter where Falcons is standing, I feel like Falcons, because of the amount of eliminations they get, means that they are still leading BRU. They're still ahead of BRU, in fact.
Now, the question is right now, we do see AG Global also stands out really good for the elimination points. And this is where the fine lines of our top 2 teams right now that we have talked about, how Team Falcons, Buriram, as well as AG Global is in the lead, is running off right here for the crown of the champions. And somehow AG Global, yes, they perform very well here for the map of 7 as well. But the problem is, I feel like now we started to see the falter of AG Global. They're getting even more further down on their engagement. They're even as they try to go a little bit more aggressive, it ended up not going in their favor. There was a lot of moments where even Cypher tried to actually corner out or even separate himself. He ended up actually having a struggle to stand on his own.
It's kind of what we talked about when it comes to AG Global, right?
Yeah.
Like, there are a couple of teams aside from AG Global. We kind of got, we talked about BTR as well, where they just couldn't hack it when it mattered the most. It's very unfortunate that the inconsistency kind of is the reason that they are not champions yet. But here we have it, Game 7 standings. Team Falcons, despite not getting the Booyah, still got the most points thanks to the eliminations that they had. 26 points for the Falcons. BRU getting 23, Twisted Minds getting 16, AG Global 15. So the top 4 teams still remains top 4 in terms of round standings, but I think now it comes down to the showdown between Team Falcons and BRU.
Yeah, Team Falcons and Buriram United Esport. Are they going to be able to actually go in for the last round? I mean, we remember how it was when it comes to the last round of Buriram United. It was a surprise that they were eliminated too early on at that Nexterra map by Toda themselves. And this is something that needs to be very, very aware for the team of BRU, because they don't want to mess things up already. They're already right at the top for the overall standings. We don't know for sure yet who is at the top at the moment right now, because things are already switching around. Team Falcons getting a lot of elimination points. AG Global as well with that 36 points previously for the match number 5. life, I think that could also be something to be talked about. I mean, yes, they are now getting even more less as impressive as they were before, but that 36 points, is it enough for them to maintain? Because I did saw them were able to actually twist things on that overall standing with that 36 kills. But then again, I'm not sure though. Now, match number 8, we have the randomized map calling us out.
Give me Nexterra.
Oh,
Give me Nexterra.
You want Nexterra?
I want Nexterra.
Seriously?
I mean, I've gotten Kalahari, so
Oh,
really
okay.
nothing else to lose, right? Give me Nexterra for the final map. Alpine will favor BRU. Nexterra is going to favor... It's going to be even between BRU and Falcons.
Purgatory.
Okay, we get none of it. So it's a fair fight. It's a fair fight. We're going to do it free for all. Everyone gets what they want.
Oh my god, Purgatory. And Purgatory is one of the messy map, I have to say. I mean, yes, it has a long rotation and we always have a lot of awkward circles. And when it comes to Purgatory, there are certain times if we got the land circle, it would be nice. But at the same time, if we have the water circles, and this is something that the teams have to be really careful when it comes to the rotation wise. And Purgatory, I feel like it has a 50-50 for most of our top teams. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, I think when I look at the top contenders, yes, it's actually pretty even between all of them teams. Right, it doesn't really favor BRU too much. Nor Falcons, Twisted Minds, and AG also do pretty fine on that map. So I think Purgatory could be it's actually a pretty good ending, right? It gives the other teams equal chances to I don't know, one last chance to kind of get the win, but. End of the day, I think Falcons now have set the standard to beat. BRU are pretty close. AG Global and Twisted Minds, they're fighting for kind of the cut of the prize pool, right? Maybe third place is where they're looking at. I don't see them overtaking BRU or Falcons anytime soon, unless those two teams bomb out early and then they drop a 40-point game. So one last round coming up before we crown our champions. But as always, we're going to let the teams have some time to deliberate. We'll be right back for one last ride on Purgatory.
Ese momento, mami, síguelo. Cuando lo encuentres, mami, dámelo. Ahora o nunca, solo tú y yo. Si tú también lo quieres, mami, dámelo. Oh, 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 oh.
Welcome back to one last ride at Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Season 5 Challenge Finals, where it all comes down to Purgatory. And unfortunately, no one gets out here alive because it's kind of the playing between life and death, and only one team can emerge as the victor.
Yeah, with the booyah in their minds right now at the SPS Challenge Finals Day number 2. A lot of things are happening throughout the match number 6 to number 8, and then the fact that we have been denied of the overall standings. We're not sure how much points that they were able to catch up, because again, we talked about how AG Global, they are very amazing, consistently getting all of that elimination points for themselves. Even though they didn't get the booyah, Buriram on the other note, they are actually very balanced with the elimination point, with the average score of elimination points actually, and the booyah in their hands countless of times. Now coming in to Team Falcons, they are denied of booyah every single time, only leaving one person behind, yet their elimination points is off the roof. So the question's back, whether or not is it gonna be the team of Falcons, Buriram, AG Global, and another question is that those who are right now underdogs, who are at the bottom, who will actually make it really hard for these top teams to try to make it through here for the last game.
I think it comes down to Falcons. Well, to Falcons and BRU, who are fighting for first place. Wild card would be AG Global and Twisted Minds for sure. I think they can still disrupt the status quo.
Yeah.
But I think those two are more likely fighting for second and third place than first, right? I think the gap has definitely widened a little bit. But here we go, dropping into Purgatory one last time before we close out the evening. And one team will reign supreme. BRU, they did win the past challenge season before Mobile Masters, which was then taken away by Twisted Minds. We'll see if this is going to be a back-to-back challenge seasons for Buriram United Esports, or will Falcons continue that reign of dominance? Pretty nice flight path, right? Spinning right down the middle. Buriram will probably head to Marble Works. Falcons like to take Central and Fire Brigade, so we're going to have a very even split, but they will share the same island as our RQ.
Okay, it's gonna be a very, very early contest right now at the Central as well as Fire Brigade. Shots can be seen from the side of Team Vamos as well as RRQ Kazoo. And it seems that Katizi right on the high ground right now trying to fight off. He's unfortunately will be taken out first of all by RRQ. Moving along, 3 more players to go. Looking for the next one. There is a trade-off coming in, but June will be the next victim from Team Vamos. Now trying to fight it off, but no! Before even step into the compound, it's gonna be Team Vamos to be eliminated at the 12th spot. Oh, wait, Team Falcon coming in as well.
Oh, this could be it. If GOW doesn't mess it up, it could be the start that Falcons was looking for. Peter, he's going to get rushed at. Abai and Dudes going in on fire, desperately trying to provide support, and Abai not able to deliver in time, but Dudes will on fire. Peter both go down at the same time. Karoro overcommitted to the fight and now has to find his way out. Karoro gets the knockdown, but Dudes responds. The worst possible opening for Team Falcons as one more runs for the hills.
Whoa, that was too close. Okay, a little bit too aggressive in the moment where Team Falcons should be very cautious of it all because of their aggressions. RRQ Kazoo, really good start coming in to take down Toda. Now GOW finally inserting themselves. Iza getting a little bit of damage right here in Iza, pushing in, finally taking down one of the players. But RRQ Kazoo, before we even started off, they did manage to take down, but this is a karma coming in from them as GOW shut them down as well.
And we just lost 3 teams right off the bat. 2 minutes in, 3 teams eliminated. Falcons crippled, basically forced to a hard reset. But because it's so early into the game, Falcons have plenty of time to get that loadout back as well. But this one is also a big fight. Twisted Minds and AG Global. And Duel plus Cypher here are just sharp. Nameless goes down, instantly revive as Twisted Minds evacuate the area. They don't want to be a part of this. Moat House is no longer safe. AG Global strikes first.
Wow, that's nice coming in from AG Global. I mean, Twisted Mind, they wanted to go in for a fight, go for the high ground, but ended up losing their side. So they had to actually go back again, pull it back, at least for now, doesn't want to actually go in for the contest with the team of AG Global. Now, the circle at the moment right now has a little bit on the far end between 3 of these islands. So definitely still in the favor of AG Global. Team Twisted Mind, they are in a very good, safe composure, not to worry much. GOW, I mean, mean, this is the team that has been aggressive, but at the same time, they haven't found a really good foot when it comes to surviving inside our game. 4 lifeline or 4 elimination in the hands of PTE as well as GOW as the elimination leader. AG, as they move into fight with Twisted Mind, they did manage to get 3 elimination from that process.
So I'm slightly worried about Falcons because I'm thinking, where can they go, right? You have BTR holding the bridge on the eastern side, GOW holding the central bridge. Unless they go to central and take the west bridge, but that is such a long trip. And GOW, they are going to spread out, so Falcons will be boxed in eventually. And if Falcons cannot get past GOW, the run ends here.
Coming into the Brasilia, PE Sport doesn't need to worry much. They have the center of the zone for themselves. Pretty much most of the teams are quite safe for a while. The only matter is Team Falcon still haven't had any breather. They just had a lot of struggle to reset themselves. Now meeting off with GOW again, this is going to be tough. You talked about it, how no matter how it is they're trying to go in for the circle, they have to meet with the next contender, which is GOW, who is very close enough to their compound.
And even when you look at Falcons, right, this is the most dreaded scenario. So Falcons need to somehow survive this. They have enough time to prep, but Iza came prepared. Takes down Kororo. On fire needs to take out Iza before you can even think about providing help, but Iza is just buying so much time. Demon will come in to clean out Kororo. Peter brings him back instantly. But I think for Falcons, they gotta somehow brute force their way out of this. There's just no other choice. On fire. In panic mode, he's getting shot from different angles, but there's just no safe space to work with. One more takes down Iza. That's a good start, but can he get the cleanup? Yes, he can. Tan finds the exchange, but at least there is some sort of an answer from the side of Falcons as one more gets brought back. Peter now on the run. Demon chasing him down. Falcons repositions to central after the revive, but with Peter going down, Falcons will have to do it all over again.
One more. Gonna go in for the trade-off. Oh, one more. Can it? Oh, he only get it for the half line. He's chasing after Tan. Can actually make it through. He's waiting for it. He's going in for the shot, but at the same time, he's being shot from another distance. The team of GOW, he's going to be Dion who goes in for the rush. And one more, even though he tried to find a trade-off, it was just not in the favor of Team Falcon.
BTR. Uh-oh. This is horrible for Falcons. They just revive at Central, and who would have expected BTR to go to where Falcons are at right now? If BTR strikes, it might just be lights out for Falcons. They just got the whole team back, but they need time.
PE Sports setting up themselves very closely enough with the team of AG Global. Looking very peaceful at the Brasilia. The only messy side is Team Falcon still trying to reset themselves after so much of the casualty they had to offer. But here, Dew spotted out TQ as well as LBT. LBT getting a little bit of shots. He did manage to reheal himself before being taken out for the second shot. Now, AG Dew also got to be cautious. He gets the info. He relays it down to Sci-Fi as well as Caramel. But at the same time, they're not overextending themselves. At least they know the information of the location of PE Sports.
So AG Global, they will disengage for now, at least get some distance between themselves. So this is going to be a bit of a ceasefire between the teams. AG Global, they don't want to make any rash moves. Because where the circle goes to, though, I do wonder where that next phase is going to be, because it will dictate how that rotation goes. And I think if you're Falcons right now, you're hoping that the next circle still gives you some space to breathe. Because if not, if Falcons are forced to move now, they're going to be put in a very, very tight spot.
And we are going to see it within 2 seconds. And oh!
Great circle for Falcons.
A breath of relief coming in from Teal Falcon. At least the circle will be in their favor. They don't need to move in. There's no rotation or relocation, at least for them, because they're safe at the central for now. On the other side of the map, it's going to be PE Sports, AG Global, as well as PT Sports, who must move into the circles, and there's going to be a contest. Buriram, BRU, is actually having a wonderful time, not much of engagement. They're actually very chillaxing going into the circle, but Twisted Mind, who has been rotating from one end to another end, now they have to figure out how to move it into the circle with a lot of teams already circling around that northern side of the circle.
So BRU, who has been hanging out at Marble Works for the longest of time, will start moving southwards a little bit into the circle, right? Just to cover some ground. PE Sports shows up, flies in, and finds themselves face-to-face with PTE. It's not the most major fight, but let's see if this kind of changes how that next circle is going to be, right? Which powerhouse stays.
High ground, they have the advantage, but at the same time, it's as if they have no clue, no information whatsoever of how the landscape of PT esports inside the building. And somehow they try to go in for the nades and everything, but it's still not enough to relay any of the information. Ah, so cute.
Man, they're the most used pets out there. Okay, here we go. Here comes the rush from PE. So PT goes on the defensive, decides to try and just hold back PE Sports as much as they can. Trying to find some space as well. PTE coming from around the corner, sees the crossover. A lot of info given over to his teammates. PE Sports actually deciding to take refuge in that building. So the push not really successful, but PTE has been able to weather the storm for now. You see a potential wild card from the corner. It's going to be Toda, but on the roof, Ivarna executes Lao Ho. PTE finds advantage.
Okay, the fact that PE Esport was the one who wants to go in for the engagement, ended up they pull away. PT Esports take the start instead. They are the one who put their foot on the ground, taking down few of the players now. PE Esports, they gotta be careful here. There's a lot of damage coming into LBT, pushing into the second floor. Godwin just overlooking from a distance, and Zenzi was also been traded off. Now, so it's going to be 3v3 situation for both of the teams. But at the outside of the area, we do see Toda also inserting themselves.
And Toda could be a big difference maker. So let's see which building they attack first. PT has abandoned where they were, but PE Sports are still around the corner. So PTE will just leave Toda to be the problem for this Vietnamese team. I think Toda don't want to really rush this. At least you don't need to hard rush it yet until the next circle forms. Sensei looking for info, sees the gun barrel of LBT, swings the corner, with glue wall to block it out, and now Traps is going to try and climb through the window. A full assault from Todak and PTE, they're doubling back, trying to see if they can pick up some scraps, some stragglers. PE Sports losing the initial fight.
Okay, LBT left all alone. He's gonna go in for 1v1. He's shooting down to PTE, but at the same time here, Toda going in for a fight. But PE will be eliminated immediately by Toda, and PTE finally joins in the party, despite the fact that they were the one who's supposed to be initially having a fight with PE Sports. Throwing grenade into the window. Sensei just hiding it out. Miss out the second grenade, and the glue wall was been put out as a defense by Toda.
And this next circle, it's gonna be very constricted, right? Trap just took down Ivarna. So Todak finding an advantage, finding one of the few rounds where Todak doesn't just get obliterated at the start. Much more better showing. See if we can find a wipeout onto PTE. Dawn running away. Todak tries to chase down the rest of the Godvan up against two members. Wings and Raja hand in hand to take him out. Dawn in the red, 34 HP. Glue wall is about to go down pretty soon, so safe to say Todak will survive. 7 points for them.
I mean, this is a late game definitely coming in from Toda. I mean, they are one of the teams that are at the bottom of the overall standing. Even with a lot of this engagement, definitely it's not going to be enough. But it's amazing to see that Toda finally lands it off a really good motion to actually shut down two of the teams. But on the other side right here, Bigatron is already having their tough time with the big giants here coming in from Team Falcons.
This is dangerous. Bigatron, you have Falcons, and then you have GOW all showing up at Golf Course at the same time. So Team Falcons, someone survived it. Deeks wants to run away, shot down by one more. Snipe mid-air as Nameless steals that away. But at least for Falcons, now they find themselves kind of at the edge of it. BTR not allowed to fight. GOW earlier was able to cripple Team Falcons. This could be revenge for Falcons. If they can get rid of GOW, they set themselves up for the final showdown for the championship.
Let's see.
So Falcons needs to somehow survive this.
Yeah, definitely. Going in for the rotation, looking from another distance. GOW is going in for the back line. We got Iza. Tan, unfortunately, was taken out by On Fire first of all from the distance. Demon going in for 1v1. Glue wall being put out from one end to another end. Now Peter comes along, trying to actually go in. A little bit of slow motion movement coming in from the ice grenade. But at the same time, Tan was able to be picked up. Now GOW, they gotta be careful. They know for a fact that they did manage to trade off between Team Falcons. On Fire was taken out. Keroro trying to find a way whether they want to actually move away or they want to actually continue to fight. GOW Iza goes out from the glue wall. Here's the steps 2v1 situation, put it out, the launcher now,
From the
1v1,
corner?
oh, Keroro doing a surprise attack, as well as on fire right this instant, trying to actually going in, and it seems that they're holding up their position. Koja doesn't even want to go in because they know for a fact that they are all alone, they don't want to actually step into this compound as GOW is really preoccupied with Falcons.
Falcons are not doing well at all. This is getting a bit dragged out. Falcons needs to close it out, and with one more going down, this is gonna make life hard. Quick execution coming out from Peter as he tries to speed things up a little bit. Kuro getting ambushed. Good knockdown, but it's the ability. So Kuro out in the open. It's down to a 1v1. Kuro taking out Falcons. Literally on the last legs, down to Peter against two members of GOW, but Peter was forced out into the blue. Going for the vending machine. Can he get the revives? Desperation sets in for Team Falcons as Peter runs for the vending machine. Gets Keroro back into the fray. It's up to Keroro to carry the torch for Team Falcons forward.
Oh, wow. Team Falcons only down to 2 players, and Koja still healing up, but he doesn't have any medics. He doesn't have any more med kits, and GOW and Buriram on it, meeting off with the AG Global. Get high is only one left, and Stop 7 takes him down. Buriram was shut down at the 6th place. This is the whole entire community definitely be surprised with the overall standing. AG Global still survive, and no! Team Falcons also on the 5th place.
This is so close. Twisted Minds and AG Global, we talked about them being the wild cards, and they have just made the difference. And Twisted Minds showing up in the final round, 11 eliminations for AG Global, but that will not continue. Twisted Minds in the best positions to get the booyah. But I think for the first time in Free Fire history, the champion is not decided by the teams leading, it's decided by the teams who want to fight for the scraps. And who would have thought is Twisted Minds, the team they would assume to only fight for 3rd place, to have so much power at the very end. GOW only left with Diane against a full squad of Twisted Minds. This is the end game. Twisted Minds will secure the final booyah for sure, and Diane has nothing on him. 10 HP and a dream, trying to heal back up, but there's just nothing else he can do. Twisted Minds ends it with a booyah.
Wow. The wild cards coming out alive for the last game. And this is where all the questions are putting up right here for the last game. Did Twisted Mind manage to overtake not just AG Global, Buriram United, as well as Team Falcons because of the booyah they got here for the last game? I mean, Team Falcons, they had a really rough start for the last game. We expected them to do at least better and maybe holding on to that crowning of the champion because of that elimination points. But moving even from the start, because of their aggression they wanted to put out to RRQ Kazoo, they were denied. They had a really rough reset they had to go through. And then meeting off with GOW, like you talked, there was a really draggy fight to a point that Falcons was losing all of those gunfights.
And in contrast to Falcons, who had a poor start, BRU had the best start, right? They dropped and Marble was uncontested for the entire game until they met with Twisted Minds. And they were not able to pull it off, right? Because that could have been a ticket to the championship title, but now it all hangs in the balance and how if BRU even got any eliminations before that point. Because I know Falcons got a couple, not much, but in terms of positioning, they probably edged out just enough. So it really comes down to how small is the gap between Twisted Minds and the rest of the teams, right? Maybe we kind of over-exaggerated the actual gap. Maybe Twisted Mind has done enough.
True.
But it's good to know that it has come down to a point where the control doesn't lie with either Falcons or BRU.
True, definitely. I mean, going into the elimination points, and we're seeing this is where Falcons struggled the most, and even at this point of time they only had like 4 eliminations for their lifeline, and I'm not even sure with that elimination point and that placement point, is it going to be enough for them to actually carry on to get into that crown shade of the championship. And Buriram United, they were uncontested and they didn't have any much of the engagement as well, but they did manage to actually had a little bit of a fight with the AG Global. Now going into the game summary now, this is the lowest damage that we've seen from the 2 days that we have casted. 36,931. Total kills only 60 and total knockdown of 69. With 60 totals confirmed kills, we only have 9 revival that was able to be put out. Glue Walls was put out a lot of time with 101, and then we got the highest kill coming in from GOW, Iza 5, highest assist which is Saifa with 5, and AG Dew as the glue breaker with 19.
The fastest game we've had, right? And again, we lost 3 teams at 2 minutes, so it's not a surprise that we had such a high octane game.
Yeah.
But I think this one really came down to how Falcons just kind of lost their footing at the very end. We got Twisted Minds coming in hot. They got the Booyah, and that's 4 fights. There's 7 eliminations at the very end, so 19 points. Is it enough? I'm not that sure, but I guess at least for Twisted Minds, if there is a tiebreaker for second or third, maybe that's the advantage that they get over AG Global.
Yeah, definitely. That's the one question. Is it enough for them to go into the top 1? But if it's not enough, it's all about trying to catch up with the at least bigger pie from that top 2 or top 3. That's it. That's all that matters coming in from Twisted Mind of how they actually put out here for the last match, which is at least a great dedication coming in from them. And moving into their setup right here, we got 2 Tatsuya and 2 Wukong. I think pretty much we see how pretty much Twisted Mind, the strategy they put out a little bit compared to how they've done previously already, playing a little bit safe for the rotation. Even though they had a little bit of struggle from the mode house, they were fighting off with AG Global and they had a reset, and then as they move in for the rotation, pretty much they were safe. There were not much of engagement until they were pushed into the last circle, and this is where we see Twisted Mind having the best of the luck on the circle side and even for the survival wise, and managing to get the Booyah as well was just amazing coming in from them. And going into the damage wise, GOW have the highest damage, which is 7,595 with 13 kills, and this also put another question to GOW. Where does they actually goes in for the overall standing? Do they actually manage to pull through into top 4, or they actually still maintain at that top 6? Because pretty much GOW, at least they did manage to pull through from the second side of the overall standings, now moving into the top 6. Going into the top weapons, I think we pretty much already covered this up. M14, Trogon, as well as AWM definitely is one of the popular weapons to put out really good damage here for the SPS wise.
I think even in terms of eliminations, right? I mean, GOW stepping out on the final round. I wish GOW was takes the initiative in all the other rounds that they played, right? And I guess it does come down to them being caught out mid-rotation, them losing out the CQC, but this is probably one of the better rounds that they've had. It could still affect the standings. I mean, at the end of the day, your placement does affect how much prize pool you go home with, so it's definitely not to be your end-all for the teams. But we gotta look at the round standings first, because this is important. This is important for a lot of our teams. And Falcons have more points than BRU. I think this keeps them ahead of BRU for sure. But we'll see if Twisted Minds and AG Global can be the difference maker with what they have.
True, definitely. I mean, AG Global getting 18 points, that's good. That could be another case as well. Okay, so AG Global is right down below with Twisted Mind. Did they manage to at least overtake with Team Falcons only getting 10 points from this matchup? I mean, Buriram United definitely, there's a possibility maybe AG Global was able to overtake with top 2.
Yeah, I mean,
who knows?
With how well Falcons and BRU performed up to that final round, I mean, it could kind of warp our perception of how far they are, right? Maybe they're never really that far ahead, but we gotta do a throwback on our predictions. I mean, we talk about yours, BRU first, Falcons second, AG Global third. For me, I'm just gonna put it out there, right? Same as yours, except for Purgatory Beta in third, which clearly is not the case. Let's be really honest, that was not going to be the case, but at least we agree on the first and second, which I think is still interchangeable, right? I mean, even for Danny, it's the same as yours, AG Global third.
Yeah, definitely, because we saw how it was when it comes to the group stage. It was just these are the top teams that has been performing well, and they consistently perform well at the challenge finals as well. But here's the thing, I didn't prepare the the Monster Energy drink because
Champion coming up. Champion coming
we
up.
have our challenge. So let's see who is our champions here.
Who got it? Who got it? Who got it? Who got it? Who got it?
No!
They actually did it!
No! What?
You are kidding me! How close was it? We talk about AG Global so much that they couldn't hack it when it mattered the most. It's always inconsistent. And when it mattered the most, they pulled through at the end, and in the best possible way, they took out BRU to make it happen. Wow, congratulations.
That is crazy. With 11 elimination, and not only that, with the placement point, they have 18 points. They managed to be the crown champions of Challenge Finals SPF season number 5, guys.
Wow,
now,
that was not on my bingo card at all.
No. But this is our bottom from top 7 to top 12. We got Toda. I mean, great last game, definitely, but it was just a little bit too late. But I am really happy at least they did manage to actually get that 2 elimination of the 2 teams. Now going into the top 6.
Okay.
Oh, this is it. We don't have the numbers just yet, but RRQ guys are at the top 6. We got Twisted Mind at the top 5.
Big Thunder Delta 4, okay.
Okay.
I mean, we talked about it yesterday, right? It's either top 3 or top 5, so it's okay. 3rd place, I think it's probably BRU. Just judging by what we saw in the previous game, right? So I think, okay. So let's do it. 3rd place, I think is BRU. Then 2nd is Falcons. 1st is gonna be AD. So 2nd is Falcons. What's the point difference, right? I want to know what's the gap between AG Global and Team Falcons.
Yeah, definitely. Because again, Team Falcon had the most elimination from match number 7, but then pushing into match number 2, that's where match number 6, and then moving into match number 7 and 8, that's where a lot of things have changed. Now going into the overall standings, let's see how much point they had.
4 points! 4 points at the end. If only Falcons survived just a bit longer. The craziest thing is AG Global had to get double-digit elims to make this happen.
Yes.
Right? So all Falcons needed was just a bit more placement points.
True. Definitely.
They would have won a tiebreaker anyways.
They could have actually, because the fact is, we talked about how they were really a little bit aggressive on the start, and it was really rough to see how they fight it off with RRQ Kazu. And then, I mean, that was just surprise. Seriously, AG Global again proving us that it's all about the eliminations that matters.
It really is. I think at the end of the day, right? Look at the difference. It's 1 elimination worth of difference, and 3 placement point worth of difference that AG Global had to work hard to catch up in the final round. And once more, so many close calls. Taking out BRU, definitely one of the biggest contributor to that, right? To them winning the whole thing. I don't remember seeing AG Global win any tournament ever since I first saw this roster back when they were called Nigma Galaxy to start with, right? Like they've been through multiple organizations before AG Global, and it's always so close yet so far. I mean, if you ask Dew himself, he understands that feeling. They missed out in FFWS championship because they didn't show up in the final round. They didn't show up in the finals of the fall season. They didn't show up in challenge season last season. It has always been the same tale. But Dew once more pulls through at the very end. This is why he is one of the most valuable player of the team.
This man, 62 kills, and not only that, 50,000 damage coming in from him alone. Falcon Peter could not even manage to actually go in with the 23,000 damage. I mean, like, that's double down, more than double down coming in from the side of AG Dew's damage. He is definitely amazing. I mean, we saw how it was when it comes to going in for the one-tap shot from Dew self. He's very quick when it comes to reflex. He's very sharp coming in when it comes to the engagement, as well as for his approach from the long-range shot. I mean, Cypher from the top 3, Wasana at the 4th place, and Twisted Diamond at the 5th place with 42 kills.
This is why we say that even on a bad day, Dew still shows up as the MVP of the team, regardless of the results, right? This is just... it's a staggering lead. Like, Dew is just outclassing him. He's a cut above everyone else. And finally, he not only proves that he's still the most consistent player, not just on his team, but
Yeah.
in every competition that he's in, he has finally been able to claim himself as a champion. And I think that is a kind of a perfect ending for a player that has been around for a long time, that's always put himself in the spotlight, but has been denied a championship title for the longest of time. So I can't believe it. I mean, AG Global, this is what a moment.
Agree,
What a moment.
definitely. I mean, all of our predictions is out of the window, and we got AG Global as the champion here for season 5, and we have him on the line for the interview right here. Let's welcome AG Dew. What's up? Hello.
Hi, Dew. Hello. We also got a translator on the line as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, first of all, Dew, congratulations in winning the challenge finals. I know it has been forever since we even get to talk to you in winning any championship. But how do you feel finally becoming a champion?
ก่อนนักพากย์บอกว่ายินดีด้วยนะคะสำหรับที่ได้แชมป์ไฟนอลในรอบนี้ความรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ดีครับรายการสุดท้าย
He says he feel good. Is his last games to play?
Oh, can we ask why is he actually saying this is his last game to play?
เขาถามว่าทำไมถึงเป็นแบบเกมสุดท้ายคะ
หมายถึงว่ารายการสุดท้ายอะพี่รายการไม่มีรายการแล้วปีนี้ถ้าแข่งต่อก็ปีหน้าเลยครับหรือว่ารายการเล็กๆครับ
He was saying that this is the last season that he will play this year, but there will be next season next year.
And this is something I actually wanted to bring up because as everyone know, AG Global didn't really perform the best during the fall season, and you guys actually missed out Rio de Janeiro by the end of the year. So going into the off season, what are the plans for AG Global? Like what is your plan? Are you gonna take a break, go on a holiday, and prep for next year, or are you gonna continue grinding for the next season?
เขาถามว่าแพลนในสำหรับปีนี้ค่ะหลังจากจบรายการนี้มีแพลนที่จะฝึกซ้อมต่อไปหรือว่าเตรียมตัวแข่งยังไงหรือว่าจะพักเบรกแบบต่างคนต่างเที่ยวหรือมีฮอลิเดย์อะไรแบบนี้ไหมคะ
น่าจะอาจจะมีรายการเล็กๆครับหรือว่าไม่ก็รอดูครับรอดูประกาศครับตอนนี้ก็ยังไม่รู้อยู่ครับ
So they were saying that they might join the small tournament but the rest they're just waiting for announcement later on.
I see. All right, one more question from me. With the prize money in your hands, what are you going to do with it?
คำถามสุดท้ายนะคะจากเขาเงินรางวัลที่ได้มาจะเอาไปทำอะไรคะ
เอาไปซื้อของกินครับไม่มีอะไรกินแล้วตอนเนี้ย
They were saying they're gonna buy a lot of food because there's no food in his house at the moment.
Oh!
Yeah, gotta stock up, right? Stock up for the off season. I have one more. So I know in all of the tournaments that I have seen you perform in, regardless of the results, you are always top MVP title holder or like the kill leader for the tournaments. What is your secret to becoming so consistent as a player?
ค่ะถามนะคะสำหรับตัวดิวอะค่ะที่ชนะแบบ performance ดีมาตลอดเลยสำหรับนักแข่งไทยเขาอยากจะถามว่ามีแบบเคล็ดลับยังไงถึงเราถึงแบบ perform ดีมาตลอดเงี้ยค่ะ
เล่นเกมไปเยอะครับเมื่อวานเล่นถึง 7 โมงเลยครับ
He was saying play a lot of games. Yesterday, just a bit TMI that he played the game until 7 a.m. in the morning.
Oh my god.
Maybe that's how he became a champion, right?
แต่ว่าเกมอื่นนะพี่
Oh yeah, but another games. But just play a lot of games to practice your skills.
Maybe that's the key. If you want to win, you gotta play until 7 a.m. No, this is a joke. Please don't do that. We need sleep. Finally, any words to your fans? I know a lot of people out there from other regions are big fans of you, Dew, including me. So do you have any words you want to say to them now that you are a winner?
ในฐานะที่เป็นแชมป์ค่ะอยากฝากบอกอะไรแฟนๆที่บ้านหรือแฟนๆต่างชาติที่เชียร์เราอยู่คะ
เอาดีนะครับที่ได้แชมป์ครับรายการท้ายแล้ว
อะไรนะคะขออีกรอบค่ะ
ดีแล้วครับที่ได้แชมป์เพราะว่าเป็นรายการท้ายแล้วครับปีนี้ไม่มีแล้วโบเบแล้ว
He was saying that he was glad to win because this is the last season of games that he plays. So hopefully, just get the fans to cheer and cheer for his team his team moving forward.
Right. I mean,
Alright.
it's a Cinderella ending. It's a happy ending for you and AG Global. Once again, thank you very much to be with us. Congratulations on this victory. And I know I'll see more of you. So see you in 2025.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Alright,
and
thank you.
congratulations, Dew.
Oh, Dew fans can finally rejoice. You know, every
Yeah.
single tournament that AG Global plays in, all you see is I love Dew, AG Dew, Dew is the best, Dew is gonna win. It's just Dew everywhere, but he never really got a trophy until today, right? Until just now. And even in tournaments where they didn't make it to the end, where they didn't win the whole thing, the support kept pouring in. And I guess this is a good way for him to finally service the fans as well, right? Deliver a trophy, not just to his teams, but to the hands of all the supporters that have been with him for the longest of time.
Agree, definitely. History to be unfold. I mean, like, we've talked about Buriram, we talked about Team Falcons. Who would have thought AG Global is going to be on the top right now? A new team to be crowned as the champion, and with a whole new history of making for themselves. And finally, we are ending our season 5 of SPS itself. And the fact that AG Dew has made so much of moments right here throughout, not just from the challenge finals itself. It started off from the qualifier, group stage, and then moving into the challenge finals. That's where we see how the team of AG Global just growing, and even getting better and better themselves.
This is definitely the crescendo of the entire journey for AG Global. It is a bit of a bittersweet moment because I think all of us know they are not going to be playing in the FFWS Global, right? They are not flying to Rio de Janeiro with the other Thai teams who, sure, they didn't win challenge finals, but they got a world championship coming up ahead. But the year ends here for AG Global. But at least they end on a high note. They ended by calling themselves champions before they kind of take that break, and sit back and watch the rest of the region tear up the global stage. So I think at the end of the day, it's a happy ending for AG Global. I'm just happy that we put them as the wild card. We kind of, say that they have gone through so much, they got to get through inconsistency, and when it really mattered the most, they were the unexpected teams to take that title away.
And the fact that this is it, we see finally most of the teams that was at the top, they are those who are the big giants. And AG Global used to be those who we talked about, the underdogs. Now this is, just like you talked about, the Cinderella story that has unfolded right in front of our eyes. And the end of our Season 5. Thank you again for those of you guys who have joined into our streams. And congratulations again to all of the teams. We'll see you guys on the next season. This is it, SPS So Long by Fasha
and Husky, and of course shout out to Alvi and Danieli. See you guys next season. And Gideon.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
I feel my body ready. With every step I go up high. No, nothing's gonna stop me. No compromise. Can't slow down.